Mo Fan, 6 points. After the math teacher, Deng Yongchuan, had said this, the class began to laugh loudly. Nearly everyone turned their heads around to look at the short, black-haired youth who was sitting at the very back of the classroom. This youth was Mo Fan, the one who only got a single-digit score on the exam. Mo Fan, you should learn from Mu Bai. He was able to score 96 despite the exam being this hard. How could you only get a single-digit score on the exams? Don't sully your own name. Deng Yongchuan sighed. How could such a troublesome student be in my class? When he first entered the school, his grades were top-notch. However, after entering high school, his grades quickly fell, and with his exam scores being such a tragic sight, it caused the class average to drop as well. Teacher, he doesn't even live up to his name, Mo Fan. Mo Fan, he's not average at all. He's levels lower than average. He's practically a dreg. 1 inch the student called Mu Bai called. Ha ha ha. He really is. Mu Bai truly lives up to his reputation. He can insult people without swearing. Mo Fan is indeed not average. He has already become trash. The entire class began to laugh, and it wasn't until Deng Yongchuan began his lecture that they finally stopped. This Mu Bai makes me sick. He thinks he's amazing just because he's handsome, has good grades, and knows how to play musical instruments. The person who sits next to Mo Fan, Guangu, said. He's just a childish. Mo Fan said with disdain. Do you want to play volleyball when the school ends? Can't go, I've got stuff to do. You're going to help old Manning again? After all, you're the only one who dares to go to the thatched cottage behind the mountains. Oh right, I got me some Xuanhuan and Manhwa novels. Do you want me to lend one to you? You can put it in my bag. However, you should read less novels. You're addicted, Mo Fan said. To a student, the most beautiful bell sound is naturally the one signaling the end of class. After the end of an entire day filled with dull classes, Mo Fan yawned as he carried his bag while walking to the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain was the back entrance of the academy. Basically, no one actually used it. Old Man Ing, who Guangu mentioned, was the guard of the academy's back mountain. In order to ensure the safety of the students and prevent students from sneaking out to internet cafes, the school had appointed Old Man Ing as the keeper of the back entrance. Old Manning had no relatives nor friends. When he had passed away, there were no questions asked about him. Thus, the school carelessly buried him. Mo Fan and Old Man Ing were quite familiar with each other. Before the old man passed away, he had also left some stuff for Mo Fan. He only remembered the old man's good intentions today, hence he decided to take a look at the thatched cottage. Old Manning had always said that he was the descendant of some historical bigshot, so he was in possession of a 5,000-year-old antique ring. Mo Fan have seen that ring before. It was completely pitch black and didn't look like some antique. However, the most important thing was that he had brought it to an appraiser to get appraised. The owner had thrown Mo Fan out while questioning how he could have the face to say that this copper ring, smelted from a charcoal stove, was an antique. Ever since then, Mo Fan stopped believing in Old Man Ying's bragging. Mo Fan wanted to take the things Old Man Ing had left behind as something to remember him by. Old Man Ing was a magnanimous gatekeeper. He was very indifferent toward the topics of life and death. Mo Fan wished for him to pass away in peace. Death was not the end of everything. Perhaps you can start your life over somewhere else. Would you believe me if I said that in this plane that holds science in high regards, there is another parallel plane that practices magic? In that plane, you don't study science, but magic. This was the kind of crazy talk that Old Man Ing would always tell Mo Fan, which was why Mo Fan firmly believed that when he passed away, Old Man Ing had gone to a different plane to restart his life and live a more extravagant one while he was at it. The ring was easily found within the wooden box under his bamboo bed. As Mo Fan opened it, he felt a faint, obscure aura emanating from the box. It did indeed feel quite mysterious. However, Mo Fan is 15-16 years old. He didn't believe that there would be something like a cultivation technique in this world. He definitely did not believe the recluse who said that if Mo Fan wore this ring and practiced this cultivation technique, he would be able to save the universe. The pitch-black ring was an ordinary-looking ring. If one wanted to know the most peculiar thing about the ring, it would be that the interior had 8 very small holes, which any artisan was able to make. The moment Mo Fan put it on, he felt a heart-freezing chill. This thing that made him shake in the heat of summer was quite strange. Strange, my ass. As Mo Fan thought this over, he denied the idea in his head. Mo Fan was struck with a sudden sleepiness. but he still had to work that night. Thus, he arranged the bamboo mat and laid down inside the house to sleep first. At 10 p.m., he would have to go to the 24/7 supermarket to be a clerk, and he would work till 6 in the morning. He was extremely sleepy, thus he fell asleep very quickly. A sliver of blood-red light shone through the mountain cracks from the setting sun, dyeing the forest behind the mountains and the small, thatched cottage red with its glow. It was like a colossal door in the dark that was slowly closing. The radiating light in the darkness was slowly being sucked inside the door. As the sunset completely disappeared beneath the mountains, and as dusk came to rule the world, the back of the mountain seemed as though it was covered with a misty layer of a bizarre color. From far away, this area seemed like it continued into nothingness. Beneath the blood sun was an indistinct scene around the water, like a mirage. The youth sleeping inside the thatched cottage was still snoring. Little did he know that the ring on his finger was emitting an ear-piercing humming sound. It was as if it was reacting to the reflection of the mirage that revealed the world's true calling. Bum! As it trembled, so did the entire space. Shueinin Middle School was located in Nanshan in the city. Nanshan was much taller than the rest of Xia City. The city was already brightly lit up. The streets, shops, buildings, the grand city of Xia was radiating a magnificent brilliance. Old people who were taking walks after dinner, older ladies who were dancing in the public squares, the children who chased each other in the small valleys, and lovers who were having dates in the park. The evening didn't leave people with any insecurity or fear. On the contrary, they were actually enjoying getting off classes for the day, getting off work, and relaxing after dinner. However, if one were to look closely toward the location of Shueinin Middle School, the south side of the mountain, they would have discovered that the campus that should have been shining bright had been shrouded in a muddled layer. This space was originally peaceful like the water's surface, but at this moment, a spatial tunnel appeared, spiraling like it was being devoured, causing it to be increasingly fierce, although silent. On one side was a peaceful city with glorious lights. On the other was half a mountain swallowed by the black spiral. The northern city that had just entered its summer eve became an incomparably astonishing scene. The entire space-time had changed, and the cause of it was this tunnel that was unexplainable in scientific terms. The center of the spatial tunnel was the thatched cottage behind the mountains. The colossal whirlpool suddenly diffused, followed by it vanishing into nothingness. It was as if nothing had happened at all. A certain person who was still sleeping soundly had no idea about the colossal changes to the world, that he had fallen into a parallel world. The empty mountain experienced a sudden rain, which gave the scorching summer day a fierce cold punch, suppressing the overwhelming heat. The air in the morning was particularly good, and the warm meat buns by the school gates released an alluring smell. The dazzling golden youtiao gave a mouth-watering scent. "Seventh uncle, I'd like some soy milk and youtiao." A youth with a messy appearance sat down on the stool as he said this to the old man who sold youtiao. "Coming." The old youtiao man swiftly served the soy milk, purposely filling up the cup as a smile radiated across his face. "Mo Fan, you are about to take the magic exams. You should put some effort and strive to get into the University of Magicians so you can bring our clan some face." Mo Fan blankly stared at the seventh uncle who was selling breakfast by the school gates. He carefully thought to himself and reckoned that he probably misheard, thus he nodded as he ate. Yesterday, he slept so much that his head felt dizzy. He felt as though he had dreamt about a journey that took several centuries. When he woke up, he felt like a lifetime had passed. He didn't know where east, south, west, and north were, nor whether it was morning or noon. Mo Fan wolfed down his food, his hand holding half of the youtiao. As he was about to bite into the youtiao, he suddenly felt something heavy at his side. A half-bald man in his 30s sat down next to him, his body reeking of cigarettes. "Mo Fan, eating breakfast, eh?" The bald man smiled as he greeted Mo Fan. "Good morning, Superintendent Hu." Mo Fan hastily smiled as he greeted him back. This man was the prominent Superintendent Hu. He wore a suit that didn't suit him every day, and his forehead shone brightly. "I'm not wearing my watch. What time is it?" Superintendent Hu asked, exposing his yellow teeth. Mo Fan took out his broken Nokia to look. Still another 15 minutes before the bell rings. "Crap, I'm late. I still haven't finished my magic theory PPT. I don't have time to finish my breakfast." As Superintendent Hu stood up, all of a sudden, Mo Fan suddenly tilted over. "Boss, I don't need the soy milk. Walking to the office is far too slow. Whatever. It doesn't matter if I use some magic. Superintendent, who stood there talking to himself. Mo Fan was very puzzled. He felt like Superintendent who was speaking in an alien language. Just as he thought he heard wrong, the soy milk shop's canopy turned over in an incomparably strange way. It was as though compressed air had bubbled forth from within the soy milk shop. As the evil wind came by, it messed up Mo Fan's hair and rustled his clothes. Wind trail, fast stride. As Superintendent, who suddenly muttered to himself, his misfit suit began to move on his body in an indescribable way. It was as if there was a gale inside his clothes. His tie fluttered, and his trousers began oscillating. How could there be wind on a calm morning such as this? And it ruthlessly blew towards Superintendent who. SSSSSH. An azure light flashed. Mo Fan could see an indistinct thread of a beautiful starlight moving to surround Superintendent whose whole body. The starlight flashed as it moved. Student Mo Fan, teacher will leave first. Do your best in studying. Superintendent, who turned around and exposed his yellow-toothed smile to Mo Fan. Mo Fan seemed a bit taken back. Before he could come back to his senses, he heard a swoosh sound. The slightly plump, bald Superintendent who, with the suit that seemed out of place, followed the dust trajectory from the swirling wind and hastily made his way toward the school. His stride was exceptionally quick. The students wearing their student uniforms seemed immobile, which let Superintendent who travel in high speed through them, leaving behind a shocking dust trail. During this short period of time, Mo Fan felt like the Superintendent's face was still in front of him. However, at this moment, Superintendent who had already disappeared into the depths of the school, and he was no longer able to see his shadow. The words, "do your best in studying," still resonated in his ears. However, the person was already gone without a trace. He was chewing on half the youtiao. As the chewing came to a stop, the other youtiao slid from Mo Fan's hands. Superintendent who, are you the successor of Duan Yu, using his ultimate technique of ripple tiny steps? 2-inch. This is just an illusion. This is definitely just an illusion. Mo Fan rubbed his eyes after a long while. It must be because I didn't sleep well last night. It must have pressured my cranial nerves or something. How else am I imagining this kind of scene? Let's finish this breakfast quickly and go back to the classroom to get some more sleep. Heavens, what is this? A bald and prominent superintendent who can use ripple tiny step? After arriving at the classroom, he lay down onto the desk immediately without saying anything, so he could mitigate the illusion he had seen before. From the front of his desk came the two small voices of the student representatives. One said, "There's only 1 month left. What do I do if I don't get into a good high school?" "You're really smart, though. I'm sure you can enter the Tianlan Magic High School." "What? You're the smart one. Your grades for theory classes are so high. I could practically pull out any magical beast, and you would recognize them and their weaknesses." Mo Fan creased his eyebrows. This wasn't his first time hearing this whole concept of magic. What happened? Is it possible that I'm having another illusion? I don't take drugs, nor do I smoke. Forget it. It must be because I haven't had a proper sleep. Mo Fan ignored the crazy talk of the two lads in front of him and quickly entered a deep state of sleep. Mo Fan's many years of experience in studying gave him a superior ability to fall asleep on his desk in just a single second. Students, open your textbooks. Today, we will continue to learn about Magic Release's preliminary requirements. Do you still remember what I told you before? To complete primary rank magic, you have to first make the stars in your magic stardust link to each other. By doing this, you will be able to form a star path and then utilize the power of magic. I have already explained this theory to you many times before, while at the same time, this is also the most important part of the exam, the math teacher, Su Qingji, said as he maintained his intonation. In the past, Mo Fan could enter a state of deep sleep as he followed the voice of the teacher. However, as he once again heard magic release and star, he was immediately woken up. Mo Fan, you better listen in class. There's less than a month's time, yet you're still neglecting yourself. Su Qingji saw Mo Fan and immediately reprimanded him. The classmates also turned their heads around and quietly laughed to themselves. Laughing at the trash had already become their favorite thing to do in class. Open your textbook, Su Qingji said in continuation. Mo Fan felt helpless as he opened up his textbook. Shit, what is this? Mo Fan couldn't help himself from swearing. The pictures, functions, and formulas that were contained in the math book were all gone. Instead, there was a star path, which he didn't understand at all. The picture of the star had something that looked like a connecting line with streaking meteors. It looked just like AF *** King Magic Formation. Mo Fan forcefully suppressed the astonishment in his heart, and then came to another realization. When the math teacher stopped observing him, Mo Fan kicked his seatmate, Guan Gu, below the table and said, "Are you messing with me? What the heck did you switch out my book for? Hurry up and give me back my math book." "Big brother, what math book are you talking about?" The tan-faced Guan Gu felt wronged. He didn't try to provoke anyone. "Come take a look at this crap. Hurry up and give me my book back." Mo Fan opened up his book and pointed at the strange star path, magic symbols, and the odd incantations. "Big brother Mo Fan, this is the magic book for this class. What's math? Did you stay up all night again reading science novels? You're even saying I'm reading so much that it's like I am possessed. You're the same as me," Guan Gu said. As Mo Fan heard Guan Gu's retort, his chin almost couldn't help but drop down to the floor. "What is this and what now? Stop bullshitting me," Mo Fan said in anger. "This brat sure is good at acting. The real question is whether I'm gonna believe you like a madman." "Boss, the novels have actually caused you to go mad. We are in the magic world, all right. How could we possibly have something as incredible and mysterious as math? If there really was, then I wouldn't be spending every day studying something as boring as magic theory, elemental systems, or magical beasts. I would have studied mathematics, literature, and all these interesting things a long time ago," Guan Gu said, with a sincere expression and a heartfelt tone, to Mo Fan. As Mofa looked at Guan Gu's expression, he thought to himself, this bastard actually did not even reveal a little bit of a mistake as he said this crazy stuff. It really seemed like it was real. My seatmate has gone mad. Not only has he gone mad, but he's even trying to turn me into a madman. Learning something as boring as magic theory, elemental systems, and magical beasts. Hee. It's impressive you can even say that out loud. If you don't believe me, then just listen to what the teacher is saying," Guan Gu said indifferently as he saw Mo Fan's peculiar expression. As Mo Fan heard this, he finally carefully listened to what the math teacher, Su Qingji, was saying. However, one part was like an alien language. There were terms which Mo Fan had no idea about, which caused him to feel unwell. Su Qingji didn't mention the familiar functions nor formulas at all. On the contrary, he had said the words star path and star diagram numerous times. He even mentioned things like fire, ice, water elements. Crazy, they've all gone crazy. Mo Fan's belief was solemn. He would not believe these words. The next class was with his favorite literature teacher, Mrs. Qin. Beautiful, sexy, mature, gentle, big and perky boobs. Her very round buttocks won't use this kind of nonsense to deceive me. After going through the incomprehensible math class, Mrs. Qin, with her slender body and formal black dress, walked into the classroom. Just like before, she gave a slight smile that illuminated the entire classroom. The boys of the class became like kindergartners. Excitement filled their faces as they greeted the teacher. "Students, today we will be discussing the pros and cons of black magic. Everyone should already know that black magic is divided into 3 different types: specter type, curse type, and shadow type. Then, what's the difference in these 3 types of magic?" Mrs. Qin said with a gentle and elegant voice. In the past, Mo Fan would have been able to attentively look and listen. However, after hearing these words, his expression made it seem as though he had eaten a housefly. While the crazy seatmate to the side of him made a "see, what did I tell you?" kind of expression. "Shit, you're not wrong. Then your father? I must be sick." Impossible. Mo Fan finally couldn't take it anymore and quickly slid off his chair and stood up. "Mrs. Qin, aren't we supposed to have literature class?" Mo Fan asked. As his seatmate Guan Gu realized what Mo Fan was going to stand up and ask, he tried to pull him away but failed to do so. After hearing what Mo Fan had asked, he facepalmed himself while saying, "Oh my God." As the words were said, a roar of laughter arose within the quiet classroom. The whole class, consisting of 40 students, were swaying with laughter. Especially Mubai. He laughed so much that he began to tear up. Mrs. Qin did not laugh. She pushed her glasses with gold traces to the side while maintaining a slight smile. Her clear cat-like eyes looked at Mo Fan as she earnestly said, "Mo Fan, This literature you're talking about is science, right? Science doesn't exist here. You must have immersed yourself in those non-existent things instead of earnestly studying magic. You have to become an useful mage for society, all right? One could imagine the literature teacher was very sincere. When such earnest words were being spoken out loud, one could imagine the expression of a certain youth changing greatly. God, please kill me already. Hold on. How come the words Mrs. Chin just said was exactly the same as what the already passed old man Ing had said? Is it possible that there really is a magic plane? And I have actually been dropped right into the magic plane. Mo Fan had originally thought that this was all just a dream. However, the following few days were exactly the same. While at the same time, his clear conscience had also been telling him that this was definitely not a dream. On the morning of the fourth day, he was once again sitting at Uncle Seven's place eating youtiao, while feeling conflicted. The two male students next to him were discussing magical tools. Mo Fan was unclear on what kind of things these magical tools were. However, listening to the way they spoke about it, it seemed to be something incredible. Not only that, it also sounded expensive, roughly about the same price as a car. Mo Fan, why do you seem so down? How about your uncle? Buy you something to energize you. The exams are coming up. Whether you are able to become a mage depends on this exam. The youtiao vendor, Uncle Seven, said with concern. Mo Fan automatically assumed what Uncle Seven had said was related to his grades in school. Hello. A bizarre wind blew onto the small vendor. It swirled some dust onto Mo Fan's soy milk. Thus, he quickly poured it down his throat. His entire being looked dispirited. The wind got stronger and stronger, and Mo Fan felt a strange pressure slowly spiraling down on him. The grass was swaying wildly, and the dirt particles were flying everywhere. The girls covered and held their skirts down as they let out astonished cries. Mo Fan had gotten used to it. It was that teacher again using the wind trail magic to stride, and there was more activity among the people this time. What in the heavens? What is that? Oh crap, that's so cool. Wings. That person actually has wings behind him. It's exactly the same as the video in Super Kyujin. Wind wings, dear lords. I have actually seen the high-level wind element magic, wind wings with my own eyes. Mo Fan was unable to eat his breakfast peacefully with the surroundings being this noisy. Mo Fan assumed a calm face as he raised his head. However, in the next moment, it was as if his entire being sustained a lightning shock as he stood there. His drowsy eyes widened all of a sudden, unable to move away from what he was seeing. Against a bright blue sky, at the corner of a rooftop, by the swaying trees, and the fluttering flag of the school. This man who was wearing a silver gown looked like a spirit from a dream. He flew past these exceedingly remote locations and streaked across the sky in a breathtaking arc. Mo Fan sat in the back row in the classroom, so when he was bored he tended to stare at the cloud, the sky, the trees, the flagpole, and the birds who were flying free in the sky. However, he never thought that there would actually be people who would have illusory wings to swoop past him for an unimaginable visual impact. This should be something that only exists in movies, but now it has actually appeared in front of his own eyes. Wind, wind, wind wings. Mo Fan stared at the silver man with wings in the sky as he mouthed the magic name out loud. Unlike the time he witnessed the wind trail, Mo Fan could feel something moving fiercely within his heart. This was him breaking out of the shell of his original mindset, giving birth to a thirst. That's right, in the past few days, he was unable to accept the changes to everything. Only now did he suddenly realize the great changes, and contrary to one's expectations, it made his heart race violently. It was as though he fell in love with someone at first sight. After the shock from the silver man flying by had passed, Mo Fan had already stated to himself within his heart, even if this is a dream, I'll still learn wind wings and hover across the horizon freely before I wake up. The time that Mo Fan had at hand was very short. If he were to look at things from the perspective of his former world, 9 years' worth of mandatory graduation testing was happening in 20 days. In the remaining 20 days, all Mo Fan did was confirm some crucial points. The courses were divided into Magic Foundation Theory, based on the setup of the subject, it seems to be literature. Magic Star Path should be geometry. Magical Beast Knowledge should be biology. Magical Tools and Devices Knowledge should be physics. Materials Knowledge should be chemistry. Magic History and Magic Geography should be self-explanatory. Naturally, Mo Fan also understood one very important piece of information. Basically, there were no students who could release magic yet. This was because what the students had studied during the 9 years compulsory education were general theories, concepts, and abilities. This was actually the same as junior high school graduates in the former world, no survival skills whatsoever. To Mo Fan, this is definitely good news. After all, this world of magic was completely alien to him. He practically had to relearn everything. The most crucial point to become a mage as a magic student was the magic awakening. The magic awakening was similar to an opening ceremony. During the opening ceremony of Magic High School, every magic students were to receive their one-time magic baptism, which was the magic awakening. Different people awakened different elements. Mo Fan had heard from Guan-gu that the awakened elements were mostly chemical elements. These were the ones you usually learn in class: wind element, fire element, water element, light element, lightning element, ice element, and earth element. The ones Mo Fan had witnessed before, wind trail and wind wings, were divided into low-rank magic and high-rank magic. If the people who awakened the wind element were to strive hard, then it was possible that they could learn this magic. Thus, if one wanted to become like the mage who could fly, then the first thing one needed to do was to get admitted into high school and receive what every high school magic students got: the magic awakening. Mo Fan, don't tell me you actually want to take the exams for Magic High School and become a mage? Guan-gu asked sincerely. In Guan-gu's opinion, Mo Fan never struck him as a person who loved studying, but suddenly he seemed to be genuinely studying magic. This was an atrocious matter. Mo Fan was too lazy to explain to his classmate. However, he had already decided that he would definitely be admitted into the Magic High School and obtain the extremely precious opportunity to awaken. Even if you were to study now, it'd be useless. You should just stop wasting the time. After all, you've missed several years of homework, Guan-gu said in persuasion. Guan-gu was very clear on the fact that Mo Fan only got 6 points on the last magic mock exam, the lowest of the entire year group. How could he get admitted with this kind of grade? You've already messed up. There's no use to put in effort now. Just accept it. Guan-gu, you should be the one to study more. Having Guan-gu chattering in his ears made Mo Fan feel somewhat irritated. Why? Guan-gu asked. Guan-gu, did you know that you look ugly? I did, Guan-gu admitted with a sincere face. Yeah, then there's a saying that you should know. If one is ugly, then one should have more. Hiccups, if one is ugly, then one should learn magic. Mo Fan said these heartfelt words with sincerity. K off, mate. Guan-gu wasn't wrong, however. There was only 20-something days left. Even if one was a genius, they still wouldn't be able to compensate for all the classes from years past. Additionally, the content of the exams and what was learned were two different concepts. Mo Fan knew that he didn't have much hope left, but the reason for him cramming was not because of exams. It was because he was genuinely moved by magic, causing him to feel an intense desire to study. The time passed quickly. 20 or so days flew past in a flash. Mo Fan did not wake up from his so-called magic dream. Instead, he began to believe in the real existence of this world. Furthermore, he welcomed the junior high exam, which had turned into the magic junior high exam. On the day of the exams, the people outside of the school were filled with worry. It didn't matter whether they were having exams on magic or science. The parents of children were still coming to pick them up. Those who drove cars came in cars, and those who drove pedicab came in pedicabs. This was because the parents were very clear on the fact that the exams this time were going to decide whether their children would come in cars to pick up the next generation or in pedicabs. As Mo Fan walked out of the exam room, he saw the endless streams of people, and in his heart he thought, why are there cars and electric scooters in a magic world? He walked out as he was puzzled over this, but his thoughts quickly returned back to the contents of the exams. After 20 or so days of studying hard, Mo Fan have finally reached the level where he can understand the subjects of the exams. However, whether the answer was correct or not, sigh, as long as I am happy. Mo Fan. Among the crowd, a yellow-faced middle-aged man looked toward Mo Fan with his left hand raised above his head. As Mo Fan saw this familiar face, he accidentally called out, "Father, why did you come here?" "To pick you up, of course. After you've finished your exams, you have basically graduated. I found you a job in the next city district as a construction worker. You'll be under Uncle Guangfeng. Once you've worked there for a few years and gained experience, then you can start doing it on your own." If you're lucky, then there shouldn't be a problem for you to earn up to 4 to 5,000 RMB. It's also better if you start working early. Mo Jiaxing said as he smiled wholeheartedly. The world has changed, but Mo Fan remained bad at studying. Whereas Dad was still Dad, Mo Fan felt like he had retained an unchanged family. If Mo Jiaxing had mentioned the matter of becoming a construction worker to Mo Fan about a month ago, Mo Fan would choose the road his father had arranged for him without hesitation. This was because he had to walk this road to enter the society. However, the Mo Fan of now was different. In this society, there are cars, mobiles, computers, and even refrigerators. However, scientific merchandise didn't exist because it was replaced by magic. If you don't become a mage, then you will become a worker that handles and produces those kinds of things. Damn, that's no different than the former world. Thus, I will definitely study magic. Dad, I want to continue studying. Mo Fan remained silent for a long period of time before he told Mo Jiaxing about the thought in his mind. I thought you didn't like studying magic, Mo Jiaxing said, with a raised eyebrow and his face filled with surprise. Oh, Mo Fan felt caught between a rock and a hard place. How was he supposed to explain this thing? He was so screwed. Mo Jiaxing looked at his almost 16-year-old son as his face once again contained a straight and honest smile, while he said, "Don't worry, your father won't blame you for not putting effort into studying magic. Every individual has their own ambitions. No, I genuinely want to study. Are you able to pass the exams?" Mo Jiaxing asked. No, Mo Fan said in uncertainty. Whether it is having exams in English language or magic, Mo Fan would definitely not pass. There was no doubting this point. Then that's that. Don't worry, although the ancient people have said, magic is above everything. There's also a saying for those who are a jack of all trades. As Mo Fan finished listening to this, he unconsciously smacked his lips. At the moment, there was a lot of information that Mo Fan had to process. However, during the period of time he was processing this information, Mo Fan was particularly silent. For example, Mo Fan remembered there was one time where the history teacher had told the students, the light element. Magic's earliest user was Edison, and at that time, it had caused Mo Fan to curse over and over again in his mind. When Mo Jiaxing patted Mo Fan's shoulders to console him, he suddenly realized that his son maintained his silence. His son's expression showed he was not in a normal state. No one understood their son like their father. Mo Jiaxing slowly retracted his smile. His voice turned lower-pitched as he asked, "Are you for real?" "Yeah, I want to obtain the opportunity to awaken. I do understand that it's already too late, but I genuinely want to study and become a mage," Mo Fan sincerely said. Mo Jiaxing remained silent. Mo Fan also didn't say anything. "You really want to continue studying?" Mo Jiaxing confirmed once more. "I do." Mo Fan nodded his head without hesitation. Originally, Mo Fan also thought it was on impulse. However, it has been a month and the restless sensation the wild wings had brought into his heart had yet to cool down. He really was not kidding. He seriously wanted to study. "In that case, all right, I'll think of something." Mo Jiaxing said no more. "Dad, I found a temporary job at the Tianlan Magic High School, looking after the library. It starts the day after tomorrow," Mo Fan said. Since he has decided to study magic, Mo Fan had no intentions of giving up due to himself being unable to properly study. Whether he could enter the magic high school and obtain the opportunity to awaken would have to depend on his father, while he would depend on himself to fill in the knowledge that he was lacking. He was very clear on the fact that he had no hope to be admitted into magic high school. Thus, Mo Fan found this job in advance. There was practically no salary, just food and residence. However, to Mo Fan, this was very important as he could find many things he lacked in the library. Mo Jiaxing was astonished. He didn't know what had caused his son's great change of mind. However, since Mo Fan has wholeheartedly begged for magic, then he had no reason to be unhappy. After all, in this society, the ones who truly held a status were the mages. A construction worker could get a house and a car, but their value and respect still couldn't be compared to a mage who graduated from a magic school. "Let's go home first. We'll talk at home." Mo Jiaxing nodded his head, no longer saying anything else. Mo Jiaxing did not worry about his son at all. Mo Fan wasn't 16 yet, but in Mo Jiaxing's heart, Mo Fan had already entered adulthood. 1. Mo Fan's fan is also used in the Chinese ping fan, which means mediocre/average. 2. Duan Yu is a famous character in the Jing Yong novel of Tianlong Babu. On one half of the mountain lay a residential area. If one were to follow the road with the iron fences and walk to the end of that small road, one would find Mo Fan's home. It was a small, 1.5-story house. The exterior wall had cracked paint, which revealed the red bricks underneath. There was junk in the houses surrounding it. The other houses in the neighborhood were all about 3.5-story tall. After going through renovations and after being decorated, the houses looked more like actual homes. Whereas Mo Fan's house, furthest away in the corner, seemed even more like a wretched and old-fashioned house. "Brother Mo Fan, you're back. I brought you some good news." As Mo Fan arrived at the entrance to his home, a monkey-like youth sprung out, his face filled with joy. This monkey was Zhang Ho, one of the children of the families that lived near this block. One could say that he grew up with Mo Fan. "What's the good news?" Mo Fan asked. "Little princess is back. I saw her when I was by the entrance to the mansion." "Wow, you have no idea how much prettier little princess has gotten. She's just like a little angel," Zhang Ho said with some excitement. Mo Fan glanced at the mansion across the street. The mansion was exquisite to the point where it caused everyone to feel envious. Every inch of the flowers, plants, and trees had been through careful enhancement, causing it to reach the level of a real garden park. However, the beautiful mansion's garden was currently being surrounded by tall iron fences. When he reminisced back to his childhood, the iron fences were not there. He had regularly brought along the kids from this street to the mansion's garden to play. At the highest location of the residency, there existed many extremely exquisite European-style villas. In the eyes of these children, they looked like a castle from a fairy tale, and within the castle was indeed a princess so beautiful that made them forget to breathe. She was at a similar age to them, and Mo Fan would frequently sneak the princess out to play with them. He couldn't remember when the iron fences appeared around the residency, and the adults in the neighborhood no longer allowed their children to go into the mansion. In addition, the make-believe princess had turned into a real princess in the castle. Following the passage of age, they became more and more distant, and the number of times they met became less and less. "Did you know? I heard that little princess is currently the ace of the renowned Imperial Magic School. Her innate talent toward ice elements is simply incomparable with her peers. She is able to utilize ice magic at the tender age of 15, Zhang Ho said in mystery. Mo Fan was astonished. If Zhang Ho were to tell him that the little princess received a medal in the Olympics, then he probably wouldn't feel anything. However, if it was about becoming an ice element mage, then that was something completely different. Most people had to wait until they turned 16, in their first year of high school, to receive awakening before obtaining their first elemental magic. After obtaining that, it didn't mean you had become a real mage yet. You had to go through a long process of training, obtaining a magic book, and diligently practicing before being able to release magic. Little princess sure was impressive. She became a real magician at the age of 15. Could it be that she is the so-called child prodigy? The child prodigy of the magic world. Brother Mo Fan, I feel sorry for you. If only you put in more effort to take away the naive and innocent little princess back when we were younger. Now she's talented and good-looking. TSK. It sure makes us quite envious, Zhang Ho said as he raised his eyebrow. That was when we were young. Stop talking about useless things, Mo Fan said cluelessly. As Mo Jiaxing heard the two youths talk about this, he coughed and dragged Mo Fan back home. As he just returned back home, Mo Jiaxing said, I'm going out for a bit. Xian Xia is living with your aunt. She's probably not coming home. All right, I understand. After Mo Jiaxing left in a haste, Mo Fan walked around his house and realized his home hadn't changed at all. Although the world had changed, the bitterness of being poor hadn't changed. How come my family didn't trade with the mansion? Really, God? You went through all that trouble to turn science into magic, but you couldn't do something as small as changing this. The only thing he rejoiced over was the fact that his own appearance did not change. It was still as outstanding and elegant as before. Sitting at home was boring. There was nothing to do. Mo Fan was so bored that he decided to go out and take a stroll. He also wanted to see what else had changed. As he followed the mossy road that no one walked on, he saw his father's pickup truck as he was about to meet the main street. His old man was a chauffeur. He used to drive the master of that mansion. However, He didn't know how his father ended up being transferred into the logistics section. There was a day where he went to purchase things on the behalf of the mansion, and ever since then, the family's condition had gradually gotten worse. Jiaxing, this request of yours is a bit rude, isn't it? You should know that I treated your family quite well in the past. Despite the kid from your family committing such a deed, I still left some work for you to do. If it was someone else's family, I'd just have had them pack up and leave immediately. A middle-aged man's tone slowly sounded. Brother Muhi, just look at this as the last time I request help from you. If I were to try and buy our way into Tianlan Magic High, then that'd be too expensive. You should already know of the situation of my family. We really can't afford it. Mo Jiaxing said, slowly and humbly. Why are you doing this for your failure of a son? He himself doesn't have the qualifications to pass the exams to enter the Magic High, so you might as well let fate run its course. He's almost 16. Besides, even if I were to help you get your son into Magic High, just based on his character, he will definitely slack and not become a genuine magician. Becoming a magician is not that easy. Not only do you require talent and hard work, but those magic books, magical devices, and magical tools are not something your family can afford. Without these things to support him, he can't even become a primary-level magician. The man called Mu, he said with sincere tone, but Mo Fan could hear a sliver of arrogance in it. This time, he genuinely wants to study. Brother Mu He, if you help me out this time, then I will move far away from Master Mu per his demand. This way, we would also make Master Mu feel at ease, and I will also guarantee that my little brat will certainly not interact with Lady Mu Zhuxua. Mo Jiaxing's voice sounded. Oh, in that case, I'd have to consider it. As soon as he heard they were willing to move away, this man called Mu, he seemed to have more interest in the discussion. A youth leaned onto a wall as he listened to the conversation. His heart felt incredibly complicated. He thought that when the world changed, the many terrible connections he had would also have changed. However, it seemed like nothing had changed. Like a ruler, the rich people of the Mu Mansion were at the very top, whereas the very bottom was this father who had to go through hard work and needed help from other people. This Mu, he was the chairman of Tianlan Magic High, and the truth was that he only needed to say a single word, and it allow Mo Fan to enter Tianlan Magic High. However, after hearing his own father, Mo Jiaxing, being willing to move away, Mu He quickly agreed with a heavy sigh. At the end of the conversation, his father was incessantly thanking Mu He. While Mu He got into his luxurious car and left, he left behind the seemingly old pickup truck with dust, and his seemingly as dusty and old father, Mo Jiaxing. How is this a dream? This cruelty was exactly the same as his previous reality. The Mo Fan, who was leaning onto the wall with a serious look, he was very aware of the fact that his own family's condition had not changed at all. Their low status had also not changed at all. In olden times, the older family in the society had power and status. There was no difference at all in the modern world. Some families have more heritage, longer history, and their family still occupies positions and identities with power. Even if the common people were no longer called servants to the rich, they were now called workers, and although they no longer needed to kneel and salute, the fates of these common people was still below those of the rich, and their fates could be manipulated easily at the fingertips of these rich people. Mo Fan himself was born into a family at the very bottom, and they were being completely domesticated by a wealthy family called Mu. Within his heart, it felt like there was something violently surging. He grasped his fist tighter and repeatedly smashed it against the azure-colored wall. Your Mu family took advantage of me when I was young, and when I was lying down. When I am powerful, I will definitely return the favor tenfold. No, 100-fold. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Cent bills. China has cents and bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian Tian, Tian means sweet. Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. After Mo Fan returned home, all he could think of were the words Muhi had said. Those words appeared to be earnest and sincere. However, the disdain he had for the Mo family and toward himself was very evident. Underscore can't even become a primary level magician? Underscore. Your father, I, will make you eat those words. Mo Fan admitted there was a period of time where he and the little princess, Mu Ningxue, were very close with each other. However, the young him did not know what kind of disaster this would bring to his poverty-struck family. From that day on, Mo Fan finally realized that a social class difference existed. Mo Fan, I have solved your problem. I gave a call to an old friend of mine, and it turns out he's doing really well now. He is the chairman of Tianlan Magic High. He said if you can diligently cultivate magic, then he could allow you to enter Tianlan Magic High and let you awaken your elemental magic. This kind of opportunity only comes once in a lifetime, so you really need to do your best this time, alright? The yellow-faced Mo Jiaxing entered the home with a smile, as he patted Mo Fan on his shoulders. Mo Fan looked at his father's joyous smile. If he was his normal self, he would also be happy and celebrate this by drinking a cup of white wine with his father. However, how could he still believe in his father's honest and bright laugh after knowing the truth? What made Mo Fan have even less faith in his respectable father was that no one else respected him in their society. Really? That's really good. That's definitely my dad. He fixes whatever issues come our way. At last, Mo Fan finally wore a smiling face as he reached his arms around his father's shoulders. Of course, who do you think your father is? Mo Jiaxing thought this kid's bullshit was really well done, so the smile on his face grew increasingly wider. The father and son still had a few cups left. While they were drinking, Mo Jiaxing tactfully said, Mo Fan, you should live in the dorms. I'm planning on renting out the house so we can get a bit more money for ourselves. Mo Fan already knew that this house had basically been sold to Mu He. This lousy house holds no value in itself. However, the land is inside the city area, so its price was very high. Alright, I'll do that. I don't come back very often anyway. It's just, what about Xia? Mo Fan said as he pretended to not know the truth. Xia is staying with your aunt. To be honest, it's not easy for two men like us to take care of Xia. That girl is very sensible, so there's no need for us to worry about her, Mo Jiaxing said. In that case, I understand. Make sure you come and visit me often in school, Mo Fan said. I will. Alright, I'm tired. I'll head off to sleep first. You should go to school tomorrow. Mo Jiaxing finished the last cup of white wine and stood up swaying. Mo Fan saw him turn around. Seeing his back made him suddenly remember the article written by Zhu Ziqing. I will live in school, and Xia will stay with our aunt. We have found a place but where is this man going to live? Ultimately, Mo Fan didn't bring up the issue. In fact, Mo Jiaxing was willing to make these sacrifices because he believed it was the duty and honor of a father. He wanted to let his son know that he should study in peace, and that he would help him solve any issues that he couldn't solve by himself. Besides, Mo Fan also understood that if he were to bring the issue up, it would only make Mo Jiaxing feel sorrow and shame. After all, what man doesn't want to be an awesome father who can fix everything for his son? Mo Fan couldn't bring it up. Other people might disrespect his father, but he wouldn't. This broken house. So what if we don't live here? At most in 3 years after I have achieved a great level in magic studies, I will have anything I want. In this society, magic is respect. I will become an indomitable master magician. The 2 months of summer break went past really quickly. Mo Fan felt as though he had been dropped into a sea of books. There were all sorts of books in Tianlan Magic High. Furthermore, the books concerning magic were just like science books, complicated, numerous, and offering a genuine significance to what knowledge they could offer. However, Mo Fan had reaped a great harvest. At the very least, he was no longer an illiterate. Adject illiterate. Mo Fan had basically grasped all the knowledge from the 9 years of compulsory magic education. His hidden potential was unleashed as he was pushed to the very depth of his desperation. The school started on the 1st of September. The opening day held great importance for all the magic students. This was due to taking part in the most important step for all students entering the world of magicians. They would determine what kind of elemental magician each would become. Awakening, just as the name sounds, involved awakening the hidden powers within your body. Little brat, I wish you luck. Best you awaken the fire element. That will allow you to hold an advantage over other magic students. Although the other elements are quite alright, among the primary level magicians, the fire element is the best when it comes to battle prowess. Oh, rock element isn't bad either, nor is wind element, the chief supervisor of the library, Old Man Goose said. Mo Fan replied in agreement without understanding him. When this old man started talking, he just didn't stop. The truth was, Mo Fan was unable to sleep last night. To him, the awakening today wasn't just a change of fate for him, but also an unprecedented attempt. In his original world, things like magic simply did not exist. However, today he was finally able to wholeheartedly grasp this experience. His little heart was leaping and frisking about. Mo Fan was placed in Class 8, with his student number being 48. There was nothing he could have done about it. He practically entered the school from the back door. The higher up the student number, the higher the score they received during the magic middle school exams. It was said that when a person of higher number awakened and received an element, their speed in cultivating the magic was much faster compared to a regular person. This was because their understanding toward magic was much better. Thus, cultivating it was also much easier for them. As luck would have it, the number 1 in Class 8 just happened to be Mo Fan's old classmate, Mu Bai. Mu Bai was actually from the Mu family. It seemed that he was not from the main family, though. The reason as to why Mu Bai always looked down on Mo Fan was, naturally, because of his status within the Mu mansion. He was considered as a little young master, whereas Mo Fan was the son of a servant, thus also a servant. Unfortunately for this lad, he's just a child of the branch. He was nowhere near a princess like Mu Ningxue. Mu Bai had used every tactic to court Mu Ningxue. However, she only ignored him. Mu Bai's grades in magic were really good. Within the Mu family, he was one of those who received extra attention. It was said that if he awakened the element of the Mu family, the ice element, his future cultivation speed would increase several times. After all, the Mu family had many resources they could offer. The other families simply couldn't compare with what the Mu family could provide to a child from a branch of the family. Class, congratulations on admittance. Presumably, many of you have been waiting for the emotional time today, but before that, there are many things I need to say to everyone. On the Great Magic Grounds, all of the 1,500 new students were divided into 20 classes, forming into squads, as they stood neatly next to each other. They looked magnificent. Students, do you know what it means to become a mage? No matter what kind of mage you turn out to be, do not forget that we magicians exist to further allow humanity to grow. We protect the most important mission of humanity. Do not forget that outside of this safe city, there are countless magical beasts watching us like a tiger watches his prey. As the headmaster's speech came to an end, he finally came to the part everyone was looking forward to most. All right, you will begin the awakening ceremony today. I hope you will become rising stars in the future world of magic. As the old headmaster's words were said, the students on the grounds could no longer hold back the joy in their hearts. Who doesn't want to wield flaming fires that brim with the power to destroy your enemies? Who doesn't want to wield ice and freeze the world over? Who doesn't want to dominate and gallop across the world with arrogance? Who doesn't want to wield the power of earth and resist invaders? Within innumerable stories, videos, and movies, there are many heroes who are worshipped. Furthermore, this motivates these students to become a certain kind of magician. Today is their first step into that journey to become a mage who roams the territories of the magical beasts outside of the city, or to rule the city of magic with their paramount powers. Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk scent bills. China has scents and bills called jiao. Asterisk guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk zhang tian tian, tian means sweet. Asterisk Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk long taos, Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. There were 20 different classes that would conduct the awakening. Mo Fan was number 48. He would be the last person to receive the awakening. The homeroom teacher, who was also their magic advisor, Shui Mushing, was already standing at the very front. The awakening would be conducted in front of numerous people. The student's name was called out, and then they would go up front to place their hands on the awakening stone in front of the magic advisor. Hey, the one who entered through the back door. You're not going to fail the awakening, are you? I heard that there are certain incapable people who fail the awakening. A dreg like you should just stop wasting the energy of the expensive awakening stone. On a different line up, an old classmate of Mo Fan, Zhao Kunsen said. Zhao Kunsen was Mu Bai's henchman. Mu Bai personally didn't bully Mo Fan because of his background, so instead, he primarily used Zhao Kunsen to do it. It was actually possible for the awakening to fail, so Mo Fan was genuinely worried about this part. Strictly speaking, he was, a person who had crossed from a different plane. If his physical body was different from the people from here, then that'd be one of hell of a joke. Brother Mo Fan, just ignore this jerk. Wait until you awaken a fire element and show him. Then he'll know the meaning behind the phrase, look down on people from a dog's eyes. 1. Zhang Ho, who was placed in the same class as Mo Fan, said. Mo Fan didn't say anything. If it was a different day, he would have thrown all sorts of insults at henchman Zhao Kunsen. However, he wasn't in the mood today. On one hand, it was because he was truly very nervous. While on the other hand, he didn't know why the black pendant he wore around his neck was incessantly shaking. The black-colored pendant was the remnant of the backdoor gatekeeper of his old middle school, Old Man Ing. Mo Fan suspected that this ring was the reason behind the great changes in the world. That day, Mo Fan was wearing this pendant when he fell asleep on the mountain behind his school. Ever since this morning, the broken pendant had been acting like it was possessed, constantly trembling. It shook so much that it made his own hand shake without stopping. Screw your mother. Why do you keep shaking? You're just a stupid pendant. So why aren't you acting like the pendant you are? Mu Bai. The homeroom teacher, Shui Mushing, called out. Oh, so that's Mu Bai? He is indeed very handsome, and his grades are the top as well. Yeah, I saw him this morning. I like it. I wonder what kind of element he'll awaken. I reckon it won't be crap elements like water or light, will it? Mu Bai stood up and immediately heard a few girls in his class chattering incessantly about him. At the same time, he also attracted starry-eyed infatuations from other classes. Mu Bai wore an indifferent expression. His eyes, however, revealed that he was enjoying others discussing him. He walked to the front and stood before the homeroom teacher, a humble and confident smile on his face. Mu Bai, you're from the Mu family who is renowned for their ice element, right? Shui Mushing asked with a slight smile. Precisely. Good. If you awaken the ice element, then you will be superior compared to others. However, don't forget to put in effort too. After all, talent isn't the decisive aspect to everything. Mu Bai nodded, but he thought to himself, yes, talent can't decide everything, but without talent and family resources, then one would have to live forever at the bottom of the society. With permission from the homeroom teacher, Mu Bai slowly placed his hands on the floating, awakening stone. A thick, star-shaped compass emerged, along with a clear palm print on the awakening stone. Mu Bai seemed tranquil, but his heart was nervous as he placed his hands on the awakening stone. Thanks to his bloodline, the possibility of him awakening ice element was very high. However, there could also be exceptional circumstances. If he awakened the water or light element, then the Mu family was unlikely to continue attaching any importance to him. After all, there was no way they would waste their finances just so they could find resources suitable to a different attribute. He placed his left hand on the stone. The awakening stone suddenly emanated a starry radiance. This radiance turned into strips of star marks that appeared to be an extraordinary vein as it landed on Mu Bai's left hand. This was everyone's first time seeing the awakening with their own eyes. The students were all tiptoeing as they watched Mu Bai. Mu Bai was standing there unmoving, as though he was suddenly enlightened. He then raised his head slowly. Creak, creak, creak. A sudden frosty air curled itself around the awakening stone. The air became more and more dense. It actually slowly froze the surface of the awakening stone, forming a layer of frost. Ice element. It really is the ice element. Suddenly, A person behind him began yelling. Following this yell, a few girls screeched. As Mubai heard the noises, he opened his eyes in joy. It's actually the ice element. With the ice element, it would be easier for him to be taken in by the Mu family. The day where he would soar through the skies was not far. To deal with someone like Mo Fan, the dreg of the society, would be like pinching an ant to death. That's not right. After awakening the ice element, I will become an official disciple of the Mu family. There is no reason for me to lower myself to the level of a beggar. I need to set my standards higher. Who knows? I might even have an opportunity to cultivate together with Mu Ningxue. Very good. It is a very pure ice element. I believe an ice element star dust should be appearing within your spiritual world. Cultivate harder and make it grow even stronger, the homeroom teacher said, with eyes full of praise. The ability to freeze the awakening stone during the awakening meant that the power of his ice element surpassed the average person. He was likely to be a very talented ice element apprentice, and his future was very promising. Next, Qiu Yueying. After the homeroom teacher said this, a girl with a somewhat confident look on her face came over. All right, earth element. The power of your stardust isn't bad at all. It seems like the effort you've put in is showing. Next, Su Qinglin, also ice element. At this moment, Mo Fan tiptoed to watch. He discovered that the person who also awakened the ice element, Su Qinglin, caused a layer of faint frosty mist to emerge. It did not freeze the awakening stone, though. From this, one could tell that even if this was the ice element, Su Qinglin's talent and cultivation was much lower than Mu Bai. Next, Lu Xiaobing. Water element. Oh my god, how could I be water element? I should be a fire element. Suddenly, the classmate called Lu Xiaobing called out in bewilderment. The people within the circumference of 100 mi heard this. Don't be discouraged. No matter what element you cultivate, as long as you can become an intermediate level mage, you will obtain even more recognition. Lu Xiaobing had no other choice. He could only return to his own seat in low spirits. In fact, the awakening in the beginning was very important. If it was a fire element, then one could possess a certain level of combat prowess as a primary level magician. That allowed future cultivation to happen much more easily. The primary level water element skill was Water Shield, and its defensive power was not as strong as the earth element. If one was not proficient in it, then the effects were not very clear. At the very least, that's how it worked among the primary rank mages. 1. Looking down on people who are far better than you are. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents and bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian Tian, Tian means sweet. Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Next. Zhang Ho, standing not too far from Mo Fan. The monkey-looking Zhang Ho turned his head around and gave Mo Fan a glance. Brother Mo Fan, I'm going now. All right, good luck. Humph. I hope you will also get water element, Zhao Kunsen immediately said in sarcasm. Zhang Ho was just a skinny monkey stick. As he put his hands on it, an odd wind vortex appeared on the awakening stone, causing the teacher's clothes to move slightly. Very good. Wind element. Your talent isn't bad at all. Practice hard, and don't be lazy. Shui Muxing's face also revealed a look of satisfaction. The homeroom teacher, Shui Muxing, was feeling very happy. This was because he had only reached 10 or so of them, and there were already 2 talented students who had appeared. If they were to cultivate well, then they would definitely be admitted into a good university. Naturally, what made his face light up like a gem was student number 1 Mubai. An outstanding ice element talent coupled with the ice element family behind him, his future capabilities would be of a great asset. It seemed like the Class 8 had an opportunity to become one of the top classes this year. Next. Pooh! An orange-colored fire suddenly lit up on top of the awakening stone. This scene caused the entire class to widen their eyes. Fire. Fire element. Shit. It turned out to be a girl. What's her name? For a moment, the girl who awakened the fire element became the focus of the class. This element was the most amazing one among the chemical elements. This was also the apprentice-level mage's first choice in awakening. If they were able to choose which elements to get, then, unfortunately, the fire element was quite arrogant yet tender, and the probability of awakening it was quite low. In a class, there'd be at most 3 of them. That's not even 1 every 10 students. Her name is Zhou Min. It seems like she's the daughter of some teacher, someone said in a whisper. She looks really good. We should get to know her better. We should be cautious. This Zhou Min looks like she's very quiet and obedient, but in reality, she's very short-tempered and violent. How else could a girl awaken the fire element? That makes sense. Daughter is just like mother. If Mrs. Wenhua knows about this, then I'm sure she'll be excited. The homeroom teacher, Shuem Mushing, said. Thank you, teacher. Next, wind element. Next, light element. Heavens, I'm going to the roof. Don't stop me, the light element student said. Next, water element. Classmate with the light element. Wait for me. I'm coming with you to the roof. Next. Finally, when it seemed like the entire class had their elements awakened, Mo Fan's hand held the student number 48, as his heart madly skipped incessantly. Perhaps no one else was as nervous as Mo Fan. On one hand, his first interaction with magic was only 3 months ago, while on the other hand, he was really worried that he'd fail his awakening. Number 48, Mo Fan. It's your turn. Zhang Ho turned his head around and encouraged him. Sacrificing everything to get in here. Just don't hold any kind of hope. If your luck is good, you could get water element. If you can't reach the intermediate level mage, then you'll have wasted it. If your luck is bad, then your awakening will fail. TSK, 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 and by then you'll be expelled, Zhao Kunsen said with sarcasm. Would you shut your dog mouth? Zhang Ho said with slight anger. Zhang Ho saw Mo Fan as a big brother. Although his grades in magic were bad, and he entered magic high through the back door, Zhang Ho absolutely did not wish to see Mo Fan's awakening be worse than others. The 9-year compulsory magic education actually served to build a foundation for the awakening, as well as the theories for cultivation afterward. If they didn't study well, then on one hand, the awakening might fail, while on the other, the cultivation might not advance. Mo Fan took large strides and passed through the crowds of people. It's him. It seems like he entered through the back door. Who is this? He looks pretty handsome, a girl asked dreamily. A dreg of a student. I was originally from the class next to his, another girl with a mushroom head and large mouth said. Is that so? Then his awakening might be bad. Whether he will succeed his awakening is the real question. Those of you who awaken light or water element, don't worry. Wait till you see this Mo Fan awaken, then you'll feel much better. This guy's exam score was at 1 digit, and his foundation is completely shit. His awakening is likely to fail. At that moment, Zhao Kunsen spat at Zhang Ho with a straightforward, loud voice that carried a sense of mocking. As he said this, the light and water element students' eyes turned bright. If there really was a person that failed their awakening, then that would really make them feel relieved. Stop making a racket. Shuem Mushing glared at Zhao Kunsen. The corner of Mu Bai's mouth slowly curled up. He wanted Mo Fan to be humiliated in front of everyone. Underscore what qualifications did he have to approach Lady Mu Ningxue? He's just a loser. Someone as handsome as me, with a good talent in magic and who makes great efforts, who is Mu Ningxue's relation. Should be very intimate with her, underscore. Dreg, I heard that your family sold the house so you could do the awakening. If you really happen to fail the awakening, then you should just find a river and jump into it. That way your problems will be solved. Then you can also save your family from being humiliated, Mu Bai said with a delicate whisper as Mo Fan passed by. Mo Fan glanced at Mu Bai. He endured the impulse to curse at the idiot as he walked to the front of Shuem Mushing. Mo Fan, put your hands here, Shuem Mushing said with a gentle tone. As the homeroom teacher, Shuem Mushing was very clear on the circumstances of the student in front of him. His middle school exams were essentially at the bottom. He was only able to enter Tianlon Magic High because of the higher-ups pulling strings. From how Shuem Mushing saw it, Mo Fan was from a normal family. No background, no talent. His grades were so bad that he didn't even want to look at them. This kind of student being sent to his class was simply a headache. It was very easy for him to pull down the average of the class. There's nothing I can do about it. I'll have to count myself unlucky. Hopefully this kid won't actually fail his awakening, or else he'll become the laughingstock for the entire year. Mo Fan's hands was constantly shaking. At the end of the day, he was still a little nervous. Smooth and steady, don't shake, Shuem Mushing said as a reminder. Mo Fan used his left hand to grab onto his right hand. In this way, he successfully put his right hand onto the awakening stone. It's cold. He didn't know if it was because the last person had awakened the ice element, causing the entire awakening stone to be ice cold. Something's not right. Why is it beginning to feel numb and hot? Close your eyes and feel your spiritual world, Shuem Mushing said. What a troublesome student. He doesn't even know the basics. Mo Fan hastily closed his eyes as instructed. This so-called spiritual world could be seen when one closed their eyes, and within their head, a piece of void would emerge. A normal person would continually imagine in this void, and just like movie fragments, there would be those indistinct scenes. When one emptied their mind and stopped thinking, the mind became a void, just like a sky without a star. Within the spiritual world, there was nothing at all. However, when Mo Fan placed his hand on the awakening stone, he could feel the power of lightning. This power was transmitted from his hand to his body. Following this, there was suddenly a miraculous power within his empty spiritual world, which caused a purple-colored arc to streak across the world. It was gorgeous, magnificent, and an experience that shocked his soul. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger. The author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian Tian. Tian means sweet. Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Within the empty spiritual world was a little bit of light. Mo Fan carefully tried to focus his awareness on it. Suddenly, he noticed a tiny bit of stardust emerging from the void. Mo Fan felt a burst of excitement. This stardust was extremely important to mages. It measured the mage's cultivation. The stardust existed within the spiritual world of mages, and the more that occupied the void, the stronger the power of the mage. Mo Fan already saw something illuminated within the stardust. It looked like a small, purple-colored star cluster. Comparing it to the rest of the spiritual world, the cluster did not look like dust. While at the same time, this meant that his awakening had not failed. The book clearly stated that as long as there was a star cluster within the spiritual world, no matter how weak and feeble it was, it meant that the awakening was successful. Who said that this father, I, would fail the awakening? Didn't I succeed the awakening? I really want to see the aghast faces of Zhao Kunsen and Mu Bai. HM. Hold on. What's the color of the star cluster? It's not red. How unfortunate. I didn't awaken the fire element. Red represents the fire element. Green represents the wind element. Brown represents the earth element. Blue represents the water element. Gold represents the light element. Purple represents holy crap. Suddenly, Mo Fan was completely flabbergasted. Purple. He actually had the purple star cluster, the purple color. Heavens. Someone in the class next to us awakened the lightning element. On the training ground, a student suddenly cried out in surprise. What? Lightning element appeared? Shit, that's a whole lifetime's worth of luck. Where? Whoa, what a dazzling and ruthless purple. The homeroom teacher of class 7 must have been quite surprised. Kill me already. Why am I water element? Why didn't I get the lightning element? Don't stop me. I'm going to the roof. Don't bother jumping. You won't die. Beneath it lies the corpse of a light element user. This lightning element student will cause an uproar throughout the entire school. After the lightning element appeared, everyone felt a shocking sensation. If one said the fire element was the first choice of all the common mages, then the lightning element was the beautiful grace bestowed from the heavens. The lightning power was more tyrannical than the fire element. It allowed primary rank magicians to possess a combat prowess that exceeded others. According to statistics from the teachers, there was a 50% chance for students who awakened the lightning element to become intermediate-level magicians, unless they slacked off and did not study properly. The magic middle school exam basically eliminated roughly 60% of the students. The remaining 40% became students who were allowed to go through the awakening. Among the students who went through the awakening, there might be around 60% who were eliminated. This was because during their 3 years at the Magic High, there was a chance that they would not be able to release any magic at all. There's 1,500 students in school, but only one student who awakened the lightning element. This went to show how rare the lightning element was. In that moment, all the teachers and students' eyes flew toward the boy in class 7. This boy, coincidentally, wore purple clothes. This made the indistinct purple lightning arc from the awakening seem increasingly dazzling. In that moment, this seemingly confident, yet cold, boy became the focal point for 1,000 people as he gave rise to a boiling excitement from the crowd. Whoa, why is it so noisy? Mo Fan slowly opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. However, as Mo Fan opened his eyes, he discovered the teacher who was watching over him was completely enchanted with the class next to them. Mo Fan turned his head around and saw the students behind him also looking at the class next to them. Underscore, what's going on? Underscore. Underscore, where are you guys looking? Underscore. Soon enough, Mo Fan finally found out what was going on. Apparently, a person in the class next to his had awakened the lightning element. In the instant of Mo Fan awakening, the teachers' and students' gazes were directed toward the lad who awakened just before him. Mo Fan's face was filled with bitterness as he looked at the awakening stone, which was also leaping with a purple lightning arc. He really wished he could just slap the homeroom teacher across the face and tell him, "Why are you envying the shit in the class next to ours? Look at me. I also possess the almighty lightning element." As Mo Fan was about to speak, a starry radiance suddenly lit up again on the awakening stone. It was as though blood vessels began forming on Mo Fan's hands. Mo Fan's face filled with surprise. Underscore, wasn't the awakening over? Why was this awakening stone starting up again? Underscore. Mo Fan wanted to retract his arm, but the magic power had already been transmitted into his body from his palm. Fiery hot. A fiery hot power. Mo Fan himself had no idea on what was happening. However, a small part of the power urged him to once again spread his awareness into his spiritual world and perceive the second power's invasion. Within the empty spiritual world, the purple star cluster remained in the same area, sparkling with a faint radiance. Seeing this made people eager to see it dazzle and bloom more brightly. This was the star cluster of the lightning element, the power he had awakened only moments ago. The other power from the awakening charged in like the lightning element. Within Mo Fan's spiritual world was a blazing arc streaking across like a burning meteor, causing Mo Fan to tremble. This is... Within his spiritual world emerged a red star cluster. Mo Fan was at a loss in the beginning, but he soon felt an excessive joy. Underscore fire element. Underscore. Underscore, he had also awakened a fire element. Underscore. Underscore, unexpectedly he had dual elements. Underscore. Underscore, he had actually awakened dual elements. Underscore. One had to understand that among the primary ranked magicians, students could only awaken a single element. Someone who could awaken dual elements was practically non-existent. The probability of it was 1,000,000 times lower than awakening lightning element. Underscore heavens. Underscore. Mo Fan felt like he was suddenly knocked unconscious with happiness. The appearance of the lightning element had made him go wild with joy. With the fire element emerging and becoming an innate dual element user, he felt like he was about to cry from such intense joy. After acquiring the knowledge surrounding magic, Mo Fan was very clear on the fact that having an additional element signified that he'd be one step ahead of others, despite the fact that the cultivation of the elements would need to be independent of each other. It was like an online game. The people on the server were only allowed to create one account and bitterly battled against monsters to level up, whereas he himself could create 2 accounts. The most important factor to this was that he could combine the 2 accounts and have it on a single character, so his combat prowess would be more than 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. This is too good. I have an innate dual element. One that was the heaven-shattering lightning element, while the other was the ferocious fire element. Who could stop me at this point? The guilt over his father selling his house and being humiliated was cleansed in that moment. Mo Fan was very clear on the fact that if he put great effort into cultivating the 2 elements, then he would become a magician who would stand above the others at the same level. Who cared about the Mu family with 100 years of heritage? Who cared about the ice element family? Is that as amazing as the dual element that your father, I, am in possession of? Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk, scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Asterisk, guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk, 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk, Lake Chui. Chui Hu also means green lake. Asterisk, 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk, Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk, noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk, rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk, zhang tian tian, tian means sweet. Asterisk, Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk, long taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Really, why wasn't this student assigned to my class? Instead, he was placed into Zhang Zhengwo's hand. This Zhang Zhengwo's face is going to be filled with pride from today on. Xue Muxing's own face was filled with envy and jealousy. While in the front, Mu Bai's face was filled with shock and was followed by a bit of gloom and disdain. The lightning element is extraordinary. However, if you don't know how to cultivate it, then you'll just stay a loser. Having some strong element appearing in China, which has a large population, isn't anything out of the norm. It's not like he's a natural dual element user. Humph. You dare to steal my limelight? Watch me trample you flat on the ground in the future. Oh, I almost forgot to check what kind of element this dreg has. The awakening took so long, so it must have failed. Whoa, it's a fire element. This is serious. Our class is yet another fire element. Who said he would fail his awakening? It turns out he awakened the fire element. That sure makes me envy him. After the disturbance from the shocking lightning element had calmed itself, everyone finally discovered the element Mo Fan had awakened. The girl, Zhou Min, who awakened the fire element earlier, seemed a little shocked. She intentionally looked closer at Mo Fan and discovered that there was indeed fire sprouting from the awakening stone. The sprouting fire seemed to be a bit more vicious than the one she had herself. There's yet another fire element appearing in Class 8. Although it's not as rare as the lightning element, the fire element is still incredible. Fire element. Xue Muxing looked dull as he looked at the student before him. The appearance of the lightning element almost made Xue Muxing forget about the existence of this troublemaker. Originally, he thought this student would have failed his awakening. However, he never thought that he would actually succeed in his awakening, and never did he think that he would even awaken the preeminent fire element. This is also a treasure. Furthermore, judging by the exuberant level of the flames, it seems like his talent was even higher than Zhou Min's. Xue Muxing never thought that the student he thought to be a liability would unexpectedly give him face instead. Not bad. That's really not bad at all. What's your name? Oh, Mo Fan, right? Xue Muxing was smiling so wide that his eyes looked as if it was closed. Yeah. Mo Fan nodded. Mo Fan originally thought that people saw his lightning element awakening. However, after looking around himself, he realized that no one had actually taken notice of that. Either the person who awakened the lightning element was exceedingly shocking, or his own lightning element awakening's power was too weak. The pressure emanating from the awakening in the beginning matters. However, it's not a decisive factor. Even if the pressure from the beginning was weak, one could still put in efforts to slowly cultivate it. allowing it to grow even stronger. Fire element student. You must strive to do well in the future. If you have something you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me. Shui mushing happily said as he patted Mo Fan on his shoulders. Mo Fan was still feeling ecstatic. However, he didn't let himself indulge in this happiness. If it was any other youth, then they would most likely reveal the lightning element they had awakened previously, using the credibility of natural dual elements to completely steal the audience's attention from the other lightning element. Student. Mo Fan was not going to do that. If the heavens can be jealous of a genius, then how would mortals feel? Mo Fan knew that there's someone who carries hostility toward himself in the Mu family. Thus, if he were to reveal that he possesses natural dual elements, then either he would have to comply with their wishes, or they would simply get rid of him. Although Mo Fan did possess the peerless dual elements, he himself was still too weak. It was not too late to go crazy after he had gotten stronger. Mo Fan turned his head around to see the reaction of Mu Bai and Zhao Kunsen. Sure enough, the two lads' faces were twitching. What kind of luck does this kid have? Let's not even talk about the successful awakening, but he even awakened the fire element. Although Mu Bai looked dignified, his heart was harshly cursing him. What the heck? How is this possible? Fire element. The henchman, Zhao Kunsen, stared in confusion. Haha, I've said it before, brother Mo Fan is indeed not normal. Fire element. Impressive, it really is impressive. Who cares about you, Zhao Kunsen, with your wind element? Zhang Ho jumped in joy. He saw the henchman, Zhao Kunsen's face, and immediately sensed resentment. Zhao Kunsen's face was filled with rage. If one were to compare primary ranked wind element with fire element, then wind element will definitely be the losing side. Mo Fan turned around with an unrestrained smile on his face as he bathed under the sunlight. Suddenly, it was as though the carpet beneath his foot spread out with two girls squealing. He was filled with confidence. As he walked past Mu Bai, Mo Fan sneakily gave him a middle finger. The entire action was done in a smooth way. It looked like they were just greeting each other. Mu Bai felt as though he had received the full force of Mo Fan's ridicule. His breathing became so heavy it was practically about to explode. He took a deep breath. Mu Bai told himself to maintain his image. He must maintain his image. He couldn't stoop down to the same level as this beggar. He himself is the little young master of the Mu family, whereas this guy is just the son of a part-time worker. Let's not talk about this loser succeeding in his awakening. He had even awakened the fire element that has a superiority in its preceding period. I guess even losers have their luck. Additionally, what made him even angrier was the appearance of the rare lightning element in the class next to them. The attention from Mu Bai's own ancestral ice element was completely stomped by him. Shit. Mu Bai, whose appearance seemed like a Prince Charming, was harshly cursing in his heart. Mo Fan returned to his place while at the same time, he felt the gaze from his surrounding classmates that were completely different from before. The fire element, we better not provoke this guy in the future. Provoke? We should improve our relations with him. If a light element user like myself should mix in school, then I need a big brother with fire element to support me. Alright, what's his name? Was it Mo Fan? The surrounding students were whispering, but it still somewhat was caught by Mo Fan's ears. Mo Fan felt his mood turn even better, while at the same time, he glanced toward Mu Bai, who had also heard this. Sure enough, one could see a little dissatisfaction on Mu Bai's face. Mo Fan already knew what kind of trash Mu Bai is. From day to night, he just acts like a green tea one. The fake and emotionless expression he keeps on his face means that on the inside, he felt extremely dissatisfied. Green tea man, you turn green with envy when your daddy awakens the fire element? Just wait till you know that I, Mo Fan, also possess the lightning element. You may even commit harakiri, wouldn't you? 1. Green tea essentially means putting up a front, but is actually just a complete ass. Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk cent bills. China has cents in bills called jiao. Asterisk guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk zhang tian tian, tian means sweet. Asterisk bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquin sounds nicer to me. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. The summer became autumn. The dead leaves whirled along with the wind, as they finally landed on the school grounds. On the side of the school grounds was a dense shade of trees. The afternoon sunlight shone through a gap in the leaves, turning into threads of light, like a particular autumn stage. For Mo Fan, the time passed by very quickly. It had already been 2 months since his awakening. Within those 2 months, Mo Fan had only been doing one thing, which was sitting beneath this tree and meditating. On the first class of the first day, the homeroom teacher, Xuan Mushing, gave all the magic students one very important lesson: the activation of magic. The activation of magic consisted of only 3 very simple steps. Step 1, meditation. Step 2, control. Step 3, activation. Meditation, just as the name implied, required one to use their fullest attention to concentrate. When a person closed their eyes, their mind constantly wandered into different scenes. However, if one were to empty one's mind and remain in an undisturbed state, one's mind would become an empty space. After their magic awakening, a star cluster corresponding to the element would emerge within that empty world. In other words, as long as Mo Fan closed his eyes and didn't think about anything while allowing his mind to enter a dark, cosmos-like space, then the star cluster of lightning and fire elements would emerge within the empty space. The lightning element's star cluster was purple, and it looked just like other cosmic dust, magnificent and aesthetically pleasing. Within the star cluster of the lightning element was 7 stars. These stars were recklessly orbiting around within that small star cluster, just like 7 mischievous children, energetically running around. For any magic students who had awakened, as long as they could cause the star cluster to appear within the empty space and see the bright, childlike stars within the cluster, then they would have completed the meditation step. One could even say that this first step was unexpectedly simple. The homework assigned to the students for the first 2 months was this alone: meditation. They started meditating after dinner, all the way until they were completely exhausted, and then they went to sleep. The second day, after classes had finished, they continued meditating in the same manner, all the way until they were exhausted, and then went straight to bed. Mo Fan did not slack off. He did this for 2 whole months. He even sat down and meditated on weekends. On many different occasions, he pondered about why the students were assigned this simple task and had them do it for 2 months. What if I go ahead and try control? Mo Fan thought it was very easy for him to enter meditation. Thus, he was eager to begin the next step. The second step of magic activation was also very simple. One could see the star cluster after entering meditation. Within the star cluster was 7 lively and energetic stars that were orbiting around frantically. Control. It meant they had to use their own thoughts to control these stars, making them stop and placing them into a designated spot to form a star path. Once they had successfully formed the star path, the magic power would be conducted through the star path into the magician's body, thus becoming genuine magic as they activate I. They sure run fast. Let this daddy touch you. Mo Fan began attempting to connect the stars. He used his own thoughts to control the stars. At the moment, Mo Fan was locked on an energetic star, trying to make it obediently halt in its place. Whoosh! That star was extremely cold. It didn't give Mo Fan any attention. It was like a lowly one, quickly escaping from a strange uncle. Shit, they're being tsundere too. Forget it. Let's try a different one. Mo Fan attempted to connect the other lightning element star. Be a good boy. Daddy is here. Be an obedient boy, and come here. Whoosh. The second star acted as though it met a patient with a mental illness. Thus, it fled quickly, just like the one before it. Mo Fan attempted the same thing on the other stars as well, but the results were the same. Not a single one cared about Mo Fan. There were even a few that started moving faster when they felt Mo Fan's thoughts trying to control them. You couldn't conduct the magic power when the stars were quickly orbiting. It's just like an electrical wire. The electric energy is the interior part of the star cluster. If one wanted to use the electric energy, one would have to form a wire with the stars so it could guide the energy into the magician's body. Unfortunately, there was not a single obedient one among the lightning element stars. If he didn't touch them, then they were fine, but once he attempted to connect them with each other, they would quickly run away. It was like eating 500 pounds of stride gum pieces. They just wouldn't stop. How do I deal with this? How many years and months is it going to take before this daddy learns lightning strike? Mo Fan felt a headache. The primary rank skill of lightning element was lightning strike. This skill should be the most practical one among the primary rank magic. After learning it and becoming proficient in controlling it, one would basically have a preeminent combat prowess. Unfortunately, learning skills wasn't easy. The lightning element stars were highly active. Trying to make them stop was not something one could accomplish in just a day or two. I can't even control a single star at the moment. To control 7 of the stars simultaneously. This road really isn't short. Sure enough, studying and learning magic was the same. It wasn't something you could do in just a few days. The weather turned cold. The short skirts and stockings were replaced with thick leggings and pants. Unknowingly, the season where you turn into a dog if you don't own a heater had finally come to the south. Achoo shit, if I knew this was going to happen, then I would have just cultivated the fire element first. At the very least, I'd be able to pass this winter in comfort. In the early morning, Mo Fan cursed as he practiced control on the roof. He had cultivated for yet another month. Mo Fan was now able to control up to 4 stars. Underscore the process of controlling the stars. Underscore well. How to put this? Underscore it's like an advanced domino setup. Underscore. In other words, if you were to carefully place 4 domino bricks down, and if there was not even the slightest wobbling, then it would count as completing a small step. If a domino brick wasn't placed properly, then it'd tip over and you'd have to start all over again. The stars were just like that. Firstly, you would have to target a star and use your thoughts to make it stop. In the process of making them stop, you would have to concentrate all of your attention on it. Even if you experienced resistance from a star that led to a great headache, you'd still have to grit your teeth and not let it distract your focus. Only when grinding your teeth could you centralize your focus within your mind to control them and make them stop. Only then could you make some of the violent stars obediently follow your control. After you were in control of one star, then you would have to split your consciousness and do the same thing in order for you to firmly control the second one. If one were to accidentally put too much attention on the second star and not continue to put in the same focus on the first one, then the originally obedient star would immediately orbit away. Additionally, it would also take away the second star that was in the process of being controlled and waste the entire effort. The teacher had said once before, the step of controlling the stars was extremely difficult. On one hand, the difficulty of controlling them was exceedingly high, while on the other, the magician needed to have enough spiritual power to spare. If one were to practice control every day, like Mo Fan, and every time they failed at it, they would feel their mind become somewhat tired. One could practice for at most 2 hours in a single day, and by then one would be in a state where one was nearly mentally broken. One would have tinnitus, blurred vision, and a mind in chaos. At this point, one should not meditate or attempt control again. To be frank, practicing control was like a thief. Hell, a waste of mana. Mo Fan could only last, at most, 2 hours with his current mana. 1. A minor, basically. 2. Someone who feels the opposite of how they act. Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk scent bills. China has scents and bills called jiao. Asterisk guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk 100 Dayuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk zhang tian tian, tian means sweet. Asterisk Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk long taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. 4 stars is firmly under my control now. The difficulty of controlling 5 at the same time is much harder. Mo Fan sighed and thought. I wonder if I can control all 7 of these scoundrels and form a star path before the end of the semester. Speaking of which, Monkey said that most people can only practice control an hour every week. If they trained an additional 5 minutes, then they'd collapse. I wonder why I could practice 2 hours when I first started. Is it because I awakened dual elements? The mana usage and taking control of a star should be the same. That means my mana capacity is double the amount of most other people. There was a limit to each of the magic students' spiritual forces, and every time one attempted to control a star, it would deplete their spiritual force. Most of the current magic students' spiritual force levels only allowed 1 hour of control training. Having 1 more hour advantage, coupled with the great effort Mo Fan put into his daily training, allowed his cultivation speed to already surpass his peers by a lot. According to the henchman, even the most outstanding student in the class could only control 3 stars. Of the 7 stars, Mo Fan was already able to control 4 of them. Furthermore, he hoped to achieve up to 5 stars within the month. It seemed like awakening dual elements not only gave Mo Fan double the elements, but also an extended amount of time for him to practice compared to other people. This was an incredible advantage. The time for him to enter the apex of his life and marry a fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful girl was just around the corner. The class started at 8 in the morning, and the first class was the Magical Beast Knowledge class. The one in charge of teaching the Magical Beast subject was the homeroom teacher of the class next door, Zhang Jingguo. Mo Fan, you are late again. Can't you improve your attitude toward school? Your talent has always been worse than the majority of the students. Your foundation is also particularly bad, and you're not even sincere about studying. Take a look at Zhao Ting in my class. He has lightning element, a good talent, a good foundation, and his attitude towards studying magic is also very good. He is currently able to control 4 lightning element stars, whereas I heard that you still haven't been able to control a single fire element star. You awakening the fire element is simply a waste. As Zhang Jingguo saw Mo Fan coming in late, he immediately began to reprimand him without holding back. Mo Fan couldn't help but give a conceited look. Teacher Zhang Jingguo really couldn't stop talking. He brought up that lightning element guy during practically every lesson. The so-called classmate, Zhao Ting, was the guy who awakened the lightning element during the school's opening ceremony. Zhang Jingguo talked about him every day. When he lectured someone using Zhao Ting's name, his face revealed the pride he concealed beneath. That guy can control 4 stars? This daddy can control 6 stars. I just need 1 last star. Mo Fan thought to himself in disdain. He didn't say this out loud, though. Instead, he just walked to his seat in leisure. All right, please open the Magical Beast book. Today, I will continue to talk about the common magical beasts. As everyone knows, the magical beasts are located outside of the city, which we humans reside in, and they are extremely hostile towards humans. They wander all over the place and fight when they encounter each other, as well. If a magician was to tread outside of the city and encounter a one-eyed magic wolf, then what should he do? Zhang Jingguo already started talking about this subject with a great delight. One-eyed magic wolf. This was the kind of magical beast that resided in the area closest to the human city. Mo Fan had only seen one through the textbooks and videos. They had a vicious appearance. A normal person was unable to deal with this kind of organism. Only a mage was able to battle them. However, if the group of magic students who couldn't activate their magic was to meet a one-eyed magic wolf, then it'd be a bloody massacre. The one-eyed magic wolf was the highlight of the magical beast classes. Zhang Jingguo had already spent a month talking about this type of magical beast, which by this point annoyed Mo Fan. Currently, Mo Fan relied on his double cultivation time to reach the control of 6 stars. As long as he could focus his mind, then he could make the 6 stars obediently form a star path. The thing is, the 7th star was particularly difficult to control. It was like a chaste girl: go soft and you'll suffer. Go hard and she won't listen. This made Mo Fan feel particularly anxious. I'm just bloody missing this one last step. Brother Fan, how is the cultivation progress of the fire element? Zhang Ho hastily asked as he saw Mo Fan sitting down. The same as before, Mo Fan answered leisurely. Fire element. Just like the rumors Zhang Jingguo had heard, Mo Fan was still unable to control a single fire element star. That was something he could do nothing about. He had invested all of his energy on the big shot, lightning element student this entire semester. No way. It seems like your foundation really has affected your cultivation. I heard that guy, Mu Bai, is already able to control 4 ice element stars. If he were to put even more effort in during his winter vacation, Then he will most likely be able to activate the primary rank ice element. Skill, Ice Spiral, Zhang Ho said. I know. Big brother, how are you not anxious at all? Let me tell you, him and his henchman, Zhao Kunsen, are already scheming a plan against you. Don't worry, let them come. Mo Fan's current mind was full of how to control the 7th star. Everything else was treated the same as air. Zhang Ho sighed. Just be careful. This semester is almost over. You should really do your best in the next semester. If you can't complete the magic activation during the next semester's end-of-term magic activation exam, then the school could find all kinds of excuses to force you to resign. The school semester quickly ended, and Mo Fan faintly felt the 7th star being moved by his sincerity. Damn it. Cultivation is even harder than awaiting the presence of a goddess, trying to communicate and pay my greetings every day and night. Mo Fan complained as he walked toward the school exit. Mo Fan had practically never left the school during the entire semester. He would spend 2 hours every day to practice control, and after practicing that, he'd spend the next 10 hours to meditate. Afterward, he'd just go to class, eat his meal, and sleep without ceasing for a single day. Regardless of what happened, this semester was over. After the students received their winter semester assignment, each went their way home, and each went to find their own mom. After exiting the school gates, Mo Fan subconsciously waited for the bus to go home to his house. However, he then realized and immediately became speechless. I almost forgot that Dad sold the house. I am essentially homeless now. Father Mo Jiaxing spent most of his time driving, which meant he didn't have time for a house. The homeless Mo Fan thought about this. It seems like it's time to see little aunt and pay a visit to Xine Xia. It's been half a year not seeing Xine Xia. I wonder how she's doing at little aunt's place. I'll just go straight to her school to pick her up then. Mo Fan caught the bus heading toward her middle school. Sitting on the bus, Mo Fan had nothing to do, so he continued to practice control to see whether the 7th star would submit itself or not. A different element had different stars, and each different star had a different temperament. Some were easier to deceive. Mo Fan only needed to spend a few nights sweet-talking them, and most of them would then listen. However, some were especially violent and hard to deal with. If you weren't careful, you could suffer a rebound in your mind. That kind of rebound carried a dense pain to the mind. The usage of spiritual power would also be several times greater. The 7th star that Mo Fan was unable to control belonged to the violent type. It didn't listen. It attacked brutally, and it was simply as difficult to accommodate as a great aunt. Fortunately for him, recently their relationship had advanced by leaps and bounds. The violent star was slowly displaying a will to listen, otherwise, Mo Fan would really cry. He had spent almost an entire month on this 7th star. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents and bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian Tian, Tian means sweet. Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Come on. Come, get in a line. Number off. Mo Fan calmed himself and put his full focus on once more attempting to control the 7th star. The 1st star was the most obedient one. After all, it had been caressed every day. As soon as Mo Fan issued a command, the star immediately stopped its lively movements, leaving it floating in the middle of the star dust. The 2nd star seemed somewhat stubborn. It showed an unwillingness to cooperate, as it quickly followed the 1st star. Following behind them were the 3rd, 4th, and 5th stars. The 6th star was extremely obedient. It eagerly ran to the formation. All right, there's only the last star left. Mo Fan put all of his focus, all of his spiritual powers, into the 7th star. The 7th star orbited at a high speed within the star dust before it heard Mo Fan's thoughts and gradually slowed down. It carried an impatience and unhappiness as it slowly took its place in the star path. Underscore good boy underscore G underscore OD boy underscore G underscore OD boy underscore comma underscore good boy underscore. As Mo Fan noticed the seventh star showing signs of submitting, he began to feel a slight excitement. The first 6 stars are like dogs. If you shout, then they'll obediently sit down, motionless. The 7th star was like a cat, freaking cold and impatient from head to toe. Underscore since you want me to stay still, then I'll do my best to make it difficult for you. Underscore slowly underscore. The 7th star finally stopped in its tracks as it followed along the path of the other 6 stars. Star path complete. Magic appear. Mo Fan, who wore a black t-shirt, was sitting in the back row of the bus. He suddenly had a curved track curling around his body. A purple star dust trajectory flashed past, giving Mo Fan's body an indescribable force. Lightning strike. It's lightning strike. Mo Fan's heart gave rise to a wild excitement. He couldn't help but want to laugh toward the sky. Bzz. On his right fist, an arc of lightning coiled around his arm like a python. The force of the purple lightning fist was stored within Mo Fan's hand. If he were to brandish his hand, lightning would be sent toward the middle of the bus. Oh my god! Mage? It's a mage! It's a lightning element mage. Why do I feel my entire body turning numb? A surprised voice was heard from within the bus. The older auntie who finished her round of shopping, the old man who finished exercising, the young girl who was playing on her phone with her head lowered, as well as the pervert who was molesting the girl with the phone were all stunned as they saw Mo Fan at the back of the bus. Great mage, I promise I won't do this again. I beg of you, please spare me. I have eyes but couldn't see MT tie. Suddenly, the middle-aged man who was molesting the young girl yelled out as he kneeled down, his face covered in tears as he begged for forgiveness from Mo Fan. The middle-aged pervert thought the young mage had seen his own vulgar behavior, enraged him, and caused him to activate his lightning abilities. This lightning force was extremely terrifying. All of the people on the bus were intimidated by the lightning force, causing them to feel numb all over, especially the pervert who molested the young girl. His hands were numb to the point where he couldn't feel anything. I'll spare your dog life. If I catch you doing it again, I'll immediately make you lose the use of your hands. Mo Fan stood up after understanding the situation. His aura was cold as he looked down on the pervert. Yes, I won't do it again, definitely. After saying this, the pervert frantically escaped from the bus as the driver halted. The surrounding aunties and uncles immediately reacted with praise. A few evident middle school girls looked at Mo Fan in admiration. Mom, that older brother is incredible. Am I able to become as unbelievable as him in the future? An 8-year-old child dragged at his mother's skirt and asked faintly. Becoming a mage is not something anyone can do, especially a lightning element mage. Mo Fan realized his magic had caused a huge uproar within the bus. In order to avoid the disturbance, Mo Fan quickly departed. After exiting, Mo Fan's heart was the same as before, unable to calm down. Shit, that is so freaking cool. Recalling the lightning strike twirling around his arm, and the dreadful feeling of being able to easily eliminate a person was unprecedented. It was like a dream. This is magic? This is magic. Mo Fan's heart throbbed incessantly. Even though he didn't activate Lightning Fist, Mo Fan could still feel the might of the lightning force. It came from within his body. He could control it, and it brought a strength he never considered before. The reverence everyone on board of the bus directed at him, the pervert who was kneeling on the floor, begging for forgiveness, and the mysterious lightning force that spiraled around his fist. This really is an inconceivable. Ha ha ha. I have learned the lightning strike, and I only needed a semester to do so. I want to see how you guys are going to stand in my way now. Mu Bai, Zhaoting, all of them will have to kneel before me. Mo Fan was able to control Lightning Fist in just a semester. The fact is, the school gave the students 1 year to complete this ability. From the beginning of the school year to the end of the semester, Mo Fan had only used 5 months' worth of his available time. If this speed was known publicly, then his classmates and teacher, or even the students and teachers of the entire school, would be completely dumbstruck. It seemed like the student who was favored by the magical beast teacher, Zhang Jingguo, had reached the control of 4 stars not too long ago. Mubai was at the same level as him. _ This daddy has already activated Lightning Fist. How can you, Mubai, a green team man, compete against me? I can feel the power of the lightning force being released from its spiral around my arm. I wonder what it'd be like if I were to truly release it. Just thinking about it makes me want to yell out in excitement. Deep breath, deep breath. I'll look like an idiot if I laugh in the middle of the road. I need to be calm. I am an incredible mage. Mo Fan actually wanted to use lightning strike one more time, but after he had finished the lightning strike earlier, his body began to feel empty and dizzy. This is probably the spiritual exhaustion that the teacher mentioned, right? Mo Fan asked himself. Generally speaking, Mo Fan could maintain 2 hours of practicing control. He would only feel spiritual exhaustion after 2 hours. He had only practiced control for 20 minutes when he was on the bus. However, in the moment he completed Lightning Strike, he felt his spiritual force being completely drained. Mo Fan still understood this point. While he was practicing control, he wouldn't complete the star path. Normally speaking, that wouldn't use too much mana. However, if he completed the star path and channeled the star force into his body, thus achieving the true effect of magic, then the majority of the mana would be gone. I've never been a mage before, but I've played all sorts of games like League of Legends or The Legend of Mir. They all follow the same logic. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian Tian, Tian means sweet. Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Mo Fan was in a mood while humming Little Apple as he walked toward Mingwen Middle School. Mingwen Middle School was a private all-girls school. The most delicate and fashionable girls were assembled there. The difference between this and other schools was this school doesn't use the dull magic theory education, and they definitely didn't have fools who only knew how to write exams in magic books. These girls came from families with magic backgrounds. Thus, they naturally knew more than the magic. Students who had to go through 9 years of compulsory magic education. For an instance, some of them would frequently wear a magic tool ornament around their chest. This magic second generation has been wearing magical tools that enhance their spiritual force since the day they were born. Compared to these people, Mo Fan was just a peasant who has to climb his way up, step by step. The small roads around the school were filled with luxurious vehicles as it was just in time for the end of school. Mo Fan was very clear about Xinxia's character. She would definitely go around the girls with limousines and go along the small road in the alley. As she smelled the fragrance of the small bamboo by the window which was planted by the residents. Mo Fan walked around the main entrance as he planned to wait for the little sister, Yi Xinxia, by the end of the road in the alley. There weren't many people who would use the road in the alley. Mo Fan passed through other people's courtyards as he entered the familiar road. Although the world has changed, the city with which he was so familiar hadn't changed. Neither had the bamboo by the window. Thinking about it, Yi Xinxia shouldn't have changed either. Mo Fan stood in the middle of the alley with his back leaning onto a wall. He looked like a gangster waiting for an opportunity to extort arcade tokens from primary students. He would occasionally raise his eyes to look at the entrance of the alley, hoping to surprise the girl who was about to come over. Who would have thought that the beautiful silhouette would not appear for half the day? How come she's not coming? The pose in which Mo Fan was standing made him feel numb. As he slightly closed his eyes, Mo Fan was practically about to enter meditation out of habit. Suddenly, Mo Fan heard a noise coming from the entrance of the alley in the direction of the small hill. Usually, these noises and clamors would be deafened by the high walls of the alley. For some reason, these noises ended up in his ears. Underscore, could it be the side effects of meditation? Underscore, underscore, has underscore, underscore increased perception? Underscore. Mo Fan began walking toward the direction of the small hill in curiosity. As he walked in the direction of the small hill, it became clear all of a sudden. The front side, at the foot of the hill, was roughly a kilometer away from the house that Mo Fan's family recently sold. Down the hill was a small lawn that looked like a small park. Near an air vent was a swing made of twisted vines. The swing was standing still, without the slightest bit of movement. Sitting on top of the swing was a girl with long, black hair. The winter wind messed her hair, revealing a silky white and delicate face. She had long eyelashes, exquisite nose, and lips glossy like jade. She attentively looked forward in silence. It was as though she perfectly blended in as a portrait with the winter swings and delicate lotus. Cold and lovely, yet alone as her unique temperament blossomed. Mo Fan's steps halted suddenly, without realizing when he started to enjoy looking at her like this. Seeing her sitting caused a warm current to surge within Mo Fan, flowing down the deepest part of his heart, at which point he couldn't help but allow the corner of his mouth to curve. However, in this moment, Mo Fan felt something wasn't right. His eyebrows immediately creased as he walked toward the elegant girl sitting on the swing. The girl also felt someone walking over. However, as she saw it was Mo Fan, her face didn't appear surprised at all. She only gently laughed, as though she knew this person would be coming and she was here waiting for him. Big brother Mo Fan. The girl called out with a sweet voice. It's that crap again, isn't it? As Mo Fan walked over, a faint anger crept up his face. Xinxia didn't say anything. Today, I will definitely deal with them. They're a group of degenerates. Mo Fan's anger multiplied, and he gazed at the staircase on the hill. There's a lot of them, forget it. Xinxia shook her head, advising Mo Fan to drop his anger. It's not possible to forget about it. I'm going to deal with these dregs. Mo Fan said no more and followed the staircase up. Xinxia, who was sitting on the swing, wanted to pull Mo Fan away, but Mo Fan was already climbing up the mountain, seething in anger. Xinxia was familiar with Mo Fan's temper. He has always fought the neighborhood bullies and ruffians for the reasons related to her. He would fight against multiple people every time and return with wounds all over his body. This was something she wants to see the least. The ones bothering her this time weren't some small ruffian or bullies. It was clear these people had long ago dropped out of school. The people who messed around in this area were known as the Azure Bear Gang. They were for hire to the wealthy girls living around here. Whoever they didn't like, they'd step on them. There were at least 5 people over there, and 2 of them had very sturdy bodies. Their bodies were several times bigger than Mo Fan's. If Mo Fan were to go up there to find them, he would definitely be beaten badly. On the pavilion on the hill. Su Bing, don't you think we lack elegance if we do it like this? A youth said with a cigarette hanging from his mouth and poker cards in his hands. How are we lacking elegance? This is my 16th time expressing my sincere feelings to her, allowing her to become my girlfriend. Can't I sit here on the pavilion playing cards as she considers this? The young man called Su Bing responded. On Su Bing's neck was a clear azure-colored tattoo, and, due to his short jacket that covered half of the tattoo on his neck, it seemed extremely eye-catching. You could tell with a single glance that he was a character that was hard to provoke. Yeah, if she wants to reject you, she would have walked away already. King Flash, ha ha, give me the money, double up. Sitting on the other side, a young man wearing a cowboy hat with a hole said. Damn, this bullshit luck of yours. One more round, one more round. We'll play till the sky turns dark. I don't believe the girl won't panic. Su Bing narrowed his eyes, enjoying the position of someone on top. Towards girls, one had to be unyielding. A girl's natural disposition was to be shy. If one isn't a bit unyielding, then one would not be able to do anything. This girl Xinxia was becoming prettier with time. Seeing her really made one excited. Underscore, there's actually someone who would say that I'm like a toad who wants to eat the meat of a swan. Today, I will claim this girl, and then see who would dare to say anything under me. Oh right, I remember this little girl still has a brother. That's annoying. The young man in cowboy adornments commented. His battle prowess is lacking. Other than having an unyielding character, he is just a meat bag. You can beat him up however you want. Su Bing said without caring much. That's right. Before, I would be enough to deal with him. Now, I've gained some muscle, I'd like try beating that thing up. Asterisk, advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk, Cent bills. China has cents in bills called jiao. Asterisk, guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk, 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk, Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk, 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk, Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk, noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk, rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk, zhang tian tian. Tian means sweet. Asterisk, Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk, long taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Speaking of which, Su Bing, aren't your preferences a bit too much? This girl does indeed look good. However, being able to do underscore that underscore is a bit hard to say. I think so too. In this all-girls school, there are numerous of pretty girls. The people are dumb, but they have money. Just threaten them a bit, and they'll cave in. Why would you go through so much trouble for just this one girl? What do you know? It's as called having good taste. Su Bing viciously glared at the group of people. While he was starting to feel dissatisfied with the terrible taste of this group of boys, Su Bing raised his head and saw a young man wearing a black t-shirt, walking toward the pavilion with a cold aura surrounding him. Underscore eh? This guy seems familiar. Underscore. Underscore crap. Speak of the devil. Isn't this the brother next door to the girl? Underscore. Underscore this guy. I've been wanting to deal with him for the longest time for obstructing me from trying to hit on this girl. Who would have thought that you'd come to me by yourself? It just happens that there are quite a few of my brothers here today. We'll just let you have a taste of getting beaten, and we'll see if you dare to stand up again in the future. Underscore. Brothers, grab your weapons. Su Bing stood, his gaze interlocked with Mo Fan's cold eyes. The man with cowboy adornment, the young man with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, the man with the headphones, and the man wearing the jacket immediately stood up as they all looked to their side. Bro, we didn't bring weapons. The cigarette man moved closer to Su Bing's ear as he faintly whispered. What the heck? Do you need weapons to deal with this thing? Beat him up real good. Per the instruction of Brother Zhao Kunsen, if we beat him up, then it's on him. Su Bing slapped the talkative brothers on their forehead with his palm as he responded enraged. The man with the cigarette felt wronged. Underscore you were the one who said to grab the weapons. It seems like it's just a wordplay. Underscore. Since it's something Brother Zhao Kunsen has instructed before. The man with the jacket removed his jacket as he chuckled, revealing his white tank top and bustling muscles. Mo Fan looked attentively at the 5 trash from Azure Bear Gang with a gaze that felt as though he was looking at a domesticated animal. Kid, let's put it like this. My interest in a girl like your sister is practically the luckiest thing in her life. Do you think anyone else is like me? Su Bing, who doesn't care that she's a cripple. There's no reason for a cripple to act like a goddess. If there's anyone who wants her, then you should burn the money and thank Buddha. 1. Su Bing pointed at Mo Fan as he revealed his true intentions. Su Bing's patience had run out after all these years. Underscore look at me, Su Bing. I have the looks and the strength. Underscore within the Guangxi district, he was quite the character. Underscore if Yi Xinxia were to follow me, she would be able to live well whether she has it good or bad, and she'd always have minions at her service. Underscore. The point is, learn to appreciate favors. Now, obediently call me brother-in-law. Seeing how we're going to be a family, we will be gentle with you. This way, we can tell Zhao Kunsen and Mu by we beat you up. If you're still resisting, then we'll break your legs so you can be a cripple along with your sister. The muscular man with a white tank top commanded. After hearing this, Mo Fan's chest began heaving violently. He glanced at the pavilion. In the middle of the pavilion, there was a lone wheelchair with poker cards on top of the seat. Originally, Mo Fan was extremely angry from seeing these dregs using Yi Xinxia's wheelchair as a table for playing poker. However, now that he had heard these humiliating insults from Su Bing, Mo Fan felt as though his chest was about to explode. Underscore a cripple? Underscore. A underscore cripple underscore? Underscore I, Mo Fan, have pledged a vow. If someone were to ever say this kind of stuff to Yi Xinxia, then I will make sure they will regret being reincarnated as a human. Underscore. Stop wasting time with this kid. Go beat him up. I, alone, am enough to deal with him. Brothers, you just stand to the side and watch. The muscular man in white tank top began cracking his fist. Mo Fan looked at them with extremely icy eyes. However, as they were messing around here, they didn't notice one thing. He was forging a vicious purple-colored lightning path within his eyes. The star path contained a tremendous lightning force that was about to erupt like a volcano under Mo Fan's rage. Do you really think I'm still the same Mo Fan who you can take advantage of? A restless force began to tremble in the atmosphere around Mo Fan. It was like fully armed soldiers who were waiting for the commands from their general. You, who isn't even on the same level as a domesticated animal, are just in time to taste the flavor of lightning. The moment the angry voice transmitted from his throat, the 7 stars formed and became a star path, causing the power from the lightning star dust to gather within Mo Fan's right arm. BZ. An astonishing arc of lightning sparked across Mo Fan's body like a python. In the next second, the restless lightning in the atmosphere began to assemble within Mo Fan's right arm, emitting an ear-piercing noise. Heavens! What is that? Why is there lightning crackling around his body? This kid, heavens, he's a mage. Among these people, Su Bing was the one who had seen the most of the outside world. Mage was said in certainty. This group was certainly famous ruffians within the Guanxi district, and yet, ruffians still relied on punches and kicks. In front of a real magician, they weren't even enough to be called dregs. How could he be a mage? Su Bing and the group of people were exceedingly scared by the incredibly shocking scene in front of them. In their perspective, if one could leave a mark after punching a tree, then one would have an incredible existence within the ruffians. However, they have never met someone whose body was enshrouded by a crackling lightning arcs. Everything within the circumference of a few meters looked just like a destroyed high-voltage area. Incorporeal power pressured them, causing their entire bodies to feel numb. Lightning force, lightning strike. All the invocations were complete. This time, Mo Fan was genuinely using the primary rank skill, lightning strike. He suddenly raised his arm with his palm, facing the sky. All the trembling lightning arcs in the surroundings emitted a sharp sound. They were just like a group of elemental warriors in a purple-colored armor who had just received a command as they suddenly unsheathed their weapons. Annihilate them. With the unfathomable rage, Mo Fan relied on a feeling to control the lightning force that heeded his commands. He ferociously gripped his fist. An arc-like lightning element emerged and shot towards Su Bing, who was standing at the very front, as well as towards the muscular man's location. The lightning arc came forth from the high altitude. Every strike was like a whip filled with immense power, whipping Su Bing and the muscular man to the floor, while at the same time, it left behind strands of marks as it continued to whip them on the floor. PSHHHDTE. Su Bing, as well as the muscular man, was beaten down to the floor. Just a while ago, they were still putting on airs, but now, in the moment the lightning strike fell on them, flesh lacerated from their back, skin burning to a crisp. They wanted to scream out in pain, but not a sound came from them. The lightning strike strands of power were like small pythons, scurrying around their body. Every time it scurried, one could see Su Bing and the muscular man twitch in pain. Pudong. After feeling this dreadful power, the man with the cigarette was so frightened that he began to kneel on the floor. His body unconsciously began to tremble. The man in the cowboy adornment was completely dumbstruck. It was as though he was turned into a statue. Although the man with headphones was just standing there, without getting hit by the lightning strike, his jeans were completely soaked. It even started dripping down on his shoes. 1. In Buddhism, you burn fake paper money to thank Buddha for the luck or anything God. Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk cent bills. China has cents in bills called jiao. Asterisk guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk zhang tian tian, tian means sweet. Asterisk Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk long taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. In the pavilion, on the hill, there was an unimaginable purple energy, flashing magnificently before it quickly disappeared into nothing. There was a scorched smell pervading the air. There was even some charring on the plants in the surroundings. There were two people laying on the ground. They were acutely twitching. Their appearances were too horrible to look at. The insufferably arrogant attitude of the Guangxi district's ruffians was nowhere to be seen. The other three people were thoroughly scared. Big brother Mo fan. Seeing as how we grew up in the same district, could you spare us? We will never do this again. The man with the cigarette had been so scared that his soul had dispersed. In his eyes, the 16-year-old youth in front of him was even scarier than the demons in his nightmares. You are an honorable mage. You don't need to lower yourself to the same level as dregs like us. I beg of you, don't do anything to us. The man in cowboy adornment said with a trembling voice. Seeing the appearances of Su Bing and the muscular man, it was just too terrifying. The man in cowboy adornments didn't want to become like them. The whiff of rage accompanied with the completely released lightning strike was slowly settling down to the bottom of Mo Fan's heart. He looked at the miserable Su Bing and the muscular man and glanced at the other three people who were completely terrified. Take them to the hospital, Mo Fan said as he calmed down. The truth was even Mo Fan couldn't imagine that the primary rank skill of lightning element, lightning strike, would have a might that immense. This was my first time actually activating it. If I can become even more proficient at it and be able to increase my accuracy in controlling it, I won't waste a single bit of that scattered energy during the activation. I'm afraid the perfected lightning strike would directly cause the 5 people to die from the explosion. So far, so good. However, there were no casualties out of this or else things would become complicated. Yes. We'll go now. The cowboy looked at this young mage's rage settling down. He acted as if he obtained a new life. The other two didn't dare to think too much about it. They hurriedly supported the 2 paralyzed people on the ground. The result was, as soon as they touched the 2 men, the remaining lightning arcs transmitted into their arms from the bodies, causing them to tremble in fear. Call an ambulance. You'll handle the medical fees yourselves, Mo Fan said indifferently. I'll call them now. Mo Fan's rage had already dispersed. In fact, his mind still had some enthusiasm which was hard to conceal. Right now, Mo Fan was like a god-killing existence for them. How could he display his extremely joyful appearance to these fools? After walking to the inside of the pavilion, Mo Fan swept away the cards from the wheelchair. He picked up the wheelchair and followed the stairs back down. These 3 people were still looking at Mo Fan with fear lingering in their hearts. Suddenly, Mo Fan spun around. The 3 people were scared and hastily took a step back. All right, if someone were to ask, tell them that these 2 tried to steal electricity. If you dare to spread the matter of me being a mage, I'll have you shut up forever. Either way, I heard the police won't make it difficult for a mage who accidentally kills someone. Especially the dregs of society who provoked a mage. Mo Fan thought of it and turned around to warn these people. The 3 people nodded their head as though they were pounding garlic. They couldn't be more obedient. Regarding Zhao Kunsen and Mu Bai, with your IQ, I believe you know what to say, right? Mo Fan said as he left in a carefree manner. We didn't see you. You're smart. I'll think of the matter as done, this time. If there's anything in the future, you can come and find me. You've seen my abilities already. Yes. Big brother Mo Fan, take care. The 3 bent over as they nodded their head with fear and reverence. Mo Fan nodded as he picked up the wheelchair and left. First, you need to ruthlessly beat them up. Then you give them a little bit of benefit. Mo Fan believed these lads wouldn't dare be rash and believed they wouldn't spread the word of this matter to the outside. On one side, he has become a lightning element magician that was able to activate his skills. On the other side, it was the apprentice level Mu Bai. I believe these guys understand how to stand for themselves. However, Mo Fan was already clear on the fact that these 5 people were just lackeys for Mu Bai and Zhao Kunsen. When the time comes, I'll still pay those 2 bastards back what they deserve. Following the stone steps downwards, Mo Fan finally couldn't help but to laugh out loud. A few years ago, he was just a normal student in a classroom who would occasionally look at the world outside of the window, due to the dullness from the history class. Occasionally, he He would also daydream about suddenly being faced with a gust of wind and flying upwards, his foot lightly treading on the flagpole, soaring through the blue sky and the distant back mountain of the school. He imagined encountering a brute that could cause himself to be thoroughly enraged. When he met fiends and numerous villains, his hands were able to congregate a special force that could directly defeat them. Who would have thought that he was able to have a small taste of this today? With the lightning force in his hands, the 5 ruffians who used to bully him became like stray dogs. This has never happened before, and the feeling was fantastic. It was like a dream. Lightning element, lightning strike, is indeed impressive. I wonder what kind of power the fire element's primary rank skill, flame burst, holds. There's still half a year before the annual magic examination. I should have enough time to grasp the fire element's primary rank skill, fire burst, MO. Fan got excited. The lightning element's primary rank skill, lightning strike, was indeed ferocious. I wonder how the other element skills are. Moreover, MO Fan knew that the primary rank skills are the lowest type of magic. After the primary, there's also intermediate and high rank. Right. The wind element teacher did mention it during the first class. The wind element's high rank skill, wind wings, gives you the ability to soar through the sky. Damn, if I'm able to learn wind wings, then I'd be able to go anywhere. After a long while, MO Fan was still having difficulties holding down his excitement. His mind was incessantly processing the magic knowledge he learned. He wanted to know what other heaven-defying skills the mages could be in possession of. On the still swing was the long-haired, perfectly straight-nosed young girl with her head slightly turned upwards. She was carefully observing the pavilion, whose view was blocked by trees. The purple ray just now, Yi Xinxia murmured to herself. She saw a magnificent purple-colored light, like a remnant of a shooting star, flashing by the pavilion. Although it quickly dissipated, it was still an astonishing scene that left a mark in people's heart. Is it a mage? Yi Xinxia thought to herself. She had a really hard time imagining that there'd be a mage in a city area this small. However, why would a mage appear in the same location as MO Fan and the group of ruffians? And they even used genuine magic. Is Big Brother MO Fan all right? At this moment, Yi Xinxia was feeling nervous. She subconsciously bit the side of her lip. At last, the familiar figure appeared on the small, stone staircase. He was carrying her wheelchair, and his face had a trace of a silly smile. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Cent bills. China has cents in bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian Tian, Tian means sweet. Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. As long as there's no trouble, then it's fine. Yi Xinxia's heart finally settled down. Xinxia, I have already dealt with those people. They won't bother you anymore. MO Fan placed the wheelchair in front of Yi Xinxia. I saw lightning. It seems to be the primary rank skill of lightning element, lightning strike. Yi Xinxia said. As MO Fan heard this, he began to feel a sense of pride. However, he smiled without saying a word. He used his broken eyes to look at Yi Xinxia. Yi Xinxia felt something wasn't right. She carefully thought about it before astonishment flashed in her eyes. The one activating lightning strike was Big Brother MO Fan. MO Fan didn't admit to it. He just stood there with a smile. It really was you. Big Brother MO Fan is a mage? Yi Xinxia said with a hint of disbelief. Haha, you are the first person to witness my true power. MO Fan said suddenly with a headstrong tone in before Yi Xinxia's delicate and cute face. Yi Xinxia didn't anticipate this sneak attack. Her red flush immediately filled her cheeks. It even reached down to her neck. Only then did MO Fan realize that he was being a bit too relaxed. He hastily began to explain. I'm sorry, I got a bit too excited. Yi Xinxia replied with a low voice. Then, Did you really become a mage? Mo Fan nodded. Our teacher said only 1 out of 1,000 can awaken lightning element. The primary level of lightning element holds a great advantage. So much of it can be said to be the best primary ranked element. In this moment, Yi Xinxiao began to feel happy for Mo Fan. Yi Xinxiao was clear on the situation at home, even more so after she became a member of the family and gave Uncle Mo Jiaxing more unnecessary pressure. According to Andy, Uncle Mo Jiaxing had already sold their house. It seems as if their poverty had reached a definite point. Both her and Mo Fan were still young. It's difficult for them to help Mo Jiaxing. What Mo Fan could do was study hard and become a genuine mage. Only then would they be able to relieve the current family crisis. It seems like Big Brother Mo Fan was indeed amazing. He had unexpectedly learned magic in such a short period of time. That's not right. Suddenly, Yi Xinxia came to a realization. She looked at Mo Fan with her beautiful eyes, which hinted that she wanted to say something. Mo Fan replied in earnest, "What's wrong? It hasn't even been half a year since you awakened. According to what is known, even people who have a high innate talent require nearly a year to completely activate the primary rank skills." Yi Xinxia said. Mo Fan was dumbstruck. No way. Even people with a high innate talent need nearly a year's worth of time to go from awakening to activation. Then, me being able to completely use the primary skills after half a year is indeed a bit too quick. The thing was, Mo Fan didn't know anything about this. That blockhead Mubai was already able to grasp 4 or 5 stars. From how he saw it, wasn't it normal that he, himself, could already activate magic? However, why did Yi Xinxia's surprised face give off the feeling as if she was looking at a monster? Could it be that being able to learn the primary rank skill within half a year was an extremely abnormal thing in this world? They possess a high innate talent, and even someone that possess high innate talent needs a year. What kind of level does that speak of? Mo Fan cautiously asked. Mo Fan didn't want to expose the fact that he knew almost nothing about this world. Mu Ningxue is considered the most talented person within our Bo City. Her talent even surpasses numerous genius-level students in the empire. However, she needed 8 months to go from the awakening to learning the ice element's primary skill. Yi Xinxia said. 8 months. Mo Fan felt a bit stunned when he heard this. What kind of existence was Mu Ningxue? She was the only person who was directly recruited by the Empire Institution in the entirety of Bo City. She's also the most beloved person of the entire Mu clan. She had received the entire Mu clan's inherited magic training methods. The kind of resources which a common mage would never receive in their entire life. The reason behind her being viewed as an important figure, as well as her astonishing magic talent, was closely related to that. Even an extremely arrogant person like her needed 8 months to go from awakening to the activation of primary magic. What about Mo Fan, who only needed 5 months? Holy crap! Mo Fan felt his heart viciously surging. If Mu Ningxue shocked the world with 8 months and was classified as a heavenly genius by the people, wouldn't his own 5 months be completely heaven-defying? Big Brother Mo Fan, did you learn something bad? I heard from an old scholar that this kind of cultivation speed is only possible with people from the Black Church, Yi Xinxia whispered. The Black Church had some demonic magic method that could substantially raise a mage's cultivation speed. Yi Xinxia really couldn't think of any other way that could allow someone to complete primary magic in just a short 5 months, even though Yi Xinxia knew her big brother Mo Fan's intelligence surpasses others. The Black Church? How is that possible? Is that so? Oh, right. I actually didn't awaken on the day of opening ceremony. I got to know an old man way before that. He told me, "Kid, I see that your bones are unusually good. Your talent exceeds others. Why don't you let me teach you magic?" And at that time, I asked who he was. He told me was a member of the Magic City's Magic Association. He could help me awaken in advance. In short, I actually didn't learn magic in 5 months. Mo Fan reacted by quickly explaining this. As Yi Xinxia listened to his explanation, she became confused. However, she still replied with a big smile. "Oh, so you actually awakened in advance. Awakening too early would cause side effects to the cultivation. However, if it's the people from the Magic Association, then there shouldn't be any large issues." As Mo Fan saw that Yi Xinxia no longer asked any questions, he finally sighed in relief. Underscore shit, I really am a monster. It seems like I shouldn't reveal too many things before I completely understand this world. Underscore. Is it true? It's only those from the Black Church that can finish their cultivation in 5 months. Mo Fan asked faintly. Yes, Yi Xinxiao nodded in sincerity. Mo Fan felt cold sweat. Being too amazing wasn't a good thing. Originally, Mo Fan wanted to surprise Yi Xinxiao with the fact that he also possessed the fire element. However, now it seemed like it would be better to not be reckless while he still hadn't understood the circumstances. Underscore I should go back and consult the books first and fully understand the situation, just to have some warranty. If not, I'll be branded as someone from the Black Church and then be dealt with. Underscore. Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk, scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Asterisk, guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk, 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk, Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk, 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk, Taoist fierce tiger. The author of this novel. Asterisk, noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk, rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk, zhang tian tian. Tian means sweet. Asterisk, bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk, long taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. After taking Yi Xinxiao back to her aunt's place and having dinner with them, Mo Fan wanted to continue practicing the lightning element magic. However, when he began to do his usual practice on control, he began to feel a headache, so bad it was as though his head was splitting apart. It was the kind of feeling that was like playing League of Legends for 3 days straight without sleep in an internet cafe. It was as though his entire being was about to drop dead. Underscore what kind of situation is this? Underscore. Underscore it's the feeling of having a low spirit. Underscore. Underscore is it because I used lightning strike twice today? Is it due to lightning element's magic being excessively used that lead to me feeling spiritually fatigued? Underscore. Underscore is there a mistake? If we count in the time in the bus where I didn't completely activate it, then I've only used lightning strike twice today, and that caused my damn mana to be completely drained. Underscore. Underscore originally, I thought spending 5 months worth of time to meditate would cause the magic capacity within my star dust to be tremendous. Who would have thought that using lightning strike twice would cause the entire lightning element star dust to feel completely dismal? Underscore. The lightning element star dust used to be gorgeous and colorful within the spiritual world. The purple radiance reflected by the 7 stars were like a beautiful painting of the starry sky. However, right now, the star dust lost its radiance as it sunk into the darkness. At first, Mo Fan was slightly scared. Fortunately, after he loosened up and started to rest, the lightning star dust began to slowly recover its radiance, although very slowly. It seems like the star dust isn't bright enough. Every time I use magic, the star dust will lose a bit of its radiance. When the star dust is completely dark, it means the energy within it has been completely used up. The star dust contains magic energy. No wonder why the homeroom teacher, Xuan Mushing, would stress all day, saying, even if it's boring, you still need to maintain meditation. If a talented mage doesn't diligently meditate, they could become mediocre. These words could basically mean, so what if your skill is incredible? If you don't have the mana, then you're just a drag. Underscore forget it, let's not think about this. I should hurry up and sleep, or else I'll really pass out. Underscore. As he was holing up in his room, he slept until dawn. Yi Xinxiao was lovable. It was almost noon, yet she didn't wake him up. Mo Fan got out of his bed feeling energetic. He easily entered a meditative state and scanned his own star dust. He discovered that most of the stardust was shining brightly. It'd probably completely recover its former radiance very soon. Alright, I shouldn't reveal my lightning element to outsiders. Although this is a society governed by law, it could still cause people to be jealous. An example would be the Mu family, which is capable of covering the heavens with the point of a finger. It seems like I still need to cultivate the fire element. This way it'd be easier to fool other people. Mo Fan brushed his teeth as he pondered over this question. Underscore, however, I only have so much energy in a single day. How can I cultivate the lightning element while I cultivate the fire element as well? Underscore. The reason as to why Mo Fan was able to activate the lightning element skill in just a mere 5 months was because he spent all of his cultivation time on the lightning element. No matter how fascinating and charming the fire element was, Mo Fan still remained single-minded toward the lightning element. The annual magic examination is in roughly half a year. If I don't want to reveal the lightning element's power this early, then I ought to concentrate all of my attention on cultivating the fire element in the next school semester and reach the point where I can activate the primary skill of fire element, although, if I were to do this, then that'd mean the progress of lightning element would be at a standstill for half a year, I need to meditate. The stardust won't become stronger without a reason, Mo Fan made a few adjustments to his meditation schedule. There was a bit more than 6 months left before the annual magic examination. Mo Fan planned to distribute 10 hours of what he could handle every day, 8 hours on cultivating the fire element, and 2 hours to gently grow the lightning element. This way, the lightning element's growth may be very slow, but it will at least maintain his proficiency in control. Spending 8 hours every day to cultivate the fire element was already much greater compared to students who were only capable of meditating for 5 hours. His aunt, Mo Ching, came back home from work during lunch. Aunt Mo Ching is the most normal woman ever. She's thin with a yellow face, and she was a very good person. Mo Fan, you're back. I've heard from your dad that you're fully concentrating on cultivating at Tianlan Magic High. You must really do your best. If you were able to become a primary mage, then you'd bring honor to the ancestors of our Mo family. Mo Ching said, a primary mage, and I'd be bringing honor to the ancestors? How many generations have we been poor? Sigh, I don't know if I am ready. Where's your husband? Why haven't I seen him around? Mo Fan asked. He's delivering goods to the hunters in the mountains. I really don't understand how a normal person like him could possibly have the courage to go into the mountains. If he were to encounter a magical beast, it could swallow him in one gulp. Mo Ching complained. Aren't the magical beasts in the primitive mountains quite a distance from our city? Mo Fan said. This world was different from the world he was familiar with. Outside of the city, in the magic world resided numerous magical beasts that threatened the lives of humankind. Not even to mention, common people were afraid of setting food in those areas. Even magicians tended to lose their lives out there. Haven't you seen the warning issued by the Hunters Union? Recently, the magical beasts have gotten restless. There have many been signs of magical beasts emerging outside of our Bo City. Thus, they have especially been warning the normal folks to not take a step outside of the safety zones. Mo Ching said. Isn't that a bit too much? Mo Fan said with a smile. Although Mo Fan was new to this, he still read a lot of books. The magical beasts are generally far away from the cities where humans reside. Moreover, there were renowned organizations like the Magic Association, Hunters Union, and large magic families who cleaned up on a regular basis to ensure the safety of the people within the city. You've studied so much that you've become dumb. Think about it. Which mayor doesn't want their city to prosper in peace? Even if magical beasts were to invade, they would still say the situation is under their control in order to avert panic. The truth is, there have always been magical beasts in the vicinity of the city. There are even some within the city. It's just we, the common people, don't really see them. Mo Ching whispered. Mo Fan was surprised as he heard this, but he still said with a forced smile, Aunt, you're too paranoid. Little boy, you still won't believe me. Then, let me tell you something that actually happened. This happened. Don't say that your aunt loves listening to gossip all day. You should know that I work in the hospital's logistics department. Mo Fan nodded. Fortunately, Mo Ching didn't say she was working at some sacred institution, or else Mo Fan's balls would really hurt as he wouldn't know anything. There was an evening where I went to deliver medicine for wounds to the doctor in charge. However, there was a person in the operation room who seemed to be a healing element mage. He chewed out our doctor, Wang, saying, even if you are a healing element apprentice, you shouldn't be so stupid to not know how to differentiate poison marsh and poison water. Also, these people are under a demonic spell, which is why they look lifeless. Go. Don't be a burden here. Go find the people from the Hunters Union and have them find the evil-eyed marsh beast, or else there'll be more injured people in this area. Mo Ching moved closer. She spoke with a very cautious tone to Mo Fan. As Mo Fan saw Mo Qing's expression, he didn't feel like she was making things up. Don't tell me the magical beasts are actually so close to the city, with some being within the city. This is quite scary. Magical beasts were monsters that eat people. If you were to come across one, then death would certainly be imminent. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Hu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian Tian. Tian means sweet. Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Will your husband be okay seeing as how he went into the mountains? Mo Fan asked. Who would have known that there'd be light-colored warnings outside of the city? It indicates that the residents shouldn't carelessly wander deep into the mountains. He kept saying that the hunter squad lost some supplies while they were following the tracks of a one-eyed magical wolf and that he had to personally deliver it. He's just a logistics employee, yet he even has the guts to do this kind of life-threatening work. Your dad, no matter what I told him, still wouldn't listen. Mo Qing answered. My dad went as well. Mo Fan's face immediately changed. Yeah, they said it would pay a lot. Even mage apprentices are too afraid to receive their call, yet these two normal people. If nothing happens, then that's fine. However, if something really were to happen, what'll happen to us? Mo Qing said. Auntie, don't worry. They must have considered this already. There won't be any problems. They're just delivering it to a designated outpost, and the roads from the city to the outpost are still within the safe zone, Yi Xinxia said from the side. Either way, I just wish the two would just obediently do their job within the city. I get worried when they leave the city, Mo Qing whispered once again. After hearing Mo Qing's complaints, Mo Fan began to have a bad feeling. Father hasn't come to my school to see me for the past 6 months. It turns out he picked a different road. He went to deliver goods to the hunter magicians patrolling outside. This job is indeed very dangerous compared to his former job, where he'd only deliver goods to wealthy people. Although it's winter break, Mo Fan wasn't free at all. After staying at Auntie's place for a few days, Mo Fan returned to Tianlan Magic High's library. The library had the information he needed to replenish, for example, the Black Church which he missed out on. Mo Fan understood what kind of thing the Black Church was after reading about it. Those guys are similar to the terror organizations, a large, evil cult. They frequently did things that would harm the safety of the people. Additionally, for the sake of their own goals, they would even use living people as cultivation material. The country was not lenient on insane things like that, naturally. In the coming month, Mo Fan wholeheartedly meditated. After knowing the lightning element's stardust would dry up and turn completely dark after only using lightning strike twice, Mo Fan began to understand the importance of meditation. Thus, this entire month, despite how great the temptation of activating fire element's skill, Fire Burst, Mo Fan didn't rashly try to come in contact with fire element's star. He must solidify his foundation first. As he was engrossed in meditation and treated all of this as a habit, the time passed very quickly. Soon enough, it became the start of the school again. Inside the library, Mo Fan swept off the cobwebs that covered his body, ready to meet the new magic school term. In a high spirit, Mo Fan walked into the classroom and sat down in a seat at the very back, just like always. There's something wrong today. Mo Fan looked at Zhang Xiaoho next to him and discovered this lad didn't look all right. Normally, this guy's expression would be just like a curious little monkey, a clever one. Moreover, he would incessantly tell Mo Fan about his past few days during class. Today, however, his eyes looked dull, his mouth was slightly open, and his face was filled with an unfathomable intoxicated gaze as he looked toward the front. As he looked around his surroundings, the two study wrecks, Su Qinglin and Lu Xiaobing, were showing the same expression. It was as though they were being possessed. Shit, don't tell me what Annie said really is true. There is a one-eyed magical wolf within the city, and these lads have all been infected by it. Good morning, class. The teacher for your practical magic class has fallen ill and is currently at home recuperating. From today on, I will be in charge of everyone's practical magic classes. My name is Manhwa. A mature, beautiful, and bright sound resounded. After being accustomed to the hoarse and slow voice of an old man, the sudden appearance of a mature woman's voice with a charming and the sexy tune swept past like the spring wind brushing the grounds. This caused the slightly tired Mo fan to immediately wake up. He raised his head as he searched for the origins of the voice with expectation. Mo fan's eyes were starstruck and his expression appeared enchanted. What the hell? Who cares about the evil-eyed marsh monster that can confuse people's hearts? It's evident that the souls of the males with the exuberant hormones were attracted by this newly arrived, extraordinarily beautiful female teacher. This teacher, Manhwa, wore a standard black suit. In between the outer black suit and the white shirt on the inside were a bulging, majestic, and glamorous mountain peaks that were about to burst. This made Mo fan wonder whether the little buttons on the chest was really capable of holding up this turbulent wave. Annoying, this really is annoying. The early morning has always been the time where the young men are at their most violent. As they were stimulated like this, I reckon the majority will have a rather shameful appearance. It's been half a year since you awakened, and there's not a single person who has been able to use their magic. However, I hope you understand that being able to control an immense power does not signify that you know how to use it. If you don't properly control your powers, then they'll backfire on you. Mrs. Manhwa quickly entered her teaching state. Originally, the teacher's earnest and solemn attitude caused many little tyrants to come back to their senses. Who would have known that the second she turned around after writing some important segments on the blackboard, the entire class would get nosebleeds? What a disaster. Bulging and round, Mo fan was definitely a normal male student. At this moment, the exact same scene came to his head. Ahem. How could one let one's imagination run wild in a sacred school? Either way, Mo fan wholeheartedly wanted to study. Mo fan was definitely not the same as this group of people who only thought with their lower body. In any case, I definitely won't wear tight pants to the practical magic classes again. Not every organism is capable of being like a climbing tiger, move around the obstacle and continue what they're doing. The practical magic classes went on for the entire morning. After finishing theory, Manhwa brought everyone to the field, personally showing everyone the essential keys to magic activation. Mo fan also earnestly listened to this class. For example, what Mrs. Manhwa had said concerning the magic activation link. Mo fan have already experienced it. It's just, he didn't understand how the buttons on the front of Mrs. Manhwa's chest were so durable. It's been so long yet they still hadn't burst. Naturally, the school field isn't supposed to be used for radio calisthenics. The field was actually just the practice grounds. They had been divided into several independent spaces using a magic barrier which Mo fan didn't understand. All the overflowing power would be absorbed by the transparent barrier. This was to prevent harming the students who didn't have any kind of ability. Look closely. I will demonstrate the primary skill of fire element, fire burst. Manhwa stood in the middle of the students. The students assembled into a half arc, scattered behind Mrs. Manhwa. Whether everyone really was watching Mrs. Manhwa's hand seals was something that no one was sure of. Fire burst, it's the skill of fire element. Brother Mo fan, wipe your saliva, it's your element skill. Never did I think that Mrs. Manhwa, who looks so tender and virtuous, would actually be a fire mage. Zhang Xiaoho nudged the Mo fan beside him. Oh, I want to learn this. Only then did Mo fan come back to his senses. Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk, scent bills. China has scents and bills called jiao. Asterisk, guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk, 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk, Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk, 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk, Taoist fierce tiger. The author of this novel. Asterisk, noodles. Made of wheat. Asterisk, rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk, Zhang Tian Tian. Tian means sweet. Asterisk, Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk, long taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Currently, Tang Yue maintained an extremely straight posture as she calmly stood there. Her elegant, curvy physique outlined the slightly tight skirt, which people felt was particularly moving. Perhaps it was because she was new to teaching. That was why her selection of clothing seemed a bit too hasty, resulting in this. This really gave the students a feast for their eyes. You have to meditate, be tranquil, and concentrate. Even if I am speaking to you right now, my mentality is wholeheartedly concentrated on the fire element nebula within me. Oh, I mean stardust, Mrs. Tang Yue said. Mrs. Tang Yue's voice was transmitted to every student's ears. When everyone thought Mrs. Tang Yue was standing still as a statue, a sudden fluctuation could be seen from her pear blossom hair. There was not a single thread of wind in the field. However, her hair looked as though she was on a steamer, causing it to scatter around. Control. At this moment, you need to call out so your star can obey your commands and open the doors of the fire element magic. Mrs. Tang Yue's tone changed from its usual softness to a solemn one. It carried a hint of an arrogance which stated that everything should burn down before her. In this instant, all the males, with their heads filled with dirty thoughts, immediately became dumbstruck. Their eyes widened as they looked at this beautiful female teacher with shock. Aura. That's right. They felt a scorching aura emitting from Mrs. Tang Yue's body, swelling over everyone's faces. There was shock, reverence, and a certain intimidating presence that prevented people from having any form of wicked thoughts. Everyone initially thought the newly arrived Mrs. Tang Yue would be your average teacher, be able to give everyone a messy theory lesson just like the old guy before her. When it came to them being able to personally activate magic, there might even be a mistake in what she taught. However, the young Tang Yue in front of them seemed to have been able to control this power for a very, very long time. She was able to teach while she controlled the star. After she finished her magic incantations, the emerging fire's intensity was on a completely different level compared to the old. Man, it was like comparing a small fire to a pillar of flames. Remember, after you finish the arrangement of the stars, you can't relax your thoughts. You must immediately focus on the position of your activation. That dignified voice resounded once more. Searing flames. The sound was like a magical bell, ringing inside everyone's mind. While at the same time, a dazzling scarlet-red star path emerged around Mrs. Tang Yue's body before it quickly condensed within her jade-like right hand. Following this, a fiery red power rapidly grew on her half-gripped hands. It was incomparably violent. With all of her might, she used her arm to throw it. The flame shot out like an arrow and gave off a scarlet-red delicacy. After that, it became like a bullet, accurately and unmistakably penetrating the body of the puppet. Gone. How come nothing happened? It hit the target, though. The atmosphere grew silent for a period of time. The puppet which was hit by fire burst didn't have any kind of reaction, while Mrs. Tang Yue's aura was the complete opposite. Within the confusion, Mrs. Tang Yue slowly turned around and faced the entire 48 students of the class with her somewhat young and tender face. However, the corner of her mouth gave off a smirking smile that displayed her high self-confidence. Wee. Suddenly, a shocking scarlet red burst forth from the within of the puppet. It absolutely was not one of those slow ignitions. It was a violent flutter. It looked like something that was able to burn everything in one breath. The intact human-like puppet from just now was engulfed by a scarlet red flame in just an instant. Was it 1 second or two? The fire everyone knew of usually fluttered about. However, this flame was hungry like a wild beast swallowing food. It hadn't even been 2 seconds before the entire human-shaped puppet was completely engulfed into nothingness. The gaudy scarlet light reflected in Mrs. Tang Yue's beautiful pear blossom hair. Her fair-skinned face was increasingly captivating at the moment. The smile from the corner of her mouth, along with the reckless fire behind her back, enhanced the already stunningly beautiful teacher. There was one way to describe this appearance: unrealistically beautiful. All 48 students of the class were completely starstruck. Mo Fan didn't know how other people felt about this, but he felt his own heart throbbing. Not only because this teacher was beautiful and charming, but when she wore the power of the flames, her body exuded a grandeur confidence. His own blood rose, accompanied by worship, infatuation, and reverence. If a woman is only beautiful, she'll cause men to have a wild imagination. However, this woman had grasped the authority and power which other people were unable to touch upon. This woman was like poison. Men were just unable to free themselves from her. Only the heavens knew how many guys have set Mrs. Tangyue as their goddess for life after seeing this scene. Even Mo Fan was completely subdued by her temperament. Although they were both teachers in practical magic, the old man's magic activation was lifeless. It caused the people watching to feel drowsy. Mrs. Tangyue's activation caused people to engrave it onto their hearts, making them feel excited and unable to calm themselves. They were on completely different levels. All right, who are the fire element students in our class? Let me note them down. Mrs. Tangyue seemed to regard the gazes of worship from students as something normal as she continued to teach her class. I'm a fire element user. A girl whose face carried a heroic spirit took the initiative and stood up. She was Zhou Min, who gave rise to small disturbances during the opening ceremony. Zhou Min's eyes were constantly fixated on Mrs. Tangyue. In fact, Zhou Min didn't like her in the beginning. How could there be a teacher who would wear clothes that attracted this much attention and possessed a voice so gentle and beautiful? However, after seeing Mrs. Tangyue finish a flame burst, Zhou Min's heart did a complete 180, and her heart gave birth to a sense of worship. Zhou Min's mother was also a teacher. However, she was sure that her own mother was unable to do the same thing as Mrs. Tangyue, whether it was the aura, intensity, accuracy, or the power. I am one too, Mrs. Tangyue. I am also a fire element user. My name is Huang Feifeng. The other male student who had awakened the fire element jumped out. Look at this Huang Feifeng's excited expression. Who didn't know that if the practical magic teacher had the same element as you, then it'd be like having a small stove, with the master passing useful things on to their disciples, eh? Huang Feifeng felt extremely lucky. He had unexpectedly become Mrs. Tangyue's disciple. Who could say if Mrs. Tangyue would appreciate his talent in the future and give birth to feelings toward him. She was his own little dragon maiden. Don't stand in my way. I'm going to the roof. Why didn't I awaken the fire element? Why? Lu Xiaobing, who awakened the water element, was making loud noises as he cried. Teacher, I am also a fire element user. My name is Zhao Daniu. A little man who stuttered stood up. As his eyes met Mrs. Tangyue's, his face turned completely red. Mo Fan sighed. You could tell with one glance that it was just an average bean sprout that no one cared for. As Mrs. Tangyue looked at this little man, she chuckled as she said, "You're clearly very thin and weak. Why did your family name you Big Cow too? My body is weak. Father and mother wished for me to become sturdy, like a big cow. Then you should be named Zhao Blabbermouth." Zhao Kunsen and his clever mouth immediately mocked. What Zhao Kunsen was mocking was naturally Zhao Daniu's stutter. Are there more? Mrs. Tangyue's gaze swept over. There's only 3 fire element users in a single class. That's too little. Judging by their aura, it seemed like there was only the girl called Zhou Min whose talent was slightly better, and her cultivation pace was also not bad. There's also me. My name is Mo Fan. Mo Fan came back to his senses and walked out from the crowd of people. 1 https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/xiaolongn%, C3% BC. 2 Denyo in Chinese is big cow. 8 his is a Chinese idiom meant to say that having a teacher with the same discipline as you is a special boon in that they can pass down useful items and knowledge since their focuses align. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents and bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger. The author of this novel. Noodles. Made of wheat. Rice noodles. Made of rice. Zhang Tian Tian. Tian means sweet. Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Mrs. Tangyue's perceptive eyes fell on Mo Fan's body. While she was probing Mo Fan's aura, her lips couldn't help but open up. Mo Fan, you sure have the guts to stand up. A school semester has gone by, yet you haven't been able to control a single fire element star. Your star is still dark, so much so that you can't even see it yet. Don't try to act like you're something. Zhao Kunsen immediately said. There was a test during the end of the last semester. This test was to check the tempo of the students' cultivation. There were definitely no accidents occurring. Mo Fan's star dust wasn't any different from when he first awakened it. The entire class knew this, and that totally did not cause Zhao Kunsen and Mu Bai laughter. If you're an idiot, then you're an idiot. So what if he awakened the fire element? He would never become a mage in his entire lifetime. Your talent in the fire element is very good. So how come your cultivation is so low? Mo Fan, there are numerous people who wish to become a fire magician, and you already have an advantage which many people don't. You must put in the effort. Mrs. Tangyue looked at Mo Fan as she said in pity. I understand, Mrs. Tangyue. Mo Fan nodded. After going through meditation, a magician's spiritual force would become powerful. Its power would reach the point where they were able to perceive details which normal people couldn't. They would also be able to perceive the aura of another mage. Through the aura's intensity, one could roughly determine a magician's cultivation level. Mo Fan knew from the start it wasn't possible to hide his cultivation. However, there was this one thing. If Mo Fan were to conceal the power of the lightning element and only reveal the aura of the fire element, then others would only be able to sense the fire element's aura. Thus, they were only able to determine the fire element's cultivation level while being unable to sense the other element. That was why Mo Fan could normally just use the fire element to fool other people. The second I wanted to focus on the fire element, an amazing fire element teacher suddenly appeared at my door. It seems like there's hope for me to complete the activation of the primary skill, Fire Burst, before the big examination. Mo Fan's confidence immediately increased. Underscore, why is this woman looking at me with an odd expression? It seems like she's called Zhou Min, the top student in the class, and also a fire element user. Mo Fan was puzzled. I don't think I've ever offended this girl, Zhou Min, so why is she looking at me with such a hostile gaze? On the other side, Zhou Min brows creased. Seeing the study rec called Mo Fan looking at her, she immediately and ferociously glared at him. Zhou Min was unhappy, extremely unhappy. What qualifications does Mo Fan have to possess a better talent in fire element than me? The homeroom teacher, Xuan Mushing, once said Mo Fan's talent in fire element was the best in the entire class. During the awakening, the flames were very clear, and now, this extremely amazing Mrs. Tangyue also commented on how his talent was good. Forget it. There's no need to get angry over this kind of study rec. Either way, when the annual examination comes and he doesn't meet the qualifications, he'll be asked to leave school. This guy will have one last half year of leisure. I just really don't understand. It's obvious that his family situation isn't good. They sacrificed everything just so he could enter the Tianlan Magic High. Yet, after awakening the fire element, he's decadent and lazy. How is he able to face his family? Did a dog eat his consciousness? Thanks to Zhao Kunsen and Mu Bai, the entire class basically knew that Mo Fan was squeezed into the class. Your homeroom teacher has already spoken to me about the importance of the annual examination. First, if you don't meet the requirements, then you'll be asked to leave the school. Second, they'll divide you into different classes based on your grades. If you're placed in the elite class, then you'll obtain certain benefits that will give you an advantage on the Magic University's exams. Thus, this school semester, everyone should have no reason to not put in their utmost effort, Mrs. Tangyue said to everyone. Mrs. Tangyue, will you be teaching the elite class? A male student asked. Yeah, if everything goes according to the plans, I will be assigned to be the practical magic teacher for the elite class after I've finished teaching you. Tangyue slightly nodded her head. Teacher, I, Yanghua. Oh, I, Huang Feifeng will definitely do my best. Mrs. Tangyue, I want to follow you in the future as well. Tangyue maintained a gentle smile, as she could tell that her first class today was pretty successful. The student's passion for studying has been lifted. Oh right, when any of you are able to control 7 stars, then you can come and find me in private. I will take some time off of my schedule to teach you some more. Tangyue continued. Clamor. A wolf howl suddenly resounded from the class. 7 stars. It suddenly became the striving objective for everyone. I'm not too far from 7 stars. Mrs. Tangyue, wait for me. Are you for real? How many can you control? 2. Get lost. I can do 3. That's better than you dregs. Huang Feifeng said with his face filled with pride. 3 stars, and you still have the face to stand here and act arrogant. I'm almost at 4. Don't you know that it gets harder as you progress? Su Qinglin asked in disdain. That's funny, real funny. You groups of wastes. Mubai is already in control of 5 stars. In the next semester, he could spend 3 days fishing and 2 days browsing the internet, and he's still able to reach 7 stars. The first one to work with Mrs. Tangyue will definitely be Mubai. Zhao Kunsen immediately said in ridicule. Shit, Mubai is that amazing. 5 stars, how did he cultivate like that? That's too amazing. I heard that the most amazing student in the school, the 7th class's lightning student, has only been able to control 5 as well. Feeling the discussion surrounding him, Mubai felt his entire being beginning to float. However, in order to show his mature and collected temperament, Mubai wouldn't expose his approval for the compliments towards him. That would just make him look like a complete douche. This guy, Zhao Kunsen, he was a little stupid, and he was not reliable when it came to doing things. However, there was one thing that was very good about him. When the master wants attention, yet can't display it, Zhao Kunsen would jump in with the right timing. It's not like I can personally jump out and say this daddy can already control 5 every time someone is discussing 3 or 2 stars, and then get shocked by 4 stars. That'd be cheap, too cheap. It doesn't conform with the temperament of being the young master of my family. If we put it in Zhao Kunsen's words, it fits perfectly well, This way he could show everyone he was amazing and not diminish his manners. Life is like playing League of Legends. Not only do you have to be good at it, it is also very important for teammates to know how to conform to you. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents and bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian. Tian means sweet. Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Hot air flowed over the mountains, engulfing the south and exchanging the embrace of spring for the humidity of summer. Following this came heavy rain, a good omen, destroying the leaves and leaving the flowers to wither. Bo City was regarded as a city with many seasons. However, sometimes it could get exceedingly unruly. Just this morning, the sun was fierce and illuminating. There was not a single cloud that could be seen for thousands of miles. The nap he took felt the same as the one with which he crossed worlds, a strange gust with the black clouds covering the entire sky. As it became evening, the torrential rain and wind became ice cold. Is there a storm coming? This crap weather, it is randomly happening all year round. It becomes whatever season it wants without skipping a beat. Zhang Xiaohou complained from within the dorms. Zhang Xiaohou, aren't you a wind element user? Come, you should go out into the storm and see if you can activate the primary skill of wind element, wind trail. Lu Xiaobing from the same dorm said. Don't you freaking have the water element? Why aren't you going out and showing the water barrier? Oh magnificent water magician. You're still using an umbrella when you go out. Aren't you ashamed when you go out? Lu Xiaobing's face turned pale. Truly, a water element magician should technically have a wind jacket in the rain. The problem is, it's almost time for the annual examination. Lu Xiaobing could only control 4 stars. Thus, there was still quite a distance from him being able to activate the water element skill, water barrier. Zhang Xiaohou, can you really use wind trail? Why don't you show us? The truth is, other than seeing that violent girl, Zhou Min, using fire burst, we haven't seen anyone else in class use proper magic. The dorm head, who talked about his lewd thoughts about Mrs. Tangyue every day, said. It's not going so well. I can't guarantee the 100% succession, Zhang Xiaohou said with a slight shyness. Monkey, show it to us. I also want to see what the wind element skill looks like. Mo Fan eyes beamed as he put down the theory book in his hands. The place is too small. Use the hallway. The hallway is long enough. Okay, let me try. But I'm really not proficient at it. Zhang Xiaohou nodded his head. It's already the end of the term, and Zhang Xiaohou had quite the talent. He was one of the very small number of people in the class that could control 7 stars. Everyone was curious about the skills of every element. Naturally, they also wanted to see Zhang Xiaohou used his. Zhang Xiaohou closed his eyes and began to enter the activation state. He was really slow. It was clear that he wasn't very good at controlling the stars. He maintained the rhythm of his breathing, and the breathing was audible. Whoosh! Suddenly, the books on the table began to move. The dormitory's old doors began to creak. The dust on the floor began to rise, and swirled the dirty underwear beneath the bed. As the boss of the dormitory was about to grab it, the underwear elegantly avoided his hands and floated unrestricted in the wind. Wind trail, fast stride. Zhang Xiaohou's entire temperament changed. An azure color emerged within his eyes as his lapel began to brandish. Along with his incantations, the toothbrush, cups, and clothing racks clattering about. They were all moving according to the trail. Mo Fan quickly composed himself to watch this scene. From these pieces of junk and the swirling dust, he surprisingly discovered an unusual air stream in the dormitory. This stream of air originated from Zhang Xiaohou's location. It spread all the way from the hall to the other side of the hallways. Public toilet. Swoosh. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohou's figure disappeared. The former unmoving Zhang Xiaohou standing in the center of the dormitory became as though he used the rippled tiny steps. The speed was as fast as a whirlwind as he frantically charged out of his dorm and followed the indiscernible wind track in the air that went toward the toilet at the end of the hallway. That's awesome, Lu Xiaobing yelled out. The group of people in the dormitory immediately squeezed themselves out the door and chased after Zhang Xiaohou. However, as everyone exited their dorms, Zhang Xiaohou had already quickly shifted from the left side of the hallway to the very end of the hall. Too fast. Any 100-meter sprinter's speed would be pathetic compared to this movement. Mo Fans felt a ripple in his heart. The wind element's primary skill was also really cool. The feeling of stepping onto the wind track must be amazing. Help, help, Zhang Xiaohou called out. Pong! The hallway suddenly trembled. As Mo Fan just finished his envying sigh, the Zhang Xiaohou in the distance hit the door of the public toilet. People began to laugh at him. The crooked faucet began to spray wildly, and a part of the toilet door was broken. A strong and fishy stink quickly spread out throughout the entire floor as there now was no door to prevent the smell. In a split second, cursing voices were heard. The wind track finally dissipated. Zhang Xiaohou was laying on the ground with his nose bleeding. This appearance was already pretty miserable. Unfortunately, the underwear that followed the flow of the wind lost the wind force and finally landed the poor guy's face. Lu Xiaobing and the dorm head hastily dragged Zhang Xiaohou back to his dorm. The dorm head took back his underwear and opened it to find a blood stain. Dorm head, I didn't know you also had menstruation periods, Lu Xiaobing cracked up. Get out of here. The dorm head reluctantly threw his beloved underwear into the bin. Mo Fan silently retracted his head and returned to his bed before the residence manager charged over in a fury. He acted as though nothing had ever happened. The wind element's skill seems good. This movement speed was not any slower than that of a car. It's just Zhang Xiaohou hasn't met the standards. Thus, he didn't know how to pull over and stop. You group of brats. The annual examination is near, and you still aren't properly meditating. Instead, you're here doing these things. If I see this happening again, I'll skin you alive. The residence manager's roar spread across the entire hallway in this wind and rain. The annual examination had finally arrived, and for a lot of people, today was a nightmare. This was because there was a chance that they would be expelled from the school, and these people counted as the most tragic and most shameless who had to go back and meet their parents. However, studying magic was not a child's game. Every magic high system worked like this. If you were not suited to study magic, then you would be expelled early, giving them another way so they wouldn't continue to waste their time in the borderless magic sea. To those students who had been doing their best in cultivating, today was the day they could show their results. Particularly for those students who could already use their skills. The stormy days had already passed. The morning's weather was sunny, and the summer air was clear. Within the Mu Manor, Mubai specifically wore a white t-shirt with plum embroidery and iron trousers. His entire being gave off a low-profile feeling, not wanting to show off his family background. With his handsome exterior and his low-profiled outfit that didn't fail to show his elegance, he had already captured the affection of many girls. However, with him being a legitimate member of the Mu family, how could he fancy any of these common and vulgar women? His objective was a proud girl like Mu Ningxue. Of course, if Mrs. Tangyue were willing to give in, he would be willing as well. Mu Bai, you have to show off today. You have to know that our Mu family will distribute a few cultivation resources to some of the young disciples. The distribution is based on the contribution of their family and the cultivation grades of the young disciples. You have to work hard for this branch family of yours that has almost been forgotten by the Mu family. Mu personally sent Mu Bai to school in his black limousine this morning. Mu was the supervisor of Tianlan Magic High. He personally arranged the annual examination today. No matter what, Mu Bai was still his nephew. Mu hoped for Mu Bai to give him some face in front of the other supervisors. "Uncle, please don't worry," Mu Bai said with the utmost confidence. As he finished speaking, Mu Bai suddenly thought of something. He turned over and whispered, "Uncle, I heard that Mu Ningxue is also coming to Tianlan Magic High today. Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk, scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Asterisk, guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk, 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk, Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk, 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk, Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk, noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk, rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk, zhang tian tian, tian means sweet. Asterisk, bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk, long taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Yeah, today is a very important day for Tianlan Magic High. It just happens that Mu Ningxue started her summer break early from the Empire Institution. I discussed with the family head and had her, the flag of Bo City, come to Tianlan Magic High to give you guys a lecture, take a look at the annual examinations this year, and have her evaluate the quality of the students. Mu said. Seeing Mu Bai bursting with life, Mu naturally knew what kind of ideas he had. He chuckled as he patted Mu Bai's shoulders. Don't worry. When it's your turn, I will have her watch with the family head. When the family head sees you working so hard, he might even distribute more cultivation resources to your family. You know how few disciples we have in our family, and the outstanding ones are rarer. If the family head notices you and you are given a Stardust magic tool for 2 or 3 months, you'll reap many benefits. Stardust magic tool? Really? I have a chance to use a Stardust magic tool. Mu Bai's eyes radiated. Of course. Do you know why we are different from common magicians? Superior genes? Family influence? No matter how good these are, they aren't better than a Stardust magic tool. If you can become a core disciple within the family, you have a chance to receive a Stardust magic tool. Your cultivation will definitely be far higher than your peers in school. Mu said, Uncle, I will definitely do my best to show off. Cultivation being far higher than the peers in school. Mu Bai began to boil up. No wonder why these disciples of the family were frantically cultivating. It turns out it was for the Stardust magic tools. Every magician has a limited amount of time to cultivate. For students like these, 5 hours of meditation was their limit, and the remaining time was for studying theory and knowledge. The Stardust magic tool was an item which every magic cultivator yearns for the most. Mu Bai didn't know the principle behind the Stardust magic tool. However, he did know the Stardust magic tool could help cultivators to recover their energy more quickly and cut down the amount of fatigue. Normally, after spending 5 hours of meditation, they could only do other things in the remaining 19 hours. They were weary from meditating during the 19 hours. They could only pass this time through doing other things or sleeping. For a lot of students who wanted to advance, 19 hours of fatigue was too long, while at the same time, they couldn't do anything about it. When a person is putting their mind on a constant focus, they need to have an even longer period of relaxation. Otherwise, their mind would collapse. Whereas the Stardust magic tool was a divine cultivation tool that was capable of cutting that fatigue time down. With the meditation fatigue period cut down, that would mean the increase of the daily meditation time. There may not be much of an effect with just a day or two. However, a month or two would make a small difference when it was compared to cultivators without a Stardust magic tool. If they were to practice with it for 2 or 3 months, then they would be in a completely different league compared to their peers. The efficiency of meditation varies from people to people. There are fast and slow ones. So let's not think about that for now. However, even if the efficiency was exceedingly slow, one could still be in the lead with the help of the Stardust magic tool. People who did their best and had talent would only do half the work for twice the effect. Uncle, you mentioned the elite class students would have the opportunity to use the Stardust magic tool. Is this true? Mubai asked with a slight excitement. That's right. Since this is a magic school, naturally, there are also some few cultivation resources. However, the resources are very limited. There are so many students. Thus, giving each student the chance to use it is not possible. Therefore, it's necessary to have the annual examination and the elite class. This way the students of the elite class will have an opportunity to use the Stardust magic tool for a period. It won't be a problem for you to enter the elite class with your grades. When the time comes, I'll pull some strings from behind the scenes and let you use the school's Stardust magic tool for a little bit longer. For you, this is quite beneficial. The school is an equal place after all. It's not possible for me to do too much. What would truly allow you to soar to the sky is to use the Stardust magic tool from our Mu family. That is something a common magician will never be able to obtain in their lifetime. That's why you must treasure it. Mu sincerely said to Mu Bai. Don't worry, uncle. I won't disappoint you. Saying that to me is useless. You need to prove yourself in front of Mu Ningxue and the family head. Mu patted Mu Bai's shoulders as he said this. Mu Bai nodded seriously. His heart couldn't help but to give a cold laugh. Su Zhaoding. So what if your cultivation is on par with mine? So what if you have the lightning element? Behind me is the enormous Mu family. You will never be able to contend against me. Alright, how's the situation with that kid called Mo Fan? Mu inadvertently thought of this as if he thought of a beggar he didn't want to give money to. He asked without thinking, as though he had nothing to do. He's trash. He will definitely be expelled from the school. Mu Bai didn't need to cover up his despise for Mo Fan. Mu Bai really loathed Mo Fan. When everyone was young, they actually grew up in this area together. However, Mo Fan would always have a group of people following him. He was like the Monkey King. However, what Mu Bai didn't understand was the fact that the revered and matchless Mu Ningxue was actually blindly mixing with them. And their relations were very intimate. What did he count for? He was like a wild monkey, running around the block and mountain areas every day with a whiff of attitude. Yet, his poverty was fully revealed. Did he know what true power was, family status? Did he know what it was to be called laughably poor to the point where people would always look down on him? The son of a servant is just low. Without seeing it, he just didn't know what vision was, what is called ambition. He just lived in his slum house, in that mud-reeking street, and took pleasure in working hard. HMPF, I'll sign him off. I'll have an explanation for Mo Jiaxing as well. It's not that I didn't help. It's just his idiot son wasn't able to become a mage, even when we gave him a chance to awaken. Sigh, people just aren't tactful. They just have to spend massive amounts of money to give it a try. The thing is, you are a loser. How can you hope for your son to be an Allosaurus? Being poor and useless is something that gets passed down through generations. Mu slowly said as he took a drag off his cigarette. At this moment, Muhi's eyes were half closed. He looked like a grand and graceful old fox. He even revealed his disdain and ridicule for poor people. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Cent bills. China has cents in bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian Tian, Tian means sweet. Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos, Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. In the student dorms. Brother Fan, we should go. It's the annual examination. It'd be bad if we're late. Zhang Xiaoho urged Mo Fan. You go first. I'll practice control for a bit longer, Mo Fan replied. Making a last-minute effort, huh? The few people in the dorm didn't wait for Mo Fan. They posed as they went to the examination. The examination wasn't writing on a paper in the classroom. Although they did have examinations on magic theory, the points acquired from it weren't much. The most important thing was the annual practical examination. Frankly, it was just assessing the students' cultivation state after a year and once more distributing them into classes. Mo Fan was the last to arrive at the training grounds. On normal days, everyone would be here to attend their practical classes, but today, it was clear the grounds were set up differently. Other than the examiner's table that was placed in a half-arc, there was also a floating star appraisal stone. The star appraisal stone looked a little similar to a black cobblestone the size of a watermelon. At the moment, it was placed in the very front of the training grounds with the help of a stone pillar. The star appraisal stone was the most important apparatus for the examination for the students. The annual examination was really simple, just like the opening ceremony's awakening. The students only needed to place their hands on this massive star appraisal stone, and the examiners would be able to determine the student's cultivation from the past year from the light emitted by the star appraisal stone. It was like high school exams. A paper might determine the student's fate. This world also had the same quota. Either you continued studying and obtained a good opportunity in life, or you packed your things up and found a different path. Remember what I've told you before. The radiance intensity from the stardust represents the power of the magic capabilities within the stardust. Students of the 8th class, the time for you to showcase the efforts of this year has come. Release the lights of your stardust. The homeroom teacher, Xue Muxing's face was filled with passion. Mr. Xue, I'm sorry. I may be expelled from the school, a seemingly weak girl said with her face filled with tears. Her nervous and worried little appearance attracted the pity from the surrounding classmates. How could that be? You've always done your best. Don't be so pessimistic. But I'm stupid. Even if I were to do my best in cultivating every day, my stardust still seems so weak, the girl named Zhua Heyu said. Hey, don't be afraid. Even if you don't meet the requirement, there's still me. As long as there's a mage in the family, then we'll be fine. The dorm head of Mo Fan's dorm, Lu Jianhua, patted his chest as he spoke to Heyu. Stop talking crap. You don't even know if you'll get kicked out yourself. Are you joking? Wait till this daddy places my hands on it. The radiance will blind your titanium alloyed dog eyes. Lu Jianhua said with pride and arrogance. Soon enough, 3 examiners from the school finally arrived at the grounds. The examiners were disciplinary teachers. The students were normally really scared of them. All right, silence. The annual examination will be observed by a few school supervisors this time. We hope you will display the essence of a mage today, Xue Muxing reminded the students. The examiners were to assess the 30 classes of freshmen. The 1,500 people who wore the uniform of Tianlan Magic High gave off a certain aura. It was a magnificent sight as they stood on the training grounds. They were arranged like blocks. Before the assessment, naturally, the principal gave a speech. It was like this every year. Following this, it was the school supervisor's turn to express themselves. When Muhi stepped onto the platform and passionately painted the beautiful picture of a magician's future for the students, Mo Fan, who was among the crowd of people, couldn't help but to give a cold smile. His speech was filled with the lifetime expectations of the young students. However, Mo Fan was very clear on Muhi's morals and integrity. Today is an extremely special day. That is because we have invited the most distinguished female magician of the Bow City. When she was 15 years old, the Empire Magic Institute made an exception and recruited her. I'm sure many of you have already heard of her legacy. That's right. She is Mu Ningxue. Please, let us all warmly welcome her, who should be the same year as you, but is a magic genius who has already been promoted to university. Muhi said loudly. As this was said, the entire 1,000 or so people suddenly caused an uproar. Heavens, it's Mu Ningxue. I heard when she awakened the ice element. The power from it directly caused the grounds to freeze into ice blocks. Those are just rumors. I hold the most accurate info. I heard she only needed 8 months to learn the primary skill of ice element, ice scatter. 8. 8 months. Heavens, I've already been in school for a year, and I have only been able to control 5 stars. How can the differences between people be so big? These aren't even the important points, alright. The most important point is, she's also a beauty. She's good-looking and talented. She's the pride of Bo City. In just a moment, the students of the school began to discuss this. From everyone's reaction, one could tell they were not unfamiliar with Mu Ningxue. They never imagined on the annual examination today they would meet the legendary magic genius. Brother Fan, it's little princess. It really is her. She actually came to our school. Zhang Xiaohou was so excited he began to pull the sleeves of Mo Fan next to him. Mo Fan raised his head and gazed toward the platform. He had truly seen a beautiful figure quietly standing there like a proud lotus in the snow. The snow-white, skin-tight dress caused her impressive body disposition to appear increasingly more detailed. What really attracted the people's attention wasn't the girl's fascinating body that emitted a sexual charm, but the stunning and long, peerless silver hair. Although the weather was warm and dry, the girl standing proudly on the platform was as like a snow fairy who wandered through the snow mountain before stepping onto the secular world. She was undoubtedly beautiful. As the students and teachers saw this girl step up, they were all silently shocked. They've heard stories of Mu Ningxue many times, but they had never seen her before. Who would have thought her entire being was an ice fairy in a girl form, whether it was her temperament, attire, or her inherent graceful, silver, long hair? This is Mu Ningxue. Even her bones were emitting a noble pride. Even Mo Fan himself thought he saw a goddess. This most likely was the first time he saw Mu Ningxue after that thing happened. It had been about 3 years or so. In the past, the group of children liked calling her little princess, and she was a princess in everyone's heart. She lived in the castle in the mountains, wearing clothes and accessories that were prettier than normal girls by so many times, as well as her enchantingly cute appearance. However, after 3 years, Mo Fan felt like he couldn't recognize her at all. Her change was colossal. The originally cheerful and approachable Mu Ningxue, in her prime, gave people an unapproachable feeling. Was it because her temperament had changed, or was it due to her growth throughout the years? Or perhaps it was the colossal difference in status giving rise to the thoughts in his mind. Brother Fan, you should have eloped with little princess back then. Zhang Xiaohou looked at the manifestly superior Mu Ningxue as he exclaimed this. Did you hit the toilet door so hard you became stupid? I said that without thinking it through. Asterisk, advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk, cent bills. China has cents and bills called jiao. Asterisk, guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk, 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk, Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk, 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk, Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk, noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk, rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk, zhang tian tian, tian means sweet. Asterisk, bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk, long taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Mu Ningxue's speech was very short. Mo Fan didn't understand what the guys were so excited about. They spoke as though they really could get into the Empire Institution. Empire Magic Institution was naturally the best magic university within the country. For a city like Bo City, every person who entered it would already be extraordinary. With the recruitment rate so low, it showed how special and how outstanding Mu Ningxue was. She was recruited into Empire Institution without even experiencing Magic High School. Brother Fan, do your best in the next 2 years and enter Empire. After entering Empire Institution, even if Mu family's arms are long, they most likely can't reach there. By then, Zhang Xiaohou chuckled. Just as the words left Zhang Xiaohou's mouth, that nosy Zhao Kunsen jumped out. Don't make me laugh. After today, your brother Fan will be directly expelled from the school, so don't even think about Empire Institution. Zhao Kunsen exclaimed. Zhao Kunsen, are you sick or something? When did my brother Fan ever offend you? Do you want to bark like a dog every time we say something? Zhang Xiaohou had endured Zhao Kunsen for far too long. In any case, Zhang Xiaohou was currently one of the preeminent students of the class, and also one of the few who was able to use magic. He didn't know what kind of qualifications this trash, Zhao Kunsen, who was only able to control 6 stars, had that made him confident enough to bark so loud in front of him. He didn't offend me. However, I'm just unable to get used to this little dreg having no sense of shame. I just really don't understand where you got the guts to befriend Miss Moon Ningxue back in the day. You should be more clear on what kind of thing you are, and stop your wishful thinking. If it wasn't for you, then the lands of our Zhao family wouldn't have been returned. Zhao Kunsen pointed at Mo Fan's nose as he cursed. Zhao Kunsen was also from this area of the city, and he counted as the servant of the Mu family as well. Family servant. These words were quite harsh in modern times. However, if a family's livelihood was due to the Mu family's owner's fondness of flowers, then how was the Zhao family, who takes care of the flowers and plants at the manor, not a gardener, a family servant? The Mu manor was too big. It was so big that it was like the land of a noble in olden times. Such places had over 100 nobles in the manor, and revolving around these people were farmers, manual laborers, and servants, numbering over 1,000. According to the older generations, this entire city area belonged to the Mu family. In order to survive, households alike Mo Fan and Zhao Kunsen were naturally orbiting the true powerful and rich. Zhao Kunsen held a grudge against Mo Fan. If he wasn't so reckless and provoked the old master, then the farmers would have lived good days. Mo Fan, don't you have even a little bit of brain? I already knew from early on that there are some people that I can't touch in my lifetime, and remaining at a respectful distance would only benefit the family. You just had to invite trouble. You think a toad can eat the meat of a swan? Do you freaking think this is some TV drama? A cow caretaker marries a princess? Get out of here. Zhao Kunsen pointed at Mo Fan in disdain. With the appearance of Moon Ningxue this time, Zhao Kunsen also completely released the anger he had concealed within his heart. The stupid thing Mo Fan did back in the day had involved too many people, too many families. A princess is a princess. When you need to show her respect from a distance, then you should. This isn't a fairy tale. When you cross that boundary, the king will increase the taxes in his rage, and this will cause the entire village and town's farming families to suffer beyond words. Today, standing in the back of the platform, the white-haired, middle-aged man emitting a heroic aura was the king. His name was Mu Zhuiyun. He was the person who could genuinely shake the entire Bo city with the stomp of his foot. This was the person Mo Fan provoked. Mu Zhuiyun was known for being benevolent by not making Mo Fan's entire family drop to the point where they'd have to beg for food. Zhao Kunsen, could you shut your mouth? What? Did I say anything wrong? Zhao Kunsen replied. Mo Fan glanced at Zhao Kunsen. Truth be told, the words he spoke made Mo Fan feel guilty. This matter was far from what he imagined the reality to be. Some people understood things only after they had grown up. Some teased the students with bad grades, but a rich family, that was a silly thing. After entering the society, the ones with money went overseas to study and came back with an incredible diploma. They could easily find a company and earn tens of thousands per month, and they'd still think it was too little money. Whereas those who had diligently studied, entered university, then submerged themselves in a multitude of jobs still had a quality of life that was simply not on the same level as those who were teased for their family background. Their ideal world was erased. They lost their spirits, yet remained tired, and still more poor than a freaking dog. The words Zhao Kunsen had said did, however, make people understand that his mindset was more mature than his peers. He already knew it'd be better like this than mindlessly pursuing his goals. Or else, failing the dream, and the cruel reality would cause you to lose all the ambitions from the past. In just a single moment, it would be an unacceptable nightmare. Naturally, Mo Fan had no reason to admire Zhao Kunsen's perspective on reality. Instead, he felt like laughing. Zhao Kunsen, you sure have the potential and consciousness to be a dog. That is something I, Mo Fan, would never be able to have in my lifetime. I admire that. I truly do. Mo Fan said back to him. Who the hell are you? If I am a dog, then I'd be a posh dog, eating good food, living in a small pretty house, wearing beautiful clothes. You're just the dog of a dying family, a degenerate dog. A dog that eats from the trash. Why don't you look at what kind of thing you are, with your body that emits the stench of a garbage heap? The most amusing thing is, you still don't understand how stinky you are yet. You just had to ruin the last land of your family simply so you could come to the magic high. But at the end of the day, you just get kicked out anyways. I just want to ask your dad. Mo joshing if he ever regrets giving birth to a person with such shit luck, like yours. Zhao Kunsen continued to curse. Mo Fan's cursing had actually directly struck Zhao Kunsen's weak points. However, Zhao Kunsen wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. He admitted he was a dog and bit Mo Fan back. Mo Fan looked toward the group of people. Naturally, his eyes caught the vague person who seemed to somewhat take pleasure in this whole ordeal. This person was naturally Mu Bai. This was the young master who lived on someone else's charity, the same one who Mo Fan had pressed down onto the floor and beaten up in the past. In the past, when everyone was still a child, their retaliation would at most be throwing stones, breaking their windows, fairly harmless actions. But now, a person's fate would greatly change under the magic awakening and magic examination. The Mu Bai who suddenly rose up had finally been given an opportunity to hit Mo Fan back. For now, Mu Bai had released this dog, Zhao Kunsen. Mo Fan, however, had been plotting for a while, and he'd waited for a more better opportunity to give a ferocious cut. Not bad, not bad. The kid who was beaten like a dog in the past had finally learned how to scheme. It seemed that disciplining him like a father for so many years had not been in vain. Come. Use whatever move you have in your arsenal. I have more than enough experience dealing with these flommers and posers. I have never lost. To fight meanness with meanness, and seek revenge for the smallest grievance, not letting them get away. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents and bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian. Tian means sweet. Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Alright, stop being so loud. The examination begins now. If there is any more noise coming from any of you, then you'll lose your qualifications to take it. Just thinking about the expression on Lady Mu Ningxue's face at seeing you being expelled in front of all of the students and teachers, I reckon she would definitely regret wanting to run away with you in the past selfishly. Mu Bai didn't feel a need to conceal his objectives anymore as he whispered these sinister words into Mo Fan's ear. Your mouth smells like crap. I can't handle this stink. Don't get close to me. Mo Fan used his hand to block him. The corner of Mu Bai's mouth twitched. I'll let this kid be arrogant for a while more yet. In the past, Mo Fan had held Mu Bai on the ground as he fiercely beat him up in front of Mu Ningxue. Since then, and for the rest of his life, Mu Bai would be unable to raise his head in front of Mu Ningxue. Even now, he still felt ashamed. Today, Mu Bai, planned on letting Mo Fan suffer even worse. Being expelled in front of the entire school and Mu Ningxue. In this society where magic was the ultimate authority was reason enough for Mo Fan to be ridiculed and looked down upon by Mu Ningxue. When he returned to his father, Mo Jiaxing, how is he going to explain this to his father who sold their house just so he could enter Magic High when he returned? Unqualified students being expelled during the annual examination was a very common matter. Being expelled wasn't something announced to the entire school. The school wasn't likely to be that unkind. However, there was one exception where the school would directly announce the expulsion. That would be when the magician's stardust hadn't shown any progress at all. Under normal circumstances, after the students had awakened their stardust, they would properly cultivate it every day. Even the more clumsy people would slowly make their stardust glow and develop their magic capabilities unless the student was too lazy to do so. In order to punish this type of student, who wasted the awakening resources and magic books, and to help make the other school students understand that cultivation was not a child's game where you could waste your time, the school would publicly announce the expulsion of a student whose cultivation was far too low. This kind of public announcement might not happen every year, and it was set up to encourage the students who took the back door to enter the school. During the start of this school semester, The entire class conducted a rough examination. At that time, Mo Fan's cultivation was practically at zero. Xue Mushing almost made a public slandering of Mo Fan in a fit of fury. Now, the school semester had ended, while also entering the most important annual examination. If things went according to the calculations, then Mo Fan's cultivation would be very likely approach the line of public expulsion. Naturally, to prevent a miscalculation, Mu Bai and his uncle, Mu He, had also prepared a big present for Mo Fan. This big present was enough to put Mo Fan out of bounds, giving him the honor of receiving the punishment the school hadn't given for 3 years. The most fortunate thing was that Mu Ningxue and Mu Zhuiyun would also be present to view this scene. Mu Bai felt much happier just thinking about it. Today was the day to show himself off, and from that day on, soar through the sky with high status. It was also the day for that cheap Mo Fan to be humiliated. How great. How great. The annual examination will now officially begin. All of the 30 classes in the school began simultaneously. The process of the test was actually very simple. You just had to place your hand on the star appraisal stone while everyone, including the examiners, watched. Then, you concentrated to enter a meditative state, and at that time, the star appraisal stone would emit the same radiance as the examinee's stardust. They would then assess the level of the cultivation based on the radiance. Every student had 3 attempts. The final result was based on the attempt with the brightest radiance. Naturally, the more the student concentrated on it, the more the star appraisal stone would accurately display the radiance of the student's stardust. The order of the examinees was random. The first examinee naturally happened to be that weeping beauty, classmate Hiyu, who was already standing at the front. The girl was still that timid. She was still extremely shy as she walked to the front of the star appraisal stone under everyone's gaze. She looked as though she was scared of being expelled. "You may begin," the bald examiner said. "Good luck, Hiyu. Your teacher and your fellow classmates believe in you," Xue Mushing said. "Don't worry if you don't do well. I will take care of you. The nut job of a dorm head," Manhwa said. Hiyu was feeling shy as she closed her eyes. She then placed her small hands on the massive star appraisal stone. The entire class suddenly turned silent. Their eyes were attentively watching the girl who was taking the first test, and it seemed as though they were more nervous than the examinee. For some reason, Mo Fan felt a change in Hiyu's temperament after she began her test. Her expression turned serious. Although she was nervous, she wasn't frenetic. The black star appraisal stone gradually emitted some radiance from within. In the beginning, it looked like the early sunrise. Following Hiyu's intense focus, the radiance gradually spread around the star appraisal stone, causing the radiance to fill the surroundings. In this moment, the 3 examinees practically announced the results simultaneously. "Classmate, it's done. Your final result is an A," the bald examiner said without an expression on his face. Hiyu opened her eyes. She looked as though she was unable to believe it, before she excitedly said, Really? I got an A." Although the scene of a girl happily yelling out she got an A was strange, they had no choice to admit that Hiyu's final results gave everyone a surprise. "I freaking hell. Hey, that's the standard for entering the elite class." I'm speechless. Before the test, she was sitting there wailing endlessly. We really thought she was drifting on the borderline of being expelled, but as the final results came out, she freaking got an A. Magic B*TCH. What a typical magic studying B*TCH. I'll never believe her again. After the results came out, Mo Fan's dorm head, classmate Manhwa, was completely flabbergasted. Raise her my ass. It'd be really good if he would be able to get a B. He's just blindly worrying about someone who got an A. The homeroom teacher, Xue Mushing's expression was stiff. He was deceived by the female teacher who acted all cute. However, having the first one to take the test and get an A made Xue Mushing feel happy overall. All the grades will be summed up, and after that, the 30 classes will compare the average grades. Xue Mushing felt like his own class had the potential to reach the top 3. The biggest competition was the class next door, Class 7. With that lightning element kid, Su Zhaoding, who knew how much of a difference there would be between the classes. However, what he wished for was the most outstanding student in his class, Mu Bai, to not be inferior to Su Zhaoding in any respect. Next one. Do you want to partake the test? The bald examiner said, as he looked at Hiyu. Hiyu shook her head in haste as she said, I've only grasped 6 stars so far. so I'll let it be. All right. We'll use the evaluation from your other teachers to decide which class you'll be placed in, the bald examiner said. Thank you, teacher. He walked out happily. Originally, she wanted to share this joy with the friends next to her. However, she realized the friends were all a meter away from her. She was puzzled by this. She didn't do anything wrong. Her grades were pretty good, right? Next, Zhang Xiaoho. The examiner announced the name. Zhang Xiaoho couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think it would be his turn so soon. Brother Fan, I'm going, Zhang Xiaoho said to Mo Fan. MHM, do your best and stay calm, Mo Fan replied. You shouldn't be advising other people. Hearing it makes me want to puke. Without fail, Zhao Kunsen followed, saying this. Mo Fan was puzzled. Is this Zhao Kunsen on a stalker mode and conversation denial mode? How is it possible that he would just pour cold water along with everything I do? Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger. The author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian Tian. Tian means sweet. Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Zhang Xiaoho glanced at Su Mushing, and then took one glance at the practical teacher, Tanghua. Do your best, teacher believes in you. The one who said this was the practical teacher, Tanghua. Zhang Xiaoho nodded as he walked to the side of the star appraisal stone. Closing his eyes, Zhang Xiaoho adjusted his breathing and slowly entered a meditative state. The radiance emitted from the star appraisal stone flickered. It followed Zhang Xiaoho's breath as it brightened and dimmed. It was easy to tell that Zhang Xiaoho was slightly nervous, which explained why the star appraisal stone was unable to grasp the energy from his stardust. However, Zhang Xiaoho slowly entered the meditative state. At last, the radiance stabilized. The cyan-colored radiance from the wind element covered the surroundings of the star appraisal stone, and the radiance was superior to Hiyu's. Other than being a bit unstable, there was no other fuss about it. A+. The 3 examiners seemed to have different views regarding it. Teacher, let me try one more time. Zhang Xiaoho didn't seem pleased with this result. Thus, he once more entered a meditative state. This time, he was considerably calmer. The intense radiance covered the star appraisal stone's surroundings. It was apparent that it was much stronger than Hiyu's. Additionally, there didn't appear to be any unstable flickering from it anymore. The 3 examiners glanced at each other and nodded. A+. Final results, A+. After they announced the results, the students of his class all showed shock and envy. Crap, A+. That's a grade that secures your place in the elite class. This kid, Zhang Xiaoho's lifestyle, is just mediocre, so who would have thought that his cultivation would be so amazing? We were mistaken. We really were mistaken. That's really amazing. If I could get A+, then my dad would immediately gift me a car. Shuem Mushing and Tanghua, the 2 teachers, gave a slight smile as they nodded their heads. Their eyes were filled with praise. Zhang Xiaoho had always been an outstanding student to them. Thus, having this kind of result was well within reason. Classmate, you're done. We will assess accordingly. The bald examiner was about to announce the final result. Teacher, I'd like to attempt the next test. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoho's expression was firm, but his face showed a shyness as he said this. Are you sure? The examiner asked, a bit surprised. I know that the higher you place in the rankings during the annual examination, then the longer you will get to use the Stardust magic tool. Thus, I'd like to take the activation test, Zhang Xiaoho said with certainty. Shuem Mushing and Tanghua maintained the smiles on their faces. They already knew that Zhang Xiaoho had reached the level of activation. The examination consisted of 2 parts. The first part was the Stardust test. The majority of the students only needed to complete this part to continue to study magic at Magic High. While the second part was set up for the top students, out of over 1,000 students, there were roughly only 100 or so who had touched upon the level of activation. If one can activate the elemental skill during the examination, then naturally they would be awarded more points for the annual examination. To obtain more of the limited resources from the school, the students would have to display all of their powers during the annual examination without hiding anything. Zhang Xiaoho's activation test didn't go particularly smoothly. He was so nervous that he was unable to properly link the 7 wind element stars with each other to form a star path. However, the examiners were able to see that this student was capable of activation, but due to being nervous on the testing grounds, he was unable to activate successfully. However, they still gave him some points based on his performance. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Zhang Xiaoho walked out of the testing ground with his head low. Mrs. Tang Yue was like a tender older sister when she patted Zhang Xiaoho's shoulder. Don't feel discouraged. You will definitely be able to enter the elite class with your grades. Teacher, I thought I was proficient in control, but who would have thought that a little nervousness would cause the time I spent practicing control to disappear mysteriously, making me start from the beginning. Teacher, how are you able to accomplish the magic activation so easily? Zhang Xiaoho asked. Naturally, it's from practicing. Other than that, the state of your heart is also crucial. Not only does a qualified magician need to have a solid foundation, but they also need to have a mentality that won't waver if they encounter trouble. Zhang Xiaoho nodded as he seemed to understand this. Next, Huang Feifeng. B. Teacher, I should receive an A. I should be given an A. If you make more noise, we'll cancel your results. Next, Luo C. C. The student called Luo C jumped for joy. For a failure of a student like him, receiving C was like New Year's. The students of 8 class were receiving their examinations one by one. The majority of the students were B and C. There didn't seem to be many A's. Look, the people of the school council are almost here. They are at the 7th class exam grounds. The one taking the test is that lightning element guy. Su Zhaoting, that is firmly the #1 guy in the entire school. That's not certain. I heard Mu Bai's cultivation is also very high. As Mo Fan heard his classmates' discussion, his gaze turned toward the 7th class exam grounds. Sure enough, the school council group included the particularly outstanding Mu Ningxue, who had already walked to the vicinity. Old brother Mu Zhuiyun, this is our school's most outstanding lightning element student. His name is Su Zhaoting. When he awakened his lightning element a year ago, I, as the principal, began to pay close attention to him. He's currently doing the activation test. Care to watch? The principal of Tianlan Magic High said to Mu Zhuiyun. The principal was very polite toward Mu Zhuiyun. Thus, it was obvious that Mu Zhuiyun's status within Bo City was very high. Ningxue, why don't you take a look at this student's performance? Mu Ningxue nodded. Lightning element, the first of the elements. Its violent, destructive force was enough to make other magicians take several steps back. Within the examination grounds, Su Zhaoting, who wore the school uniform, was already there. He adjusted his breathing, as well as trying to make peace with the pressuring gazes coming from the students and teachers of the entire school. Ever since he had entered the school, he had become the focal point for them. These gazes were incessantly urging him to cultivate. Heed my command. The first of the elements, lightning. Strike of lightning. As the sounds faded, he raised a hand. The purple lightning arc surged. It was as though the Serpent King called out to the violent python soldier. They slithered their shocking body, twirling through the atmosphere and burning everything they touched. Activate. The electric arc violently descended upon the human-shaped puppet. The puppet violently trembled. It was charred from the drop of the violent lightning strike. The electricity crackled around, covering it with whip prints. The human-shaped puppet exploded with no remains in a single moment by the force of the lightning. On the floor of the training grounds, there were strips of black marks. It looked extremely terrifying. The puppet had already turned into a pile of black dust. The heaven-defying lightning element skill immediately stole the attention of the entire exam grounds, causing the elite students who were also able to activate skills to take a deep breath. Holy cow, who cares about wind trail? Who cares about water barrier? What fire burst? They are all weak. The tyrannical power of the lightning strike was not something the other elements could compare themselves to. It directly caused the puppet to explode into dregs. This destructive power, whoever was standing there would die instantly. Asterisk, advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk, scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Asterisk, guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk, 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk, Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk, 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk, Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk, noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk, rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk, zhang tian tian. Tian means sweet. Asterisk, Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk, long taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. After Su Zhaoding saw this result, his face revealed satisfaction. As he turned around, he, who was waiting for the examiners to deliver his results, suddenly noticed a pair of beautiful eyes that was like snow. It was Mu Ningxue. Su Zhaoding's face was filled with pleasant surprise. He didn't think his examination would catch Mu Ningxue's attention. She was definitely startled. After all, the power of lightning element wasn't something any other element could compare to. Ningxue, what do you think? The school's supervisor, Mu He, asked with a smile across his face. Average. Mu Ningxue didn't take another look and chose to continue advancing forward. The principal and the other few people in the school council became stiff. No way, a lightning element this strong, and she still thought it was normal? Just how high were this girl's standards? Hee, that's actually not bad. Ningxue is an empire institution. All of the geniuses in the country gather there. The activation of the primary skill, lightning strike, is the most basic skill there. The reason as to why she thinks it's average is because she has a habit of using the standards of empire institution to assess. Mu Zhuiyun smiled as he explained this, giving the principal and the group of people in the school council a way out of this awkward situation. If you put it like that, does that mean Su Zhaoding has students with the potential to enter Empire Institute? The principal was also someone who understood how to deal with situations. He took advantage and asked this. The other people immediately copied what he said. If things go well, then Su Zhaoding's grades will be the best in the entire school, right? School director Chun Guangliang said. That's hard to say. From what I know, Mu Bai from the 8th class is also quite capable. Vice principal replied. Hearing them saying this, a smile emerged on Mu He's face as he immediately spoke to Mu Zhuiyun and Mu Ningxue. Older brother, Mu Bai is a disciple from our Mu family. His grades have always been quite remarkable. From how I see it, it should be his turn soon. Should we go and watch? Mu Bai? Which families? He's Mu Yang's son. When Mu Yang passed away, I saw Mu Bai and his mother being bullied by others somewhere. Thus, I brought them to live in the manor. Mu Bai is a very intelligent and determined child. He's no worse than the other kids of our family. Oh, there's naturally a huge gap compared to Mu Ningxue, but he's still a seedling worth raising. Mu He cautiously said to Mu Zhuiyun. The highest authority over the manor was completely within Mu Zhuiyun's hands. Mu He counted as a lord, as well. However, he was just a 3rd or 4th degree lord. That was simply not on par with Mu Zhuiyun. Oh, that slightly rings a bell. Then let's go and have a look. How about it, school directors? Mu Zhuiyun asked. The school director with the split hair that was gradually losing its color said, since it is a disciple of your Mu family, we are definitely interested. The group of people began to walk, slowly making their way to the exam grounds of the 8th class. The aura of this group of people was very strong. In the eyes of the students, the directors may be a faintly discernible existence. However, Mu Ningxue, a genius of the same age as them, was something incredible. On the grounds, the male students saw the girl observing from the side. Heavens, the group of directors is coming here. They really came. My hands are trembling. Good timing, just in time for me to show off. Show off my ass. Your test is already over. You're just a drag with a C. The students of the 8th class were unable to calm themselves. Every student's fate depended on the annual examination, while at the same time, the group of school directors who could change their future with just a single, praising glance were coming over. This caused the examination to have an exceedingly heavy atmosphere. Mu He was walking to the very front. The bald examiner immediately raised his head and glanced at Mu He. As Mu He hinted to him, the bald examiner immediately understood what he meant. He first pretended to not see anything before he indifferently said, "Next, Mu Bai." Mu Bai's eyes were still placed on Mu Ningxua's body. Even though the two lived in the same castle, it was still so big that Mu Bai has only been this close to Mu Ningxua just a few times before. "Mu Bai, it's your turn." Mu He coughed to remind Mu Bai. Only then did Mu Bai come back to his senses. What could he do? He liked her for far too many years. Even if it were rather impossible for him to walk with her, he still wouldn't freaking let that trash, Mo fan, take her away. He would be her bodyguard. It was time to prove the efforts of the past years. Mu Bai nodded before he began walking toward the exam grounds. He had been waiting for this for a long time. Mu Bai took a deep breath. To have the attention of the family and Mu Ningxua, these were things Mu Bai could only dream of, and today was the day where the both would come true. As he placed his hand on the star appraisal stone, Mu Bai repressed his excitement within his heart as much as possible. In this aspect, Mu Bai had actually practiced for a long time. Even if he felt more excited and nervous than anyone, he relied on his past training to complete a proper and stable meditation. A white and dense, icy wave quickly spread out from the star appraisal stone and covered the surroundings. This ice wave was so strong, it overflowed from the star appraisal stone and made even Mu Bai feel its cold on his face. All of the teachers and students watched this scene, entranced. The radiance was overflowing. This was perhaps the first time they have seen something like this happen during an exam. Even Zhou Min, who received an A, was quite inferior to the overflowing radiance of Mu Bai. S. The three examiners immediately announced their grades, and all of them were S's. I remember Su Zhaoding from before had 2 S and an A, right? In that case, Mu Bai's Stardust is more superior than Su Zhaoding. Mu He immediately said. At this moment, Xue Mushing was astonished by this sight. This Mu Bai had hidden his true power. As expected of the disciple of a noble family, I thought Mu Bai would only get 1 S at most. Who would have thought that he would receive 3 S's? 3 S's. The final result is naturally S's. These were without a doubt the best grades in the school. Shit, Mu Bai is too amazing. He unexpectedly received 3 S's. These grades directly shake Su Zhaoding from class 7 off. Thus, Mu Bai will be worthy of the title number 1. I never imagined. Mu Bai, you're far too amazing. A few girls, at this moment, had already become completely infatuated with him. Mu Bai was handsome, and his grades were outstanding. He was simply the knight on the white horse in their hearts. Big brother, what do you think? Mu He laughed as he asked Mu Zhuiyun to his side. Not bad. Mu Zhuiyun gave a brief comment. Mu Ningxua, however, didn't say anything. Seeing Mu Ningxua not react, Mu Bai knew that getting 3 S's, in Mu Ningxua's opinion, was nothing impressive. This was the activation test. It was also the time for him to show off his true strength. Mu Bai turned around and walked to the middle of the exam grounds. Mu Bai is taking the activation test. No shit, Mu Bai has definitely grasped the control of 7 stars. I can't wait to see the skill of Ice Element. As they were discussing this, Mu Bai had already fixated his gaze onto the human-shaped puppet. That's right, the Stardust test was only the basics. The people who had a brain were very clear on the fact that the activation test was the true assessment test. I will definitely have Family Head and Mu Ningxua take notice of me. He closed his eyes and began his magic incantations. Mu Bai skillfully made the 7 ice element stars connect with each other to form a star path. Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Asterisk guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk Taoist fierce tiger. The author of this novel. Asterisk noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk zhang tian tian. Tian means sweet. Asterisk Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk long taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. I spread. Without stopping or hesitation, Mu Bai yelled this in a rush, demonstrating all of his hard work. His pupils changed. After he finished his magic activation, those watching suddenly realized there was a layer of frost spreading on the body of the puppet. The ice quickly covered its body, and the puppet now looked as though it was painted in a layer of ice lacquer. It was rather astonishing. The stabbingly cold air pervaded the entire exam grounds. Creak. The ice spread didn't stop after it covered the entire puppet. It even began to spread onto the floor of the exam grounds. The other classes also had ice element students who had taken the activation exam. Clearly their ice spreads weren't as imposing as Mu Bai's. The other students felt intimidated and took a step back, feeling like the ice was about to spread to where they stood. The directors and examiners were calm. However, their eyes flashed with praise. This was the equivalent of a proficient ice element skill. It had reached the standard of a member of the Magic Association. This was actually set up for older students by the Magic Association. A student who only awakened a year ago capable of utilizing the ice element skill to a proficient level was something extremely rare to come across. Not bad. Mu Zhuiyun still gave the same evaluation. Mu Bai didn't know whether he had entered Mu Zhuiyun's eyes. With his heart feeling nervous, he shifted his gaze toward Mu Ningxue. As he looked at her, Mu Bai felt as though an arrow had pierced through his heart. It was because his most beloved Mu Ningxue hadn't taken a look at him from the start. Instead, her gaze had always been attentively watching a certain person in his class. Mu Bai took this opportunity and looked for the person she was looking at, and he felt another arrow piercing his heart. Mo Fan. She's looking at Mo Fan. Scoundrel, scoundrel. Why is she looking at him again? What is there to look at in a guy who is almost covered in trash? Why aren't you looking at my remarkable display of skill? Mu Bai's nervous face was almost completely distorted. On the most important event of his life, all he wished for was to get Mu Ningxue's attention. But in the end, she still ended up looking toward that little hooligan. That little hooligan was only a clown that existed to entertain the princess. What's there to see in a clown? When you're done laughing, move on. Why are you still wasting your precious attention on him? I will make you suffer immensely. Mu Bai's face was exceedingly gloomy. He carried a heavy resentment as he left the exam grounds. Your marks are extremely outstanding. Your stardust is S, and your activation is of B grade. The examiner gave him his final results. Even the top students would only receive a C grade or AD grade on the activation test. The only other person who have received AB was that lightning element user, Su Zhaoding. With a grade like this, he deserved the title of the #1 in school. Next, Mo Fan. As people were admiring Mu by magnificently seizing the crown, it was finally Mo Fan's turn. The truth is, Mo Fan felt like something was strange. Why did it have to be me after that green tea man? Did they scheme this? Mo Fan refused to believe that there was such a coincidental thing in this world. However, it didn't matter. If one needed sleep, one should sleep. Different situations called for different measures. If you don't do anything, then there'll be no clear sky. Are you all right? Mu he whispered as he watched Mu Bai walking over. I did what you told me to. Mu Bai seemed like a scheming woman as he replied sinisterly. I'm doing this for the good of Mo Jiaxing. By directly sweeping his son out of here, I'll save him the trouble as a parent tirelessly worrying about him. His son wasn't someone who was suited to study magic from the beginning. Yet, he still had to force his way in. Mu he said. He and Mu Bai naturally had ways to deal with Mo Fan. Before the examination, Mu He had used his powers as the school director to carefully scheme something. The bald examiner was one of Mu He's people. Thus, the order of the examinees was something Mu He had arranged. As soon as Mu Bai finished his exams, it became Mo Fan's turn. After Mo Fan finished his examination, it would be the time for resting and announcement of grades. Thus, within this short break, one could secretly pull a trick. For example, when Mu Bai had placed his hand on the star appraisal stone, he could slip in a black stone into it. The effects of the black stone were very simple. When the star appraisal stone was emitting its radiance, the black stone was capable of absorbing a part of the energy, causing the star appraisal stone's radiance to dim by a lot. So if Mo Fan was barely able to reach the C grade, then this tiny black stone the size of a grain could lower Mo Fan's grades to a solid D. Either way, he's just trash. Who cares if we make him look like complete and utter trash? There really was no need for the school to waste its resources on a person like that. Expelling him from the school benefited not only the school, but also his family. Mu Bai had already smiled so much that his face seemed completely distorted. How are you, Mo Fan, going to avoid losing all of your face this time? Mo Fan, that sounds familiar. At this time, Mu Zhuiyun slowly opened his mouth. Big brother, he is the son of Madam's driver. Mu, he reminded Mu Zhuiyun. At that moment, the Mu Zhuiyun, whose eyes that seemed like ice and snow this entire time suddenly began to turn. In truth, he had already taken notice of Mo Fan. It's just he was in doubt. How come the second he got here, it was Mu Bai's and Mo Fan's examinations? Mu Zhuiyun took glance at Mu Ningxue to his side. Mu Ningxue quickly recovered her tranquil manner, acting as though she was looking at the mediocre students from before, without any fluctuation to her emotions. Mu Zhuiyun's eyes gave rise to some satisfaction. A kid will always have a time where they are rebellious. Once they grow up, they will no longer be that childish. Let's watch then. He also counts as one of our Mu family, at least he was. Mu Zhuiyun's manner of speaking was indifferent as he said this. Mu Zhuiyun was also very clear on the fact that a driver's son was incapable of being any good. Thus, letting Mu Ningxue watch was also beneficial. This kind of person was common within the small Bo city. They would leave our world sooner or later. Mu Zhuiyun didn't want this kid, Mo Fan, to remain a scar within the heart of his precious daughter. On the other side, Mo Fan didn't listen to what these people were talking about. He had already walked to the front of the star appraisal stone, and just like the people before him, he placed his hand on the star appraisal stone. To be honest, I'm really thankful that he is here. He can save me from setting the standards lower. This way, I won't be too miserable, a failure of a student said. Third brother, I also got AD. Don't worry, we can leave the campus together in a natural manner, said his classmate, Xiao Bing, who was a water element from the same dorm. Whether he can receive AD is hard to say. Yeah, he probably didn't make any progress on his cultivation. In the same class, Zhou Min, who also possessed the fire element, was attentively watching Mo Fan. She wanted to know whether he studied or not. A person who clearly had a higher talent in the fire element than her being expelled from the school. This made even Zhou Min feel it was somewhat a pity. At same time, she couldn't help but loathe Mo Fan, a person who didn't put effort into improving himself. There's light coming. The radiance seems really weak. It feels like it's even weaker than a D grade. On the star appraisal stone, the radiance felt extremely bashful. It was simply unable to escape from the inside of the star appraisal stone. However, the radiance on the inside had a relatively strong light. It seemed as if the light was being concealed by a shadow, simply unable to escape from the inside. Shit, something isn't right. That light, it doesn't seem to be AD. Really? Grade C? The dorm mate, Xiao Bing, looked at it in astonishment. He seemed unable to believe that Mo Fan was actually able to cause a C-grade fire element radiance to appear on the star appraisal stone. We said that we would leave the school in a natural manner, but you receiving grade C would barely meet the qualifications. What about the trust from one failure to another failure? Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Asterisk guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk 190 centimeters, over 6 foot tall. Asterisk Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk zhang tian tian. Tian means sweet. Asterisk Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk long taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Is it C? No, that's not right. The radiance is still slowly spreading. The examiners were also puzzled. The other examinees had quickly finished their tests. However, this student's radiance was weak in the beginning, but then it started to slowly become stronger. It went from D to C, and it was still growing stronger even after reaching grade C. B. This is definitely B. Holy cow, a comeback. The failure is doing a comeback. That must be a mistake. I only received AB. How could this guy possibly get AB? The other fire element user, Huang Feifeng, almost cried. Zhou Min received an A, and that puny little kid called Denyo also received AB. Out of the 4 fire elemental students, only he, Huang Feifeng, had received AC. How was he going to receive Mrs. Tang Yue's affections now? Xuan Muxing's eyes immediately began to brighten. As the homeroom teacher, his biggest fear was for someone in his class dragging down the average. Today, all Xuan Muxing asked out of Mo Fan was for him to not be publicly expelled. It had not happened for the past 3 years. If this great Buddha didn't do that, then he could drag down the average as much as he wanted. What Xuan Muxing never thought of was that this kid would suddenly emerge with a B. The average of the class was roughly B-. The great Buddha had unexpectedly increased the average grade. This something he could not even dream about. The current Xuan Muxing was happier than seeing an A-grade student. The discussion volume this time wasn't any lower than the chatter about Mu Bai before. After all, Mu Bai was the person who everyone knew had good grades, whereas Mo Fan was the well-known dreg out of the dregs. The dregs suddenly seized AB. There were too many people who didn't expect this outcome. How is this possible? How is this possible? Mu Bai was flabbergasted. His uncle, Mu He, watched this scene while feeling completely speechless. What kind of situation is this? That kid got AB. Mu Bai, did you really place the black stone there? The absorption rate of that black stone is really strong. A person who can receive a C would be turned into someone who can't even get D. Mu He whispered to Mu Bai. I did place it. I definitely placed it there. Even if Mu Bai made a mistake on his examination, there's no way he would make a mistake on that part. The black stone was definitely placed there, but how did this guy get AB? Wasn't this guy drifting between C and D? Don't tell me that he was concealing his strength, and then let it all out on the last examination to reach AB? C is passing grade, whereas B would be quite good. Who could imagine that a failure who was supposed to take the penalty that hadn't been given for 3 years would suddenly turn into a good student? This grade was well within expectations. Mu Zhuyan's tone was indifferent as it carried a sense of mocking. His own daughter was almost taken away by this kid? If this really happened, then he would have been ridiculed by all of the people under the heavens. All right, let's move on to the next class. Mu Zhuyan didn't want his daughter to pay too much attention to this kid. Thus, he said this to the crowd of people. Big brother, this Mu Bai. Mu He wanted to continue talking. Mu He was not satisfied with this outcome. Today's plan was to let Mu Bai show off his skills in front of the clan and receive the attention of the family head. The other one was to let Mo Fan suffer a tragic end. However, the 2 outcomes hadn't been attained. How could he just let them leave like that? Oh, distribute a bit more to their family during the new year to show encouragement, Mu Zhuyan replied. As Mu Bai heard this, he was completely stunned. What the hell was distribute some more to them during New Year's? Who the hell wanted that charity-like money? What he wanted was attention. What he wanted was for the Mu family to focus on supporting him. What he wanted was the Stardust magic tool. What he wanted was the colossal cultivation resources which the Mu family distributed to their direct descendant. This, big brother, I think, as Mu He was about to say some few words for Mu Bai, another voice suddenly resounded. That's wrong. This radiance is wrong. Suddenly, someone objected. It was a woman's voice, sounding soft and sexy. Mrs. Tang Yue, what objections do you have regarding our decision? According to the norm, the results of the exams are decided by the examiners. Even if we wanted to object, Xuan Muxing started saying. Xuan Muxing was actually extremely satisfied with this grade. He even suspected the star appraisal stone to have some malfunction. How could Mo Fan otherwise receive AB? Mrs. Tang Yue, please let this matter go. If there really is a problem, then I reckon I as the homeroom teacher will unable preserve my integrity. Teachers have no qualifications to object to the assessment of the examiners. However, they can object to accidents happening during the examination. We can even examine the testing equipment to ensure the accuracy of the equipment, Mrs. Tang Yue said. At this time, a school director was secretly shaking his head toward Mrs. Tang Yue. At the same time, the principal was also incessantly hinting to Mrs. Tang Yue. It's not that the school director didn't know there was some concealed trick beneath this, but they didn't want any unnecessary matter to arise when there were so many school directors present. What was the problem with the result? Wasn't it normal? It was a grade a common student should receive. Why do you have an objection regarding this result, honorable teacher? Mu Zhuyan became somewhat interested in this, so he began to inquire. Mrs. Tang Yue had already walked onto the examination ground. Her eyebrows were knitted. Suddenly she closed her eyes. She looked like a magician who was about to cast magic. The people who had some understanding about magic knew that she was actually just expanding her senses into the stone. Mrs. Tang Yue's action immediately caused Mu Bai and Mu He to panic. According to the norm, after Mo Fan had finished his exams, the examinations would take a break so the students could rest. At the same time, they would announce the most outstanding student's name of the first half of the examinations. Taking advantage of the break, the bald examiner would remove the dark stone without suspicion. This way, everything would be normal. The plan was flawless. Everything was going smoothly. But who would have thought that there would be a teacher popping out from nowhere who discovered the source of the problem? Mrs. Tang Yue, how can you just ignore the rules of the examination grounds? If I was you, then I would immediately leave the examinees' examination grounds. Muhi immediately yelled out. Muhi obviously had to be loud. He had to use his authority to intimidate this teacher who discovered the problem. However, Mrs. Tang Yue wasn't afraid at all. She looked as if she found something as she directly walked toward the star appraisal stone. The star appraisal stone has a problem. This examination has to be redone. Mrs. Tang Yue's incomparably sharp gaze stared at the examiner. The bald examiner was at loss on what to do. He hastily looked at Mu He. Mu He was embarrassed. His expression appeared to be confused. What are you shocked about? Go over there and take a look. We must give the examinees an impartial examination environment. If there's a problem, then we must immediately go and fix it, the principal said righteously. The three examiners immediately went over to inspect, and they also quickly discovered the hidden dark stone. That's weird. We've already inspected this before. How could something like this pop up from nowhere? Another examiner said in astonishment. Whenever a student's examination was over, they would inspect it again. When Mu Bai had finished, the person who had gone over to examine the stone was precisely the bald examiner. This time, the bald examiner was really scared. Covering up for someone framing others on the examination, that was a big crime. Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk scent bills. China has scents and bills called jiao. Asterisk guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk zhang tian tian, tian means sweet. Asterisk bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk long taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. How is it? The principal asked the 3 examiners. Before the 3 examiners reported the emergence of the dark stone, Mu He said, "Oh, since there's a problem, why don't you let him do the test again? Director Wang, why don't you go to the storage room and grab another star appraisal stone? Although the star appraisal stone is useful, it's just a little fragile. After receiving interference of different energies, it'd start having problems. I'd really like to thank Mrs. Tang Yue for finding out the problem with just a glance. You're really covering up for our mistakes." This Mu He was really an old fox. He immediately covered up the matter. Thus, the 3 examiners were simply unable to report the actual problem. Tang Yue's brow furrowed. She knew that this matter probably had something to do with Mu He. If she were to make this matter public, the school directors would be quite difficult to deal with. After thinking it over, it would also affect the students' examinations, so it was better if she just left it alone. All right, redo the test. Redo the test. Student Mo Fan, there were some small problems with the star appraisal stone. The grade from before is invalid. We will give you one more chance to redo the examination. The bald examiner held onto a straw of hope as he quickly said this. Mo Fan looked at these people as though he was looking at a group of clowns. You want to play? Keep on playing. This father. I am waiting. Great, go take the test again. At most, you'll receive a D. How could you receive a B? Third brother, we can once again leave the school in a natural manner, Lu Xiaobing said with excitement. The heavens didn't turn his back on Lu Xiaobing. I'm so thankful that Mrs. Tang Yue had discovered the problem. Just like I said, how could Mo Fan, a person who has even worse luck than me, have his luck turned over? Mrs. Tang Yue, why did you even bother? Giving the student another chance isn't necessarily a good thing. Shui Mushing didn't know whether to cry or laugh as he said this to Manhwa. So it really was the star appraisal stone malfunctioning. This made Shui Mushing feel bad. What should be happening was really coming at last. The penalty that no one had received in 3 years was finally going to land on a student in his own class. Haha, how could I, Huang Feifeng, possibly be at the very bottom? Mrs. Tangyue, you are a hero. I really admire you, Huang Feifeng said, as if he was relieved of a burden. On the other side, Mu Bai's dog of a henchman was also extremely happy. Underscore almost scared the hell out of me. I really thought this dreg was making a comeback. Even I, Zhao Kunsen, have only gotten a B. Underscore. Good, Mu Bai, this broken star appraisal stone almost secured the kid's entrance. I've come to realize that Mrs. Tangyue is increasingly more like the lover of my dreams. Zhao Kunsen wiped the cold sweat off himself as he continued. Oh, Mu Bai, why do you still have such a long face? Didn't they say that he only received a B due to the malfunction of the star appraisal stone? Don't worry, he will definitely get out of here. Could you shut up? You're annoying. Mu Bai snapped, as his mood was exceedingly bad. Zhao Kunsen withdrew. He didn't know how he had offended his master. The examination of the other classes had basically ended. Due to the examination of the 8th class having some problems, many of the people began to gather around them, including the top students of the other classes. At this time, Mo Fan accidentally became the focus point of everyone. All right, Mo Fan, you may redo your exam. Mrs. Tangyue, you've also inspected it. There shouldn't be any problems this time, right? The bald examiner asked with a flattering smile. No, there isn't, Mrs. Tangyue replied. Her dark eyes might have scorched his face for all the friendliness in them. Mo Fan once again stood in front of the star appraisal stone. This time, he didn't feel a cold air coming off of it. It really was Mu Bai's fault. Mo Fan humphed coldly. Thankfully, the sexiest and most enchanting Mrs. Tangyue had discovered this so early, or else Mo Fan would appear to be lower than a piece of poop in front of the school directors. Mo Fan closed his eyes and placed his hands on top of the star appraisal stone. The cold star appraisal stone quickly turned warm from the circulation of Mo Fan's stardust energy. The radiance began to intensify, and the scarlet radiance looked as though it was burning from within. The radiance this time didn't suffer from any kind of suppression as it was released. It spread around the star appraisal stone, and it even began to leak out of it. This radiance. The first one to reveal an incredibly surprised face was precisely Mu Zhuiyun. The principal, vice principal, the disciplinary teachers, and the school directors also widened their eyes. The radiance is flowing out. The homeroom teacher, Shui Mushing, was thoroughly flabbergasted. After being a teacher for so many years, how could he not see the meaning behind the overflowing radiance? In this entire school, only Mu Bai had achieved the state of overflowing radiance. It was not just because the flames were already relatively bright, but the overflowing of the fire radiance was even a bit stronger than Mu Bai's ice radiance. Damn. The surrounding students from other classes and the students from the 8th class were all trampled to near death by the word damn. In their hearts. Overflowing radiance. This really is overflowing radiance. A student who was considered a weak-minded dreg had actually achieved the state of overflowing radiance. It's S. It really seems to be S. How about we inspect it once more? Crazy. The bald-headed director Wang and the other 2 examiners had gone crazy. The classmates who thought that Mo Fan would get swept out of the school had also gone crazy. Shit, this is the real malfunctioning of the star appraisal stone. How could that guy's cultivation be at this kind of level? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. I refuse to believe it. The water element student Xiaobing was wailing like a ghost. What happened to us leaving the school together? Let's forget about the fact that you didn't honor your title as a failure of a student, but you even became a divine student. This time there will be no one who will stop me in my way. This daddy, I will jump into the river. If Mo Fan can become a divine student, then I, a water elemental magician, probably can drown to death. The normally expressionless Mu Ningxue was completely showing her emotions at this time. That's right, not even she imagined that the final result would be like this. For a person like Mo Fan that didn't have any particularly special talent or a family property, receiving a B was already quite normal. However, he achieved overflowing radiance, the overflowing radiance of the fire element. That was already one level ahead of Mu Bai, who had received resources from his family. For some reason, Mu Ningxua's heart bloomed with a sunshine that was like the overflowing radiance coming from the fire element. That really causes one to feel extremely shocked. I almost missed out on an even more remarkable student, a school director exclaimed in admiration after seeing this event. That's right. I don't dare to imagine what kind of disaster would be brought over if we were to only give him a B while also causing our school to lose out on such a prominent magician. Better late than never. Mrs. Tangyue, we are really grateful to your ability to spot details. As Mrs. Tangyue saw the school directors flattering her, she only returned a small smile. The truth was, even Tangyue herself was extremely surprised. All this time, she had been thinking that the most outstanding fire elemental student in her class was Zhoumin. But to everyone's surprise, this Mo fan was even more remarkable. The most important thing was that he had always been calmly cultivating, not having the need to compete nor laying himself bare to others. This kind of temperament was very suitable for becoming a magician. Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Asterisk guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk zhang tian tian, tian means sweet. Asterisk Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk long taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. The other fire elemental user, Goody Two Shoes girl Zhoumin, looked at this overflowing radiance. Her small face was clearly showing her disbelief. This student who she always loathed for not making progress, he was actually stronger than Mu Bai? She had actually been making a mistake this entire time? All of their shock and disbelief was actually far inferior to the defeated look on Mu Bai's face. His expression couldn't even be described as an expression, it was practically a whole distortion. Even his cramping facial muscles were twitching. What was worse than being completely flipped over by the person they hated the most? The dog of a henchman, Zhao Kunsen rubbed his eyes over and over again. However, what he saw was still the overflowing radiance. The superiority he was displaying toward Mo Fan was completely obliterated, making him seem like a comical retard, looking all lofty in the middle of the people. S. Final result is S. The highest score in school was S. However, everyone was very clear on the fact that the magical capabilities within Mo Fan's Stardust were probably higher than Mu Bai by a bit. Mo Fan, do you wish to continue the exam? Naturally, Mo Fan gave the examiner a slight smile. Underscore this, daddy. I have been waiting for this for a long time. Underscore man, if it wasn't for the world changing, then I would have already have reached this level during the high school examination. Fortunately, the outcome is still good. Underscore. Mo Fan naturally wanted to test his activation. Weren't most of the people bitterly cultivating just so they can appear as that little golden idol in front of others, glinting and shining? Fire burst. His entire aura was moving. After Mo Fan said his incantation, his whole bearing was very self-confident. A searing aura frantically spread from the central point of Mo Fan's body, washing over the cheeks of hundreds of people. The feel of the scorching heat was very distinct. The Firestar path quickly mobilized around Mo Fan's body after he finished the arrangement of the stars. The obtrusive scarlet red and the staggering fire. The flames scuttled forth from the half-clenched hand of Mo Fan, just like a vicious and impatient animal. Go! As he waved his hand, the flames streaked across the exam grounds like a dazzling scarlet fire arrow. It accurately made its way into the human-shaped puppet's body. Burn. He raised his hand up high. After a second of silence, the vicious fire suddenly blasted forth from inside the puppet's body. The more it burned, the more vicious it was. That raging fire engulfed the puppet in a matter of seconds. The reflection of the flames were visible on Mo Fan's face. His face was smiling, and his confidence was soaring. This was Fire Burst, the fire force he was in control of. There was no need to mention its charm. After finishing all of this, Mo Fan turned around. Every single person was dumbstruck. The teachers, students, directors, they hadn't even completely recovered their senses from the S grade he had gotten from his previous examination. However, then they saw Mo Fan's extremely smooth casting of Fire Burst. There was no hesitation, and neither was it forced. Additionally, the speed he had completed it at was even faster than Mu Bai. The fire element's primary spell was much more violent than the ice element's. That was why the reaction of the people was much more intense than Mu Bai's eye spread after Mo Fan finished the casting of Fire Burst. Not only was it Mo Fan's beautiful turnaround, but it was also because of the boundless power of his fire element aura. Give your marks. Mo Fan glanced at the astonished examiners as he said this in a natural manner. A. B. A. The grades for the casting test were immediately announced. As expected, Mo Fan's grades were higher than Mu Bai's. Mu Bai was already so angry that he felt as though he was about to get a heart attack. If this continued, then he really would stop breathing. How could it be like this? This didn't conform with the script. Both of the scores were higher than Mu Bai's. Is this really the Mo Fan that we know? This really is the most amazing turnaround in history. He became a divine student in just a second. It's really blinding my dog eyes. Su Qinglin said. Shui Muxing's mouth had a crooked smile. He didn't care about the enmity between Mo Fan and Mu Bai. His class suddenly popped up a student with the S grade, and his grades for the activation test were the highest. If everything went well, then wouldn't he be number one in the entire school? Underscore from last place all the way to first place. I'm afraid there's nothing more shocking than this. It's like a dream. Underscore. Underscore other than him being number one. Mu Bai should be able to settle steadily into second place. Underscore. Thus, the first and second ranked students were in his class. This would give him a promotion. As expected of the Mu family. Brother Mu Zhuiyun, you really had our small-scaled magician organization have an eye-opening experience. If I remember correctly, this Mo Fan is the son of the driver at your manor. Being in a large, noble family sure is great. You even unconsciously influenced a preeminent student in Bo City, said Deng Kai from the Hunters Union. Mu Zhuiyun looked at Deng Kai. Deng Kai was in the upper echelon of the Hunters Union, and at the same time, he was also a director of Tianlan Magic High. Amongst the school directors, his cultivation was the highest, and his strength was also the greatest. As a school director, Deng Kai was praising, and the other school directors were continually sighing. You can't help but admire that. A son of a driver is already this amazing. He's comparable to the magic seedlings which they have carefully raised. Mu Zhuiyun was slowly coming back to his senses from being shocked. He really didn't think that this Mo Fan would have some ability. Right now, he even heard praise coming from the people in his circle. His face immediately lit up. As his mood got better, Mu Zhuiyun's heart also began to ponder. Mu Ningxue had carried the flag for the family for many years. However, the other direct successors and branch disciples all required support from the family. Only this way were they able to consolidate power within the family. The Mu family were very short in magicians who specialized in the fire element. Although this kid had done things that had caused him to feel incomparably angry, he was just young and inexperienced. It had already been so many years since then, there was no need to continue investigating it. It was about time to give some benefit to this kid, so he would start to serve the Mu family. He would definitely not approach Mu Ningxue. However, he could send him to his eldest son, Mu Jiangming, and nurture him into a remarkable fire element henchman. That was not a bad plan. A talented person still needed to be recruited. Mu Zhuiyun stroked his beard, feeling somewhat happy. After seeing Mo Fan exiting the examination ground, he opened his mouth to say, Mo Fan, come here. Mo Fan glanced at Mu Zhuiyun. He wasn't sure what this old scoundrel wanted from him. With some hesitation, Mo Fan walked over in front of the directors. His eyes couldn't help but take a glance at Mu Ningxue. Damn, I haven't seen this girl in so many years. How come she looks so beautiful? Mu Zhuiyun underscore hemphed underscore. Mu Ningxue also moved her gaze away. Mo Fan also withdrew his gaze. You called. Mo Fan raised his head and looked at the Mu Zhuiyun's tall and sturdy physique. In front of others, Mo Zhuiyun would have a whiff of the prestige of a king, causing them to feel even afraid to breathe in front of him. Mo Fan was different. Other than raising a beautiful daughter, to him, Mo only emitted the aura of an old scoundrel. Asterisk advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Asterisk scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Asterisk guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. Asterisk 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Asterisk Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. Asterisk 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Asterisk Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Asterisk noodles, made of wheat. Asterisk rice noodles, made of rice. Asterisk zhang tian tian, tian means sweet. Asterisk Bajiquan, also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Asterisk long taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Our Mu family received some cultivation resources for the fire element a while ago. Unfortunately, most of the people in the manor are ice elemental users. Your fire elemental talent is not bad at all. Your cultivation even surprised me. Thus, I'd like to give these resources to you. From now on, when you're not attending classes, you may cultivate with Mu Jiangming, Mu Zhuyin said as he stroked his beard. These words were said in public. From Mu Zhuyan's point of view, doing this also gave Mo Fan a lot of face. The branch disciples within the manor scheme, wanting to display their abilities to me. Yet, I don't even give them the slightest bit of attention. A person like Mo Fan, who isn't even a disciple of the Mu family, receiving this kind of opportunity is simply a huge leap in fortune. In this society, there would always be some exceptions. With him being the head of the Mu family, he couldn't just be narrow or small-minded and only pay attention to the disciples within. Brother, how could this be? Mu Bai's talent is even better. Perhaps he was just a bit nervous today, thus he wasn't able to display his utmost abilities. Also, he is from our family, to begin with. Mu He was extremely shocked. He hastily spoke to Mu He. After Mu Bai, who felt as though his heart had been pierced by thousands of arrows, heard this. He seemed as if he were a corpse being viciously whipped all over. It was a hideous appearance. Damn, that was the opportunity to become an inner disciple which Mu Bai was looking for. Mu Bai racked his brain so that he could erase the title of being just a branch disciple. Only after becoming a true core disciple of the Mu family would he receive even more generous cultivation resources and no longer be that half a young master who freeloads under someone else's roof. It doesn't matter if he didn't receive it, but it was taken away by the person he hated the most. This corpse was so pissed off, it almost resurrected. I have already made the decision. Mu He, you do not need to speak anymore. Mu Zhuiyun waved his hand. His face maintained that slight smile as he looked at Mo Fan. What's wrong? Are you getting too happy? Hurry up and thank this master for his kindness. Mu Zhuiyun was relatively pleased with the fact that he could forget the former enmity and recruit the student who had no background. It seemed like he was a very understanding ruler. Mo Fan, why are you still startled? Hurry up and thank master for his good grace. Xuan Mushing hastily urged Mo Fan. Zhang Xiaoho, Lu Xiaobing, and Su Qinglin were admiring him to no end. In the past, Mo Fan was just a small, insignificant thing that one wouldn't be able to find in the sea of people. In just a flash, he had become Mr. Perfect. Mo Fan looked at Mu Zhuiyun, who had a slight smile on his face. His own expression was quite startled. Mo Fan regained his senses. He squished his lips together. After a period had passed, Mo Fan finally opened his mouth. Did your brain get flooded with water or something? What did you say? Mu Zhuiyun's face was filled with doubt. It seemed like he didn't hear what the kid said. I said, did water flood your brain or something? Mo Fan asked what he had before, word for word. Everyone was able to clearly hear these words. However, their expressions were filled with confusion. What? Brain get flooded? He said Mu Zhuiyun's brain was flooded? Heavens, this Mo Fan has gone crazy. Mu Zhuiyun heard this very clearly. He ferociously blew his beard as he carried a bit of rage and replied, your next few words better be a good explanation, or else. An explanation? Of course, I have one. Mo Fan nodded as he continued. Don't act like you didn't suppress my family 3 years ago with your strong sense of justice. I, Mo Fan, am not someone who you can slap and then give some benefit for me to devote my life to you. 3 years ago, You said things to my dad and I that were, as if you were looking at a dog. Your memory may be bad, but I remember it very clearly. I'll just tell you like this, you old scoundrel. Don't say that you want me to join your family as a disciple for my sake. Even if you were to send Mu Ningxue along with a dowry to me, so I could enter your family, I still wouldn't do it. Do you really think that all the people in the world revolve around your Mu family? And you even expect me to be moved to tears? Other than your brain getting flooded, I can't think of what other kinds of problems you would have today. As he cursed, it was as though the suppressed anger within his heart was completely spat out. The entire process was completely smooth. The principal, the school directors, Director Deng Kai, Mu He, Mu Bai, Zhao Kunsen, Shui Mushing, the students of 8th class, as well as Mu Ningxue were completely shocked. Mu Zhuiyun's face was exceedingly gloomy at this point. Creak. As he was angered by this, beneath Mu Zhuiyun's feet grew a frozen, firm crystal ice. The cold aura emanated from the person's anger was pervading throughout the air. Mu Zhuiyun was angry, really angry. He didn't know how many years it had been since someone spoke to him like this. Calling him the tyrant of Bo City wasn't completely wrong. The high-tiered people of the same generation, the principals of the magic schools, the high-status people from Magic Association, and even Deng Kai from the Hunters Union would always treat him with respect. Even the people from the manor would be unable to breathe when they were in front of him. Who just gave this kid, Mo Fan, the guts to talk to him like that? The aura filled the grounds. A frightening ice ground. The grounds filled with sand and grains were completely frozen into a solid ice crystal in just a few seconds with Mu Zhuiyun in the center. The icy aura was vicious. The hot, summer days suddenly became winter. The training grounds also turned into an ice floor, like a gigantic mirror. This mind-blowing scene scared the school's students and caused them cry out in fear. The training ground turned into an ice floor in just an instant. Mu Zhuiyun didn't even cast any magic. He only relied on his aura to freeze the entire training ground. Just what kind of boundary had his cultivation reached? Comparing Mu Bai's previous, small ice spread, Mu Zhuiyun was simply a huge monster, incomparable. Zhuiyun, control your mood. This is a school, and there are also students with no defensive capabilities. The school director, who was also from the Hunters Union, Deng Kai, suddenly stood up, standing between Mu Zhuiyun and Mo Fan. As Deng Kai stood in between them, Mu Zhuiyun's intimidating power became somewhat weaker. However, the people in the surroundings were still intimidated to the point where they had difficulties breathing. As Deng Kai stood in between them, a few people who could still move and Mrs. Tang Yue's pace came to a halt. Tang Yue didn't permit Mu Zhuiyun to harm her students, even if she wasn't a match for the Mu Zhuiyun, the ice elemental family head. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Mo Fan, you shameful thing. What are you saying? Immediately apologize to Mr. Mu Zhuiyun. Mu, he said with great anger. Was this Mo Fan stupid beyond redemption or something? He even had the guts to act like this in front of Mu Zhuiyun. Was his family tired of living? Apologize? Of course I will. However, he must also apologize to me regarding the matter from 3 years ago. Don't think you can scare me with your high cultivation and authority. This Mu Zhuiyun used his cultivation to bully me, a student who hasn't even turned 18 yet. Let's put it like this. If you were the same age as me, I would be able to beat you up real good. Mo Fan's fearless gesture was currently being displayed in great detail. Bullshit. Mu Zhuiyun was getting really pissed off by this bastard kid, so much that he directly began to swear. When Mu Zhuiyun was at his age, even though his talent may not have matched Mu Ningxue's, he was still a genius. He naturally didn't place any of the students within Tianlan magic high in his eyes. Mo Fan, you really are shamelessly daring. Don't even mention Master Mu Zhuiyun when he was young. We could randomly grab a core disciple from the current Mu family, and he'd be able to beat you down with a single move. That's right, we don't even need to use core disciples. Mu Bai could duel you in magic. If you lose, then you must kneel down and apologize to Master Mu. At this time, Mu Bai came to life and jumped down to be used as a dog by Mu Zhuiyun. Mu Bai and Mo Fan were peers. It would be a fair duel. Let's see what other excuses you'll have. Thought Mu Bai. With this, Mu Bai would beat Mo Fan to death and firmly ease Master Mu Zhuiyun's resentments. Not necessary. Just as Mu Bai was about to step up bravely, An icy, arrogant voice resounded. Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward the voice that spoke up. The person who said this was precisely Mu Ningxue. Who would have imagined that Mu Ningxue would make a move at this time? Mu Ningxue came between her father and Mo Fan. Her gaze was like an ice mountain that carried a bit of anger. The person she was angry at was naturally Mo Fan. Since you said my father only knows how to bully the younger generation, since you said that my father used his authority to suppress you, and you relied on your own cultivation to develop your magic. In that case, I'm the same age as you. I'll compete with you. In Mu Ningxue's tranquil voice was an icy power. Ningxue? After Mu Zhuiyun saw his own daughter come out, the anger on his face changed into astonishment. As Mo Fan saw that it was Mu Ningxue who was facing him, his face sprouted a smile that said he'd rather die than surrender. Underscore interesting. Even Mu Ningxue came forth. Underscore he thought. The truth is, facing a worthless person like Mu Bai was completely useless. Mo Fan had already stomped him over earlier today. However, Mu Ningxue had been credited as the #1 girl genius of Bo City and a blessed daughter of the heavens within the imperial institution. Thus, having her duel him would prove to be much more interesting. Ningxue, I am enough to deal with this guy. There's no need for you to, Mu Bai promptly said with a smile. My father has been thoroughly humiliated. My father can be magnanimous and not bother with this sharp-tongued little thief. However, I, as his daughter, simply will not let the person who has humiliated my father off. We'll settle it by using an impartial magic duel. Each and every word said by Mu Ningxue was sincere. There was not a hint of hesitation in her voice. Good, well said. This icy, lofty, and unyielding character makes us, the older generation, very gratified. As expected of the #1 genius of Bo City. Having an outstanding talent at such a young age while having the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. School director Deng Kai immediately began praising her. After he praised her, Director Deng Kai also patted Mu Zhuiyun's back as he said, Brother Zhuiyun, having you deal with this rude kid is not necessary at all. Naturally, you can't return to when you were 16 to duel him, proving whether he's better than you when you were young. It's better to let your daughter Mu Ningxue take your place in this matter and silence this kid that does not know the immensity of heavens and earth. Mu Zhuiyun didn't say anything as he just stared at Deng Kai. As Deng Kai saw that Mu Zhuiyun was still able to control his temper, he gave a slight smile before he walked in front of Mo Fan and said, Mo Fan, right? As the person in charge of the Hunters Union within Bo City, I really am not sure on whether your actions today can be described as you being young and inexperienced, or just simply stupid. However, you should apologize to Mu Zhuiyun for your hot-headed action. The contributions he has made to Bo City are far beyond what you can comprehend. Apologize? That's not a problem. I can cover my entire body in thorns and use the most traditional method, kowtowing, to apologize to him. I'll even kowtow until he's satisfied. However, are the Mu family in the right to have me apologize to them? Go ask them regarding what they said to my family 3 years ago. If I were to apologize, then it'd be after they have apologized for the matter 3 years ago. Since he is a respected person of Bo City, then they should know better than to provoke nobodies. You can slap a nobody to death with just a single palm, but before they get slapped to death, they would definitely curse you till your brain breaks. Mo Fan said without inhibition. This is a society ruled by law. How could this kind of thing happen? At most, we'd just expel you. The principal said as he creased his eyebrows. All right. Since things have come to this point, then it's not as difficult to deal with as I thought. Then we'll do according to what Mu Ningxue said. She will have a magic duel with you. If you lose, then you will have to apologize until Mu Zhuiyun is satisfied. If Mu Ningxue loses, as Deng Kai reached this point, his gaze turned toward Mu Zhuiyun. Mu Zhuiyun said with a cold voice, How could Mu Ningxue lose? You don't need to talk spout so much garbage. Just say if you dare or not. Mo Fan's tone carried a sharp dagger. Dignity wasn't something that would be grander just because you're from an aristocratic family. Even more so if your own family was homeless, miserable, and lower than dirt. Mo Fan was just a nobody who sought revenge for his grievance. Have him join Mu family. Mo Fan was unable to forget the words Mu Zhuiyun said 3 years ago that sounded as though he was disciplining a dog. And he definitely was unable to forget the fact that he was responsible for them being homeless. If he were eager to go back to them just because Mu Zhuiyun threw him a bone, then he himself would really be a dog. At that point, How would he be any different from Zhao Kunsen and Mu Bai? Saying profanities to him? That should be normal. 3 years ago, when he was just 13 years old, he had the guts to point at Mu Zhuiyun and call him an old scoundrel. Now that he was 16 years old, how could he possibly be afraid of him? Once bitten by a snake, 3 years shy from the rope. This was a phrase that was well disposed to Mo Fan. If a snake dared to bite him, then he would definitely act like the snake was a rope and swing it away. When you were already being seen as an ant in someone's eyes, there was no way for you to run away from that colossal foot. You might as well just curse at them until you were satisfied. Brother Zhuiyun, do you agree? Deng Kai acted like a mediator. Currently, the argument and cursing had been seen by the entire school. If they were able to direct this ugly affair towards a fair magic duel, that would naturally be the best option. If they really were to expel this student called Mo Fan, it would be meaningless. It would cause the school to lose a genius. Being able to take the #1 spot in Tianlan Magic High meant he was indeed a good seedling. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. As Mu Ningxue heard this, her forehead creased. My adopted son, Yuang, is the same age as you. I'll have him duel you, Mu Zhuiyun said. Or, Mu Ningxue wanted to say something. Mu Jin didn't give Mu Ningxue a chance to speak, turning toward Deng Kai and saying, Deng Kai, I know you tend to look after the younger generation. However, even you saw this kid speaking so rudely to me. I have taken a step back, letting him have a chance to measure his ability with my adoptive son, Yuang. If he loses, then this kid will kowtow to me until I'm completely satisfied. If he wins, I will apologize. The lousy matter from 3 years. Mu Zhuiyun naturally did not place in my eyes. As Mu Bai and Mu He heard this, a smile suddenly emerged on their faces. Yuang. Let Yuang deal with it. Mu Zhuiyun sure was shrewd. He guessed that Mu Ningxue's sudden stance was most likely to help this kid exonerate himself. How could Mu Zhuiyun possibly let Mo Fan off the hook so easily? Even if Mu Ningxue wholeheartedly wanted to help him dissolve this matter, he would definitely not suppress his tone. Yuang was the cultivation lunatic of the Mu family. Whenever someone mentioned this person, their whole body would feel a chill. If they were to let Yuang handle this matter, then it was guaranteed that Mo Fan would suffer a miserable death. The regulations of the Magic Association state that both of the parties involved in the magic duel need to be 18 years old. Thus, allow me, Deng Kai, to act as a witness for this matter. The day when Mo Fan and Yuang have both reached the age of 18, they will engage in a magic duel. Deng Kai said sincerely. Mu Zhuiyun coldly humphed. Mo Fan nodded his head. I'd have a bit of difficulty to make my move against a woman. Thus, switching to a man is good. I'll beat him until his father won't recognize him. As Mu Zhuiyun heard Mo Fan still slandering him, he was so enraged he blew into his beard. Wait and see. During the magic duel at the age of 18, we'll make you lose your pride and cover your body with wounds. The Magic Association, the Hunters Union, and the Magic Schools. These organizations unconditionally protected the magic students. However, as soon as they reached 18, they came of age. Magicians would then have to hold responsibility for their own actions. At the moment, Mu Zhuiyun had no need to lower himself to the same level as a sharp-mouthed kid. In 2 years, when he had come of age, Mu Zhuiyun might as well let him hover between life and death. Mu Zhuiyun had gotten so angry that he already left. The principal and the others naturally followed behind him. As Mu Ningxue was leaving, she gave Mo Fan a meaningful look. She wanted to say something, but while at the same time, she didn't know what to say. Mo Fan knew Mu Ningxue was helping him. Her trying to deal with this matter personally was far better than Mu Zhuiyun personally dealing with it. If someone of Mu Zhuiyun's level were to make a move, they would bring a deadly strike against Mo Fan and his family. Unfortunately, her plan was seen through by her father, Mu Zhuiyun. Mu Zhuiyun knew that Mu Ningxue would be lenient, and thus he switched to a different person. The cultivation madman of Mu family, Yuang, would deal with Mo Fan. Mu Yuang was very obedient to Mu Zhuiyun. If Mu Zhuiyun wanted Mu Yuang to kill Mo Fan, Yuang would do it without hesitation. Mu Zhuiyun had no reason to be lenient toward a little thing that dared to swear at him. For now, he would just let Mo Fan pass the time at the school in ease for 2 years. Once Mo Fan graduated, Mu Zhuiyun would have him see that going against the Mu family was just asking for trouble. The disturbance finally calmed down and petered out. All of the students looked at the Mo fan who had been turned into a divine student as they were reminded of his actions just now. None of them knew what to say. This Mo fan was crazy. Against the Mu family, a magic family household, and a noble one, who could pull out anyone and still be able to pressure Tianlan magic high. What made this extremely clear was the fact that Mu Bai, an elite student within Tianlan magic high, was just a branch disciple within the Mu family. Although Mo Fan's performance today had indeed startled everybody, however, that did not mean he had the qualifications to provoke a colossal family like the Mu family. Originally, he could have become a dragon. Now, there was basically no difference between him and trash. Who didn't know of the Mu family being the largest in Bo City? If you offended the Mu family, then how could you continue to survive in Bo City? Within the school, there was barely the holy ground to protect you. Once you were out in society, you would definitely be dealt with until you had become a tragic sight. Willful. Why was he so willful? The opportunity so many people were hoping for was dropped by Mo Fan's willfulness, leaving behind a colossal foe. Brother Fan, you are too cool. We are scared to death by Master Mu Zhuiyun. Only you would call him an old scoundrel over and over again. Haha. In fact, many of us also call him an old scoundrel on the inside. Zhang Xiaoho's temperament was somewhat shy, but he had a particular adoration for Mo Fan. Mo Fan was the king of the children within this area of the city. Back in the days, he could gather masses with a single call. Even Zhao Kunsen mingled with big brother Mo Fan. Only after that incident did Zhao Kunsen start to rely on Mu Bai, and many others no longer dared to play with Mo Fan. Zhang Xiaoho was devoted to Mo Fan. No matter what kind of over-the-boundary thing Mo Fan had done, he would still lift even his feet to clap in admiration. Zhang Xiaoho knew of the matter from 3 years ago, and now that he had seen Mo Fan striking back without hesitation or fear, he began to admire Mo Fan even more. He would never be as bold as Mo Fan in his lifetime. Then, do you think Mu Ningxue has been charmed by me? Mo Fan said as he raised his eyebrow in satisfaction. That's hard to say. After all, that old scoundrel is her father, Zhang Xiaoho replied. I feel really good today. When I go to the cafeteria later, I'll get an extra fried egg. Mo Fan patted Zhang Xiaoho's shoulder as he felt a flush of success, before walking towards the cafeteria. Haha. If you saw the looks on Mu Bai and Zhao Kunsen, then you'd definitely feel even better, Zhang Xiaoho said as he vented his resentment. That henchman, Zhao Kunsen, had really been beaten until his face had swollen up. Xiaohu bet Kunsen couldn't even dream of Mo Fan's cultivation being higher than his by more than a level. Whereas Mu Bai, there's no need to say more about that. All he did was act like someone he was not, and assault the poor on a regular basis. And what was the result of that? In the end, the wise martial god, Brother Fan, still got rid of him. Forget it. Mu Bai really was trying to curry favor with Mu He like a son. He just wanted Mu He to help him enter the Mu family's inner court and cultivate together with the core disciples. In the end, that old scoundrel didn't even take a look at him at all. Instead, he was fixated on Mo Fan. What really stupefied people was that Mo Fan had directly thrown away what Mu Bai dreamed of like it was trash, while at the same time, he even made the old scoundrel lose face. Refreshing, it was truly refreshing. Xiaoho didn't understand what that old scoundrel, Mu Zhuiyun, was thinking. 3 years ago, the old scoundrel had already experienced Mo Fan's viper tongue and vicious temperament. Yet, today, he attempted to dismiss the former debt, which merely resulted in Mo Fan, who didn't hide any of his cards, slandering him greatly. He reckoned Mu Zhuiyun's blood pressure today had risen by a lot. However, Brother Fan, if that old scoundrel really gave his daughter to you along with a dowry, while begging you to join the Mu family, would you really decline? Zhang Xiaoho whispered. Of course not. Damn, Brother Fan, where are your morals? What you said does make sense. Mo Fan suddenly rubbed his chin as he pondered. You also think you don't have morals? Xiaoho wondered. Get out of here. I'm saying that the old scoundrel's apology is useless. It'd be better if he just gave his daughter to me with a dowry. Mo Fan answered. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Brother Fan, You should stop daydreaming. That Yuang really is abnormal. We don't even know if you will see the sunlight of your second day as an 18-year-old. You should just stop wishing to marry the little princess. Yuang? Humph. Watch me make him look for his teeth on the floor. In the past, Mo Fan would consider whether he was capable of opposing the whole Mu family. So how could the current Mo Fan be afraid of merely the disciples in the younger generations? The ire in his left hand would scorch their outsides crisp and their insides tender, while the lightning in his right hand would lacerate their flesh. The final results of the annual examination had been released. When the large blackboard showed Mo Fan in first place, there were numerous people who madly rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How was this Mo Fan so amazing? His examination results were surprisingly impressive. How did he surpass even the lightning element's Su Zhaoting, and that Mu Bai from the ice elemental family? The matter with the grades had already caused numerous people to widen their eyes. The matter of Mo Fan cursing Mu Zhuiyun in front of everyone and challenging a disciple of the Mu family with the school supervisors being the witnesses had quickly been spread amongst the students. As a result, it didn't take long before Mo Fan became famous in the school. Not only did he become a divine student of the school in a flash, even more surprising was that he was the most reckless student in all of Bo City. The people who had some experience understood that Tianlan magic high wasn't for your average magicians. There were some impressive students within the 1,500 student body. Sure. However, it was simply not on the same level as some certain magic highs and the noble families with deep foundations. The Hunters Union, Magic Association, big families and noble families. Any random magician from them would be enough to suppress all of them. The school was certainly a good choice for both grassroots and dragons. However, that didn't mean that you could go challenge those second-generation wizards. Mo Fan didn't care about the gossip happening around the school. Other than meditating and practicing spellcasting, he would eat and sleep. The only thing worth mentioning was that Mo Fan was placed within the elite class. The elite class had 100 individuals total. They were all in a large classroom and practiced in a large training ground. The students in the elite class were generally capable of controlling 7 stars. It was just that they weren't proficient enough in spellcasting. Thus, when it was time for practical classes, each of the elite elemental students demonstrated their magical prowess. The teacher for the practical classes remained Mrs. Tangyue. It was said that this newly arrived practical teacher's cultivation had far surpassed any of the other practical teachers within the school. Even though she hadn't been in the school for more than half a year, the elite class practical classes were being taught by her. The homeroom teacher of the elite class also remained Xuem Mushing. His class had 2 S-grade students. If he wasn't the homeroom teacher for the elite class, who else could it be? It was because of Mo Fan that Xuem Mushing obtained so many benefits from the school supervisors. Naturally, the school supervisors had repeatedly instructed Xuem Mushing to fix Mo Fan's rebellious temperament. Xuem Mushing got a headache over this matter. He felt that whether Mo Fan was a failure in school or a divine student, he was just like Buddha, hard to please. The new term went by, yet another month passed in a flash. The homeroom teacher, Xuem Mushing, was standing in the elite class and coughed, signaling everyone to control their excitement. Why were the students so excited today? Today was the day where the school distributed the Stardust magic tools to the elite class. There was naturally another benefit to being students of the elite class other than having the best teachers. The reason behind why those large magic associations and ancient magic families were so much more ahead of them. Excluding the fact they had abundant knowledge, secrets, and experience, the most important reason would be due to the Stardust magic tool. Let's put it like this. Experience, knowledge, secrets, and teachings would be the software, whereas the Stardust magic tool would be the most important hardware. Other large ancient families had all sorts of software, and their technology was first-rate. Even if an average magician could learn everything from school, they still wouldn't have the hardware that could be compared to the ancient families. That is to say, this Stardust magic tool was quite qualitative. It was capable of nurturing the soul and cultivation, and it would relieve the fatigue the magician would experience after meditation, allowing them to continue practicing. To put it in a way that made more sense, it was like a cooler, decreasing the cooldown of meditation. There was no way around it. Mo Fan wasn't a paid player. He naturally had to go through the school to obtain the necessary cultivation resources. The competition in school was quite big. It was simply like gold and sand. Fortunately, he was firmly placed on the first rank. Thus, the magic resources he obtained from the school shouldn't be a small amount. This way, he would be able to cultivate in peace. The usage time for the Stardust magic tool will be based on the rankings of your annual examination. The higher you are placed, the longer you will be allowed to use it. Naturally, our school is very fair, and thus we will conduct an examination every quarter of the year and rearrange the rankings. The Stardust magic tool usage will then change according to the new ranking. The other thing to take note of is that you are currently the students of the elite class, and you possess an advantage a common class doesn't have. However, don't believe for a second that your position is safe. During the quarter-year examination, the last 10 people will directly be downgraded to the common class, and the top 10 of the common class will be upgraded to the elite class. Thus, the pressure of the competition is increasingly big. Shui Mushing said. This part was no different than his previous world. Mo Fan didn't think anything of it. There were a lot of people who didn't like school, and even more who didn't like high school exams. However, there was one phrase that wasn't wrong. How are you going to stand on equal ground with a wealthy second generation if you don't have an education nor tests? The school's cultivation resources were not necessarily worse than the large ancestral families. The only difference was that the schools had gold and sand. You'd also have to agree to one phrase. Only gold is able to shine. Mo Fan, as the number one in class, you ought to be the first to use the Stardust magic tool and also have it for the longest duration. However, due to your disrespect toward your elders during the annual examination, the time you are allowed to use it has been changed to 10 days, down from a month. This is your penalty, Shui Mushing said with a solemn face. From a month to 10 days, that penalty is way too high. If he could hold himself back from being so impudent, then the 1 month worth of time would be enough to pull him apart from many others by a lot. Some students started to discuss these words. If he were to bluntly lower his head and agree to joining the Mu family, then he'd most likely receive even more. Yeah, why is he so stubborn? Shui Mushing glared, causing the students to quiet down. Mo Fan, do you have any objections regarding this penalty? Shui Mushing said. I do not, Mo Fan replied. Mo Fan naturally needed a Stardust magic tool. His cultivation time was already longer than that of others, and with the help of the Stardust magic tool, he would be able to do half the work for twice the results. However, it would only have this effect if used continuously over a long period of time. If it was used only in short intervals, it would bring very little value to Mo Fan. 10 days of use. They would do nothing for him. Green Tea Man, let me ask you a question. Mo Fan approached the table of Mu Bai next to him with a solemn expression. What the hell did you just call me? Mu Bai's violent temperament immediately appeared. Mu Bai, let me ask you a question. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. If you've got things to say it. Mu Bai was bitter. He didn't want to look at Mo Fan for even a second. Unfortunately, Mo Fan was strange. This Mo Fan had something to ask him. The two should be irreconcilable. That guy named Yuang. Is he in possession of a Stardust magic tool for all 365 days of the year? Mo Fan asked. Mu Fan began to laugh coldly as he said, originally, he was only allowed to use it 3 to 4 months per year. But thanks to you, he is now permitted to use it for longer than half a year at a time. Mo Fan nodded his head and continued asking. I've already provoked the old scoundrel to this extent. That old scoundrel still doesn't give it to that guy called Yuang for a whole year? Is it that the old scoundrel is too greedy? Or is he just underestimating me? Do you think the Stardust magic tool is just a rock on the sidewalk, something there's a lot of? The entire family has so many disciples. Thus, the Stardust magic tool definitely has to have turns. Within the family, only Mu Ningxue has a spirit-grade Stardust magic tool, which she keeps on at all times, Mu Bai said as he looked down on Mo Fan. Spirit-grade Stardust magic tool? The Stardust magic tools have different grades. Mo Fan asked in shock. He only knew of the effect of the Stardust magic tool. He wasn't aware of the fact that there were different grades of them. Mu Bai looked at Mo Fan as though he was looking at a retard. Underscore this retard simply knows nothing. Just how did he cultivate to S grade? Underscore. Mu Bai was very proud and wanted to display his knowledge. Thus, he was showing how much he despised Mo Fan on one hand, while on the other he said, Stardust magic tools naturally have good and bad ones. The soul-nourishing magic tools which we are able to interact with are basically all common grade. I reckon there's only a very few of the spirit grade ones in the entirety of Bo City. What effects do the spirit grades ones have? Mo Fan continued asking. Common grade. It is able to roughly increase cultivation time by 20% every day. Spirit grade. It is able to increase the cultivation time by 40%. Mu Bai sneered at him. As he was talking about the spirit grade stardust magic tools, Mu Bai's entire being was unable to hold back on his fascination for it. To people like him who had only just taken their first step onto the road of cultivation, these spirit grade stardust magic tools were simply perfect. Possessing one would easily allow him to surpass those of the same age. I see. Mo Fan nodded his head. One that could cut accumulated fatigue by 20% and one that could cut it by 40%. Mo Fan was quite able to understand this effect. Don't get too ahead of yourself. The cultivation magic tool you obtained you get for only 10 days. Whereas I will have it for a whole month, I'll quickly surpass you by thousands of miles. Mu Bai exclaimed without hesitation, pouring a bucket of cold water over Mo Fan. Mo Fan didn't mind. If he were to quarrel with nobodies like Mu Bai and Zhao Kunsen, that would simply lower his social status. His real enemies were the inner disciples of Mu family that possessed rich resources. He planned to surmount all difficulties and make that old scoundrel promise his daughter and deliver a dowry to the man in front of him. Remember, the stardust magic tools are very, very precious. You must not in any way damage it. Moreover, once the time is up, you must return it. I have already reminded all of you. This isn't something you can blindly make trouble for. Shuem Mushing said with a very serious tone. On the nightfall, the dormitory had already turned off all the lights. Darkness fell around the entire campus. On the roof of the school building, Mo Fan was sitting on top of a large water storage tank as he played with the stardust magic tool he had received today. The stardust magic tool was a tiny, azure-colored dust stone that was set within a very precious casing. One could tell how much the school valued the stardust magic tool. The tool had been polished, with a white chain passing through it. This allowed cultivators to wear it like a pendant on their chest. Does it work as soon as I put it on? Mo Fan asked himself. Lowering his head a bit, Mo Fan slowly put the stardust magic tool on. Since the chain was a bit long, the tool ended up laying on Mo Fan's chest. _ding_. Suddenly, an unfathomable tapping echoed out of Mo Fan's chest. Mo Fan was stunned before he finally came back to his senses. He was wearing yet another necklace about his neck. This loach-shaped pendant was pitch black. He remembered that on the day he awakened his element, this thing was vibrating incessantly. The stardust magic tool must have bumped into his loach-shaped pendant, explaining the sound from just now. Speaking of which, just what was this loach pendant? Mo Fan had actually been trying to research the construction behind it, but ultimately failed. At the same time, he was very convinced that the loach pendant was the reason behind the changes to the world. The loach pendant was the legacy of the old gatekeeper of the school's back mountain, Old Man Ing. That day, he was wearing this exact loach pendant as he slept in that thatched cottage when the whole world began to mysteriously change, or he transmigrated into a different parallel world. He still wasn't sure of which. Mo Fan always wore the loach pendant, and he was a little worried about removing it, in case everything would return to normal if he were to do so. _man. I went through great difficulties to learn lightning strike and flame burst. Forget it, don't worry about him. I should pay more attention to my own cultivation. That guy Yuang won't be easy to deal with. Furthermore, if that old scoundrel really were willing to deliver his daughter to me, it will be impossible if I don't have incredible power. Mo Fan thought to himself. As he put down the loach pendant, Mo Fan used his intent to enter the stardust magic tool, which he had just received. Intent appeared after a magician's spiritual mind had reached a formidable level. When you focused the intent of your spiritual mind and locked it onto something, you could perceive the peculiar fluctuations of magic ability, and your senses of hearing, smell, sight, and touch would become stronger than an ordinary person. Strange, there's no reaction. Shuem Mushing said as long as you enter it with your intent and leave behind a spiritual imprint, then the stardust magic tool will transmit its nourishing spiritual energy to your body, allowing a magician's body to obtain a nourishing effect, as well as relieving spiritual fatigue. Mo Fan attempted this a few times. He didn't feel the wonderful response from the stardust magic tool, which Shuan Mushing had described. Eh. The Loach pendant had overflowing energy? Mo Fan's expression was shocked as he hastily probed the Loach pendant with his intent. As he probed it with his intent, Mo Fan's entire being felt as though he landed in a hot spring. Silky smooth warmth caused his exhausted spiritual condition to slowly disperse, while it also slowly caused his own spiritual world to become clear and cozy. He felt no agitation nor anxiety. His state of mind had never been so tranquil and cozy before. Mo Fan had already cultivated for a whole 10 hours today. Before this, he would already have gone to sleep. Today, he had the Stardust magic tool, and he wanted to try it out. The surging fatigue he felt was alleviated under this balmy sensation. He felt like he could still continue to cultivate for a little while longer. Oh crap. What is this? The Stardust magic tool given by school was of no use. Instead, the Loach pendant which he had always brought with him began to show the effect the Stardust magic tool should have shown. Is it possible? Is it possible that this Loach pendant that I have always worn is actually a Stardust magic tool? Mo Fan began to feel a bit of excitement. Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Wrong. There's something wrong. I used my intent to probe it before, but the Loach pendant was like the Dead Sea. So why did it become a spirit-nourishing hot spring today? While at same time, the school's Stardust magic tool that should have some effect just happens to be out of use? Shit, don't tell me the Loach pendant absorbed the Stardust magic tool's internal energy. Mo Fan suddenly made an astonished wild guess. Mo Fan immediately concentrated his intent once more. This time, he quickly probed the fluctuations between the two magic tools. As expected, Mo Fan could feel the Stardust magic tool had a trace of hidden energy in its deepest parts. However, this trace of energy was currently shifting. Accurately speaking, this freaking Loach pendant took a straw and started to suck in the energy from the school's Stardust magic tool. If I only realized this later, then I wouldn't have been able to find any kind of evidence. Freaking hell, little Loach, I never thought that you'd actually have some skill. After hiding it for so long, you've finally revealed it. Mo Fan swore as he grabbed the Loach pendant with one hand. Little Loach, go die Loach. Hurry and compensate my Stardust magic tool. How am I supposed to cultivate when you've drained all of its energy? However, the Loach pendant just released some energy for me to use. What I should worry about is how I'm supposed to explain to the school regarding this empty shell of a Stardust magic tool. Furthermore, this little Loach pendant that I swear at every day seems to really be a freaking Stardust magic tool. Mo Fan felt his own brain was not enough to process this. This information was too explosive. Calm down. I have to calm down. I have to hurry and get to the end of this matter. Mo Fan continued sitting there, studying the two tools. He realized the little Loach pendant he wore actually seemed to have the same function as a Stardust magic tool. Mo Fan tried to make the little Loach pendant return the energy to the Stardust magic tool, but the Loach pendant had no reaction. Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The great thing about it was, the little Loach pendant was actually a really amazing Stardust magic tool. The real tragedy was that the school's Stardust magic tool had been wasted. There was not a shred of energy left in it. It was just like a pebble by the riverbank. The school gave the Stardust magic tool to him for 10 days. After 10 days, he had to return it to them in its original state. It's not like he could tell Shuan Mushing that he was bored, and thus he decided to remodel the Stardust magic tool into a Loach shape. He can't even begin to guess what kind of expression Shuan Mushing would have after he saw the small Loach pendant. Mrs. Tang Yue is experienced and knowledgeable. Perhaps she knows the reason behind this. Mo Fan knew that him being blindly anxious would be of no use, so he hastily sought some help. Mrs. Tang Yue was Mo Fan's #1 choice. After that time, when Mrs. Tang Yue had seen through the schemes of Mu He and Mu Bai, Mo Fan and she had established a deep teacher-to-student trust. Mrs. Tang Yue, are you sleeping? Mo Fan called Mrs. Tang Yue's phone. I just changed into my pajamas, about to sleep. Tell me what you want. A sexy and gentle voice floated back to him. Mo Fan couldn't help but wonder about Mrs. Tang Yue's amazing appearance when wearing a transparent nightgown. My Stardust magic tool seemed to have a small problem. I don't know what to do right now. I could only call Mrs. Tang Yue to consult. Mo Fan assumed a pitiful student's demeanor. Where are you? After hearing Stardust magic tool, Mrs. Tang Yue seemed to turn somewhat serious. The Stardust magic tool was the most precious item in the school. If there was a problem, then it would be big. The third building's roof, on top of the dam. All right, give me 3 minutes. Mrs. Tang Yue quickly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Mo Fan began to think to himself, _3 minutes. How could Mrs. Tang Yue possibly come here from the teacher's dormitory? Even if Zhang Xiaoho were to use Wind Trail, I reckon he'd need 5 minutes. What's more, Mo Fan didn't think that Mrs. Tang Yue would come here without changing her attire. As Mo Fan was still indulging in his fantasies, a weak movement suddenly appeared on the pitch-black roof. This movement was extremely weak. If Mo Fan hadn't carefully noticed it from the beginning, he would have not seen it. It didn't seem to be an air fluctuations, nor was it the aura from elemental energy. The noiselessness caused him to feel somewhat terrified. Mo Fan. At last, a gentle and beautiful voice floated over. It's Mrs. Tang Yue. Mo Fan jumped in fright, hastily looking toward the open roof from his current location. The moonlight sprinkled over the intersection of the water pipes on the old roof. The black cloud shadow was revealing a bright, yet dark figure on the roof. The first thing that entered Mo Fan's vision was an indistinct silhouette emerging from the shadows. Immediately after, Mo Fan saw Mrs. Tang Yue wearing a long, woman-style coat coming out of the shadows of the dark clouds and into the area of moonlight. It felt like Mrs. Tang Yue had simply walked out of another door. Extremely shocking. What kind of ability is this? Mo Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't even hear footsteps from the corridor. Just how exactly did Mrs. Tang Yue come to the roof and emerge from the shadows? What's wrong with your Stardust magic tool? Mrs. Tang Yue suddenly leapt down and landed on the dam. The bright moon illuminated Mrs. Tang Yue's impressive physique. It made Mo Fan's heart ripple. I don't know either. I did everything according to what Xue Mushing said. I don't know what happened, but the Stardust magic tool's energy suddenly disappeared. And then what? Mo Fan was hesitating. He was wondering whether he should tell Mrs. Tang Yue about the little loach pendant or not. However, his understanding of this world was far too little. If he did not tell her about this matter, then Mrs. Tang Yue might not believe him. And then the energy was transferred into my pendant, Mo Fan told her. Regardless of what it was, he should put trust in this teacher. On the one hand, it was very likely that Tang Yue would see through him. On the other hand, he didn't know how to explain this whole matter to the school. Him slandering Mu Zhuiyun, the school would turn a blind eye to. However, breaking the Stardust magic tool, that would give Mu He enough of a reason to kick him out of Tianlan Magic High. You're saying that the Stardust magic tool given to you by the school has had its energy transferred to your pendant? Tang Yue widened her bright eyes as she revealed a somewhat disbelieving expression. Yes, Mo Fan nodded. Where did your pendant come from? Tang Yue's expression had an obvious change. Heritage, Mo Fan replied. Tang Yue immediately turned silent. Furthermore, she used her intelligent eyes to look at Mo Fan and then at his pendant. Have you told this matter to anyone else? Tang Yue's expression was very serious as she said this to Mo Fan. Mo Fan couldn't help but feel startled. This was like a classic TV show where they'd murder someone for their belongings. Seeing the surroundings, the weather, the dark night, a certain student couldn't handle the pressure of studying magic. Thus, he jumped off the roof. Wasn't everything conforming to the script? Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. And not yet, Mo Fan replied. I'll have to resign myself to my fate. If my judgment is really that bad, then having who I thought to be the reliable Mrs. Tang Yue help me with this problem, I get whatever I deserve. Your pendant is also a Stardust magic tool. At last, Mrs. Tang Yue opened her mouth. Mo Fan listened sincerely. However, it is different from the Stardust magic tool we usually see. It is a growth-type Stardust magic tool, Mrs. Tang Yue said with a severe gaze. Growth-type Stardust magic tool? Mo Fan had never ever heard of this concept before. If you were to talk about embedding an attribute via a gem, he would understand that theory as there was lots of it in games. This Stardust magic tool is an absolute gem under the heavens. This is due to it originally having the same function as other Stardust magic tools, but it is also capable of growing. It is able to absorb the magical energy from other Stardust magic tools in order to boost its own capabilities. After absorbing enough magical energies from other Stardust magic tools, it is able to raise its spiritual level. Mrs. Tanghua earnestly said to Mo Fan. As Mo Fan heard this, he felt great waves rolling within his heart. A Stardust magic tool that is capable of growing? An extremely average Stardust magic tool was considered a treasure by both the school and ancient families. Even an incomparably preeminent student would need to take turns to use it. It only showed how precious and rare they were. A spirit-grade Stardust magic tool possessed twice the efficiency of a common-grade Stardust magic tool. Mubai also said that within all of Bo City, one could find very few of them. One of the known ones was in Mu Ningxue's possession. One wouldn't need to guess to know that it is most likely a treasure of the Mu family. The little loach pendant actually possessed the ability to grow itself into a treasure of that level. Mo Fan had roughly guessed that this might be an incredible item, but he never thought that it would be incredible to that extent. Shit. With this kind of treasure, even a person with principles would feel jealous and kill another for the item. According to what people said, it was common for magicians to fight over a treasure. At the moment, he was only a small magician. If Mrs. Tanghua really were to have a change of heart, then the news tomorrow really would have the story, a certain genius from Tianlon Magic high jumped off the roof due to the pressure from school. More on page 2. Mrs. Tanghua. I feel like a small magician such as myself is unable to manage a thing so precious. I'll give it to you so you can research it. Mo Fan wasn't a fool. Thus, he immediately said this sincerely. Even if Mrs. Tanghua appeared to be a very righteous person, a person's character was very hard to predict. Mo Fan wasn't childish enough to think that Mrs. Tanghua wasn't a bad person just because she's pretty. PSH. Tanghua immediately started to laugh at what Mo Fan had said. The lovely scene of her laughing was touchingly beautiful. Mo Fan's expression was blank. He didn't know what he did to make a beauty like Tanghua laugh like that. Mo Fan. On the day of the annual examination, when you righteously slandered Mu Zhuiyun from that small family, I thought you were a firm and unyielding man. Just now, I was thinking about confiscating your particular treasure. After all, it is not something a small magician like you is able to manage. However, I never thought that the firm and unyielding you would hand it over. That really makes my impression of you take a 180-degree turn. Mrs. Tanghua's laugh seemed like a peach blossom to the ear. Mo Fan awkwardly laughed. An unyielding character is only worth so little. A life is more important. Scolding Mu Zhuiyun. Mo Fan was well aware of the consequences. If one were to integrate themselves into this society, one couldn't be so naive and stupid. Whether it was the Science Society or the Magic Society, maturing early, what's so bad about it? Then, Mrs. Tanghua, how do you plan on solving this? Mo Fan asked her. All right, I know you are very reluctant to part with it. It's good that you told me about this. If it was any other teacher, they really would pull something disadvantageous to you in order to stand above thousands of others. Tanghua's smile faded as she spoke seriously. Mo Fan's eyes shone. It seemed like he floated the right way this time. This Mrs. Tanghua really was different from the other magic teachers who seemed to be righteous, but were something else on the inside. First, you cannot tell anyone about it being a growth-type Stardust magic tool. I reckon with your intelligence, you wouldn't tell anyone else, anyway. Second, it's not because I'm not interested in your growth-type Stardust magic tool, but it is because the Stardust magic tool is somewhat special. It seems like it has a trace of an unbroken spiritual link with you. Mrs. Tanghua told Mo Fan honestly. Wow, this thing was a binding equipment. Mo Fan really felt baffled. No wonder why every time he tried to remove the Loach pendant, an indescribable resistance arose. Lastly, the growth-type Stardust magic tool needs to grow. It uses spirit essence and other Stardust magic tools as fuel. Currently, it is only a common-grade Stardust magic tool. Despite the pendant being equipped with the ability to grow, whether it really will grow is hard to say. Or, The resources it requires to grow might be much larger than a spirit-grade stardust magic tool. In that sense, your inherited family treasure might be no different than a trash-grade tool, Tanghua said. Mo Fan nodded his head and thought a bit before asking, Mrs. Tanghua, what is soul essence? At the moment a magical beast dies, its soul will leave its physical body. A soul leaving the body becomes a spirit after its life has ended. If the soul remains in the body after death, then it will emit a special spirit radiance. That type of soul after death would be 10 times more pure than a common soul, and is called a spirit essence. A spirit essence is an important material for refining a stardust magic tool. As expected of a teacher, her easy explanation made Mo Fan have an urge to write it down. Basically, if I wanted to make it grow, then the best way would be to collect spirit essence. Alright, I better hurry up and increase my strength so I can go kill some magical beasts and collect spirit essences. Mo Fan said enthusiastically. Tanghua nodded, followed by saying, Hurry and collect them. Remember to send me a WeChat location before you die. I will go to the magical beast's stomach to retrieve your skeleton and the growth magic tool. The corner of Mo Fan's mouth stretched. He didn't know how to reply to that. Give me the broken stardust magic tool that was given to you by the school. I'll settle this matter for you. This is me helping you privately, so just look it as you owing me one. Mrs. Tanghua wasn't joking as she said this. Thank you, Mrs. Tanghua. If I can be of use in the future, don't hesitate to tell me. Mo Fan replied. Asking Mrs. Tanghua for help was indeed not bad. The most headache-inducing problem had been solved by her. As long as I don't get expelled by the school, then I'm alright. Also, the little loach pendant obtaining the energy of the stardust magic tool signifies that I'll be able to use it permanently. That was amazing. People like Mu Bai and Su Xiaoding would only be able to use the stardust magic tool for a month, and even that Yuang, who was going to have a duel with Mo Fan, would only be allowed to use his for half a year. Mo Fan himself would be able to use it nonstop for a whole year. His cultivation would surpass them by a whole street. He couldn't help but give the little loach pendant a kiss. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. I guess that after you've tasted the benefits the stardust magic tool will bring you, you will helplessly want to go and collect the spiritual essences. When the quarter of your school time has ended, we will bring you to the outside of the city for 2 months of practical experience. When the time comes for you to meet a real magical beast, you will forget about the idea you have today, Mrs. Tanghua said. Practical experience? Mo Fan had never heard of this thing. Was this possibly the legendary high school military drill? Every magician needs to experience this day. We don't nurture magicians so they can stay home and live like princesses, nor is it for you to compete against one another. It is for you to stand off against magical beasts during crucial times. The practical experience is a significant test of the student's temperament, Mrs. Tanghua explained. I will treat this seriously. No, Tanghua said. The practical experience isn't an exam. I only wish for you and other students to calm yourselves when you encounter a problem and ponder how you're going to survive it, Tanghua said with an earnestly profound manner. After Mrs. Tanghua said this, she turned around to leave. When Mo Fan was about to ask for more details, he realized her curvy body had slowly merged with the area where the moonlight didn't shine. A heartbeat later, there were no more traces of Tanghua. Mo Fan was able to see everything very clearly this time. She really merged with the darkness. Her entire being disappeared as though she was never here. Mo Fan hastily jumped down from the dam and poked his head out of the railings of the roof. What made Mo Fan shocked was the fact that Mrs. Tanghua had gone from the roof of the 8-floor tall school building and was already on the ground, treading with slow and light footsteps toward the teacher's dormitory. The gloomy moonlight stretched her shadow out, making her look like a proud night fairy. As Mrs. Tanghua entered the shadow of a messy tree, she suddenly disappeared once again from his line of sight, and he was no longer able to find this mysterious female teacher in the dreary night. Just what kind of skill was that? Out of all of the elements that Mo Fan knew of, only the wind element was able to use wind trail to move swiftly. That fact alone made Mo Fan think it was amazing, but Mrs. Tanghua used magic that he didn't know anything about. It practically let her enter the shadows to move swiftly. Underscore, that is just too cool. I wonder when I can learn this. Underscore. Speaking of which, This Mrs. Tang Yue didn't seem normal. According to the rumors, one would have to reach intermediate-level magician to awaken a second element. In other words, Mrs. Tang Yue was at least an intermediate-level magician. No wonder why Mrs. Tang Yue was able to surpass so many other qualified and older practical teachers. For most people, an intermediate-level magician had already reached the peak heaven level. It seems like Mrs. Tang Yue is actually a very thick thigh. I will have to hold on to it tightly. Did you hear? After our quarter of cultivation time has ended, we will begin the magician's practical experience. What is the magician's practical experience? Basically, we're going to the areas outside of the city. No way. Ever since I was a child, I've heard those areas have magical beasts that eat people. I'm not going. You have to go? This practical experience is related to our admittance to university. It is the equivalent of a very important subject. It's just practical experience. What is there to be afraid of? We're magicians. Even if we were to encounter a magical beast, we can just use ice spread to freeze it into an ice statue. However, I heard magical beasts are really strong. Didn't the magical beast teacher always stress about how we should never face a magical beast by ourselves? Just like what Mrs. Tang Yue said, after the end of their quarter of cultivation time, they immediately welcomed a cruel practical experience. If it went as planned, then they would meet a genuine magical beast. There had always been a magical beast class, and who knows how many years the teachers had been talking about them. However, for the students had never met a genuine magical beast. Even if they were to secretly watch a video of them on the internet, there was no difference to them between that and watching a Godzilla movie. This time, the students would finally get to meet a genuine magical beast. As soon as the news hit, it could be said that the entire school began to discuss this matter. The practical experience began with the elite class. All of the students of the elite class were basically able to control 7 stars after the end of the annual examination. Currently, it had been more than half a year. Thus, every single one of them should be able to expertly control their elemental skill. The school would let the students who could grasp their magical skills participate in the practical experience. If a common person were to encounter a magical beast, they wouldn't even have a bit of ability to retaliate. The time passed by quickly. Mo Fan relied on his little loach pendant to cultivate his lightning and fire stars to more than 5 times their original levels. He was able to cast both lightning strike and fire burst skillfully. He was able to practice fire burst openly in school now, and thus the casting speed of his fire burst had gotten even faster. Roughly 3 seconds was enough for him to cast it now. As for lightning strike, he would need about 4 seconds. Currently, most of the students in the elite class would require 5 to 10 seconds to use a magic spell. Thus, Mo Fan was far above them in terms of spellcasting. The entire elite class had a total of 100 people. They would be divided into 5 groups with roughly 20 students in each. There would be a teacher with them, as well as 2 other military instructors. Every group had its own bus. Thus, the 5 school buses began to drive toward the outer areas of the city with groups of young magicians. The place they were going to this time had more or less been decided. They would be going to the Snowy Peak Mountain Station. The Snowy Peak Mountain was an important goods stronghold for the Hunters of Hunters Union in Bow City. The entire stronghold was constructed in the middle of a valley. Do you remember when I told you that the stations in Bow City's surroundings are the boundaries of the safe area? The areas outside of the stations may have a magical beast appearing. Thus, before you have the abilities to face off against a magical beast, make sure you never step out of the safe areas, or else you'll become a pile of skeletons. The magical beast teacher, Zhang Jingguo, told them strongly. That's right. Within the area of the station, we, the Hunters Union, and the Magic Association, as well as other large ancient families, assign someone to patrol daily and set up warnings. There will definitely not be any magical beasts entering the residential areas of humans. However, the capabilities of us magicians are also limited. Thus, the only places we are able to protect are within the boundaries of the stations. We are powerless outside of the stations. After all, even if we have stronger magicians, we are unable to eradicate the magical beasts hiding under all the complicated and difficult terrains, the 3rd Hunters Group's captain, Luo Yunbo, stated. Luo Yunbo was a tanned and very handsome man. After the girls in the groups saw Captain Luo Yunbo, their eyes began to sparkle. It was like the girls were worshipping and infatuated with the handsome military instructor. Luo Yunbo was the military instructor who guided the team this time. The assistant military instructor was a woman named Pan Lijun. She was a tanned, capable, and vigorous type. There was a huge difference between her and the female magicians from the campus. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. As they sat on the bus, they passed through the wasteland of the outer regions of the city. In just moments of time, mountain forest appeared in everyone's sight. The mountain forest was very green, deep, and its vicinity was luxuriant, sturdy, and vigorous. Weeds were growing. The distant mountain peak was uneven and the clouds were thick. Do you see it? This lonely and mighty mountain is the Snowy Peak Mountain, and also the border of Arbo City. Arbo City counts as a medium-sized city. At the frontline magic cities, empires, and large demonic cities, their safe borders wouldn't be called just a station or even a small stronghold, said the assistant military instructor, Pan Lijun, whose hair was only the length of a forefinger. Speaking of which, since you guys regularly have contact with magical beasts, then that means you must be intermediate-level magicians. Wang Sampang said. Intermediate? Pan Lijun swept her gaze across Wang Sampang as she ridiculed him. Why would intermediate-level magicians guide you little brats around? As Wang Sampang heard this, he got upset and whispered, Then you guys are just primary-level magicians. That's nothing to brag about. As Wang Sampang said what everyone was thinking, the two military instructors began to laugh simultaneously. It was evident that they thought Wang Sanpang's words were far too childish. As the bus entered the mountain, they had been on the road for more than half a day. Mo Fan wasn't leisurely sitting around for more than half a day. He was maintaining his meditation at the very back of the bus. He and the bus were fated. When he had completed connecting 7 stars and lightning strike, he was also on the bus. This time, Mo Fan felt like his fire element had touched upon something. The little loach pendant was like a stardust magic tool. It allowed Mo Fan's cultivation time to hugely upgrade. It has been a year since the annual examination, and Mo Fan realized that not only had his stardust become tremendously bright, but the stars within the fire element stardust had gone through a huge change. In the past, the star's radiance would be occasionally bright and occasionally dark. Currently, the star's radiance could be said to be extremely steady. It was said that when the star's brilliance began to transform, its ability to conduct magic would also improve. A spell's effect and might would also follow this change and strengthen. He spent the entire second year of high school increasing this. I wonder what kind of might the next level of fire burst will possess. I can't wait. At last, they finally arrived at the Snowy Peak Mountain Station. Although they said it was a small stronghold, this place wasn't just some crude village. The stronghold station used the incomparably precipitous cliff as its sides. The cliffs were at least 100 meters high. You could only see the sky if you were to fully tilt your head backwards. The cliffs on the two sides formed a natural wall. Additionally, the front and the back of the valley road had 2 colossal stone doors locked down. The entire stronghold station was just like a small fort garrison within the valley. So this is the Snowy Peak Mountain stronghold. It is said that other than the high-leveled flying-type magical beasts, as well as those that have a climbing ability, this Snowy Peak Mountain fort garrison can obstruct the absolute majority of the evil creatures that are doing bad deeds from the safety zone. Moreover, due to the Snowy Peak Mountain Station, we haven't had any frightening reports about people being hurt within the safety zone for many years. Zhang Jingguo walked out of the bus as he looked at the large protective stone doors. He couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Teacher, I heard that this protective stone door is made by our Bo City's construction master, Earth Element Magician Zhang Yuang. No magic beneath the intermediate level is capable of moving it. The young lady Ba Zhoumin asked while being the good student she was. That's right. The stone door seems a bit old, but the truth is that its firmness is no way inferior to steel. Zhang Jingguo walked in the front, holding in his hands a flag for the third group. He looked like a tour guide who was taking the students on a walk around an ancient city. Not long after, the other 4 groups' buses arrived in succession. The 100 elite students of Tianlan Magic High stood together beneath the tall and sturdy stone door. On the 2 sides of the stone gate were 2 sentries. Amongst them was a battle mage who didn't wear his uniform. He was leisurely playing with the flame in his hands. The small flame was like an obedient pet, moving actively within his hands. Occasionally, it would float around his body. It seemed wonderfully graceful. As Mo Fan noticed this, he was amazed. From the way he was playing with the fire, Mo Fan could tell that the man was far more skilled than he was. He began wondering how much stronger the plain-clothed battle mage's fire burst skill would be compared to his own. "Hey, Boss Zhankong, how come you're assigned to this post today?" Luo Yunbo raised his head as he smiled toward the fire mage who was fiddling with flames. "I have nothing to do. I heard there would be some high school girls coming here today, so I specifically came here to check it out myself." The man called Zhankong didn't hide his characteristics as he smiled to himself. On the side, Zhoumin pursed her small brows. It was because she could already feel this magician called Zhankong was already gazing at her as he checked her out. "So handsome. Yeah, you simply can't compare the little brats from our school with him. He has such a manly aura to him. And he's also very honest." The few infatuated girls in the class could no longer maintain their calm and immediately began to chatter continuously. "Little girl, don't crease your brow toward our boss Zhankong. He is one of the rare experts here." A voice that sounded as though she didn't like guiding the students came from the vice captain, Pan Lijun, and in her voice was a slight note of adoration for Zhankong. "I've heard of the name Zhankong. Isn't that the fire magician who slaughtered the most amount of magical beasts in the snowy Peak Mountain Station?" Zhang Jingguo immediately raised his head as he loudly said, "It's an honor to meet you. He has only killed off a few magical beasts. What's so impressive about that?" Wang Sampang said. "It is indeed not impressive. When Deng Kai proposed the idea of having you students come here for practicals, I did reject it," the handsome mustachioed Zhankong said. "The warning from a year ago has passed. Currently, there won't be any problem. As a mage, you still need this practical no matter what. You can't just extend it just because of a warning from a year ago," Zhang Jingguo said. "I don't really mind as long as you don't let the students wander around. I don't want to see this fine and delicate beautiful girl being eaten by a one-eyed magic wolf," Zhankong said with a hearty laugh. Zhang Jingguo smiled awkwardly. The other person was a genuine expert. Even if he were to assail a woman with obscenities, he, a teacher, was unable to do anything. The warning from a year ago? Mo Fan had heard of this matter from Little Ant. However, as Mo Fan had spent most of his time within the ivory tower of the school, the dangerous matters that occurred in the outside world were unknown to him. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. The entry and exit was clearly within the hands of the man called Zhankong. As the 100 elite students exited the bus, they all began entering the snowy Peak Mountain stronghold. The stronghold was very simple, with only a single main road. On the main road were many shops and vendors. It was virtually no different than the marketplace for a town. The only difference was that they didn't sell chicken, duck, or fish meat. They sold the necessities required for a mage's battles and cultivation. Come, top-rate magic boot equipment. Let me tell you, this is some good stuff. Do you know what the fastest magical beast is? That's right, it is made of the skin of a speed beast's hind legs, with the wind trail magic pattern. It also has a pure wind stone, increasing its energy. If you were to run using this, you'll definitely cause the one-eyed magic wolf to stare helplessly. If you were to buy this, I will give it to you with a discount, seeing how you and this treasure have interlinked fate. Second Baldy, stop bullshitting. How can this thing be called magic equipment? Any random Nike would be better than your pair. Bullshit. We lost 2 people killing a speed beast, and I was awarded the skin of the hind legs. It's definitely a genuine pair of magic boots equipment. The second Baldy immediately began a dispute with the person who made fun of him. Further up was a vendor, and they had magic stones of all colors. Magic stones were very simple. They were produced when the elements, fire, wind, lightning, or earth, were dense, producing an extraordinary stone. Inhabiting these stones was energy similar to the magic powers within a magician's stardust. Although they couldn't be directly used by magicians, they could still be used by embedding them into magic tools and magic equipment to supply them with constant energy. This knowledge has already been discussed by the teacher during class, and Mo Fan had earnestly listened to it at the time. They had said that on many occasions, the purified magic stones could also be used as a currency. The consumption rate of the magic stones was colossal. In fact, it was the equivalent of a power source in the scientific world. Mo Fan originally thought the mobile, computers, and household appliances used freaking electricity. After that lesson, He understood that the power plants here weren't some water conservancy that supplied electricity, nor some windmill network, but instead used lightning magic stones. There's nothing he could do about it. The light element originating from Edison was something Mo Fan had to accept. Apart from this, what? The one who invented the steam machines and helped the entire world enter an industrial revolution. That's right, he was a fire magician. The theory behind the steam machine was a fire magic diagram. They used the fire magic stone as the power source. That is why this world didn't have oil, hydroelectric power, or electrical energy. They relied on these magic stones to survive. And where did the magic stones come from? Naturally, they came from nature. The cruel thing is, the magical beasts also needed the magic stones. The magic stones were their most important food and were a vital source of energy to becoming stronger. Thus, when the humans were searching for, digging up, and gathering magic stones, their biggest obstacle wasn't the nature, but the magical beasts who also relied on magic stones to survive. Magical beasts were instinctively hostile toward humans. Think about it. All of the magical equipment within the city was simply food to a magical beasts. Additionally, humans had always been their prey, which is why human magicians and the magical beasts had never ceased their battles against each other. Perhaps this was the biggest difference between the original world and the current magical world. In the original world, the humans held a governing position. If they wanted to sweep things away, all they needed to do was send a guided missile. However, in the world of magic, explosive weapons didn't exist, there were only magicians. Perhaps heavy explosive weapons would be unable to achieve their goal, and the magical beasts would occupy even more territory. The majority of humans could only live in cities. A city needed the protection of magicians. This was also the reason why a magician's status would always be higher than commoners. Not only do they possess a mighty power, but they also had a divine mission. Brother Fan, on the practicals this time, we must properly show ourselves off. I've heard the practicals grades are directly related to our admission to university. It occupies 20% of the total admission grade. Zhang Xiaoho said to Mo Fan. Mo Fan nodded. Their homeroom teacher, Xuan Mushing, had already mentioned this matter. The practicals were basically a part of the high school exams. This is because the grades were set by the military, which is to say the military head of this practical exercise. The evaluation of the head military instructor would be either C or A. This would directly decide whether the student magicians would end up in a top-rate magic university or just a common magic university. The imperial institution, which Mu Ningxue was in at the moment, would require the students to reach an A before they would bother to recruit them. Mo Fan had not resigned himself to staying in a small place like Bo City. Besides, the higher-tiered magic could only be learned in larger cities and universities. On the practicals this time, he also wanted to attain a grade of A or higher. Only this way would he have the right to enter universities of the same level as an imperial institution. These military instructors have been bribed by the school. Even if you were to waste your time here for 2 months, they'd at least give you B or C. That's why, there's no need to worry. Wang Sampang came over by chance as he said with a smile. That's right, it was like the previous sessions as well. Another student who knew of the internal stories also nodded his head. That's about right. The school definitely hopes for the military instructors to give them a higher grade. Gather in the plaza. Gathering. After Luo Yunbo loudly shouted, all the students began to quickly gather within the central plaza of the Snowy Peak Mountain stronghold. The number of people could be said to be of no small amount. There were 100 of them in all. They all wore the uniform of Tianlon Magic High. After all of the students had properly lined up, they quickly attracted the attention of the magicians stationed around the stronghold. They slowly gathered to surround the students. Each one of them seemed to be engrossed, their faces showing an exceptional sneer. Come and check this out. It's a new group of interns, ha ha ha. We can once again see the newbies make a fool out of themselves, a man with a sharp face like a rat said. Exactly. The period of time where the interns are here are the most lively period of time in this stronghold. Guess which one of these interns will be scared to the point where they pee their pants. A man who looked like the officer of a small hunter's squad said as he stuck his head out. I guess there'll be at least 30. Then the rest of the 70 will be scared until they faint. The students formed a formation on the plaza, but they could easily hear the voices of the veterans of the stronghold. Most of them had a look that made them seem as if they took pleasure in seeing other people's misfortune. They definitely did not try to cover up their disdain toward the students. The 100 elite students were divided into 5 groups, and there were 20 people in each of the 5 groups. In the front stood 2 military instructors and 1 practical class teacher. Head military instructor. The head military instructor has come. Not long after, a group of battle mages wearing uniforms neatly walked to the front of the gathered students, and one could feel a certain prestige emitted from their aura. Leading these people was unexpectedly the mustache uncle who was playing with the flames by the sentry, Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong still had that superior appearance. As the head military instructor, his unorganized appearance actually caused people to think otherwise. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Hello everyone. I am the chief military instructor of your practicals, Zhang Kong. You should consider yourselves lucky because you are the first group of examinees that have come here since I've taken charge, the chief military instructor, Zhang Kong said. The students were standing there with their backs straight. None of them dared to say a word. In the past, they'd only interacted with teachers. The knowledge the teachers could impart to everyone was abundant, but it was only theories and data. The battle mages had remnant auras from killing magical beasts. These students who had never seen this aspect of the world were not rash, despite the chief military instructor called Zhang Kong seeming gentle. Don't worry, you are the first practical students that I will be responsible for. In order for you to smoothly pass the practicals that directly influences your high school examinations, I will give you all a special treatment. Zhang Kong said with a loud voice. Not being able to pass the practical examination or getting a low score will influence the grades by a lot. It's possible that their fate would greatly change due to the assessment of the practicals this time. I understand that you are all the most outstanding young magicians of Arbo City, and I also believe you possess the required strength to pass the practical examination this time. Thus, the practicals this time will be extremely easy, Zhang Kong said harmlessly. At this moment, Luo Yunhua and Pan Lijun couldn't help but crease their foreheads. Whenever he revealed this kind of smile, it wouldn't be a good thing. I just received a bounty, and the difficulty is of the lowest level. There's 100 magicians in total from the school, right? How about this? If any of the squad or individual amongst you 100 people are able to complete this bounty, then you will pass the entire practical assessment and acquire Grade A, Zhang Kong said. Before Zhang Kong could finish his sentence, an uproar occurred within the small stronghold. The ones most excited were naturally the 100 practical students. They had heard their senior brothers and sisters mention the matters regarding practicals. All they needed to do is to waste time at the station and not provoke the instructors, and they'll basically pass. If you performed well, you could get a B, and an A wouldn't be much of a problem. However, they'd never heard of something like clearing a bounty. Bounties, aren't these the special missions undertaken by the full-grown mage squads that are looking for the high reward? Within the plaza, even the hunters who had been at the station for a long time couldn't calm themselves. What kind of situation was this? Letting these students undertake the bounty missions? That was retarded. Even our full-fledged mage hunting squads are unable to succeed, and now these immature and inexperienced students are supposed to finish it. What if none of us are able to finish this mission? Su Zhaoting, who was standing further to the front, asked. Then no one will pass. Zhang Kong replied indifferently. All the students and teachers were unable to remain calm after hearing these words. Chief military instructor, you might as well fail us all. At this moment, class representative Zhou Min stood up as she was at the end of her patience. Yeah, there's no difference between that and failing us right now. Zhang Jingguo, Shuan Mushing, Tang Yue, and Shen Weiliang. The teachers' expressions were also exceedingly concerned. What was with this situation? Didn't they already bribe them? So why is this Zhang Kong not playing according to the rules? A bounty? Was this really something the students were able to do? How is it inappropriate? Why don't you go and find your school director, Deng Kai? Either way, it won't be easy for you to receive high grades from me. Since Tianlan Magic High is the best public high school in Bo City, then you shouldn't have brought a group of wastes here for practicals. Besides, if all you're planning on doing is wasting your time here, then you might as well go back to school and read magic books. What's the freaking use of bribery? It'd be good if that didn't happen. That way, you wouldn't come to a station where danger lurks everywhere. Zhang Kong's tone suddenly turned serious. Just now, he had a gentle appearance, but in a flash, he turned into a fiend. Underscore brought a group of wastes for practicals? Underscore. Those words struck the hearts of the students fiercely. Chief Military Instructor, the examination you used is a bit too much. From what I know, any random bounty would require a squadron that has been polishing their skills in the outside world for at least 3 to 5 years to successfully complete, Teacher Zhang Jingguo said with lack of confidence. You have 100 people. If you can't even finish a bounty mission, then the waste you mediocre teachers have raised would leave me very disappointed. Are they even elite students? Chief Military Instructor Zhang Kong replied with no trace of politeness. As Zhang Jingguo heard this, his face turned green and white. This instructor had something wrong with his head. Let's not even mention him issuing an impossible mission. He even slandered all of the teachers and students of Tianlan Magic High. Naturally, for the squadron or person that successfully completes the bounty, I will personally gift a reward. This reward is a piece of defensive magic equipment, continued Zhang Kong as he raised his voice. As soon the words defensive magic equipment were mentioned, the veteran hunters outside of the plaza suddenly got excited. Shit, awarding some defensive magic equipment. Boss Zhang Kong, don't do it. Why don't you give that opportunity to us? We promise we will be able to smoothly accomplish the mission. Yeah, we are just in need of a piece of defensive magic equipment. That life-saving thing should definitely be given to us. Allow us to have a fair competition with these students, Boss Zhang Kong. We also want the magic equipment. In a flash, the small hunter squadrons outside of the plaza were suddenly shouting out all this. Magic equipment. Magical equipment was something that connected with your soul. With your thoughts you were able to activate it, and it would quickly transform into its genuine form. It would then become gear that would assist you in battles. They were just like the boot magic equipment the second Baldy tried to sell. Only after you wore and activated it would the speed of your body substantially increase. If you really were to meet a foe that you couldn't fight against, then the boot magic equipment would be a life-saving item. Additionally, if their body were to have increased speed during combat, then it could substantially increase the magician's combat power. Defensive magic equipment. It was a special type of equipment that was able to directly morph into a shield or armor. At a crucial time, it could block the attack of a magical beast, and thus was also a form of lifeguarding equipment. Although the magic equipment's price wasn't as high as a Stardust magic tool, to people like hunters who risked their life every day in the outside world, it was treated like divine equipment. What was more valuable than life? Shit, that's some good stuff. From what I know, a common defensive magic tool would end up being priced at several thousand yuan. No wonder these hunters are going crazy. This kind of money-bustling thing unexpectedly become the reward of the practical for these immature and inexperienced students. The question is, can those students obtain it? You're right. The bounties are usually really difficult, and even the veteran magicians can occasionally be caught in life-threatening situations. Mo Fan was still a stranger towards magic equipment, but if you were to convert the magic equipments into currency, then he would understand perfectly. Even the most common magic equipment was worth a good 1,000 yuan. Underscore shit, this daddy has never seen that much money in his life before. Underscore. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Underscore, 10 days later, underscore. Beneath the exuberant forest, on a curvy mountain path, a squad of 20 students wearing the uniform of Tianlan Magic High stood near a mountain cliff. No matter how much they complained and felt dissatisfied, they still trod upon the road of bounty. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 days, they'd been advancing through obstacles, passing through large mountains and jungle. The bitterness they suffered was unbelievable. This freaking chief military instructor, I really want to curse him for sending us to such a sly place. Wang Sampang gasped for breath as he sat his butt down, while fanning himself with his cap. Yeah, freaking crap. Speaking of which, how have we not finished the 30 kilometers yet? Isn't this the 10th day? Zhang Shuhua with the giraffe neck asked. The 30 kilometers is the distance if it was a straight line. We have had to climb hills, cross valleys, and take detours around mountains. This kind of road is more than 30 kilometers, Zhang Xiaoho explained. The squad Mo Fan was in had a total of 20 people. The practical mission needed to be completed by students, and thus no teachers were leading the squads, nor were any military instructors following. All they were given was a map to use. The hardship of the journey for the past few days caused everyone to look like primitives. Their faces were covered in filth, and they were dripping with sweat. After crossing this river valley, we shouldn't be too far from the 100-grass valley that chief military instructor mentioned, class representative Zhoumin said as she held the map. Shit, how are we supposed to pass this river valley? Flying? In any case, it is at least 10 meters wide. Wang Sampang was the first to call out. At this moment, there was a cliff in front of them. The cliff on the opposite side of the mountain was right in front of them. However, the rapid and surging river below was fearsome. The roaring sounds of the water splashing against the rocks were very clear. What do? We can't just give up halfway there. How about we just go home? There are still other groups. It's possible that they could finish this, Zhang Shuhua the giraffe neck said. You lack spirit. How can you place your hope on other people? Zhoumin immediately reprimanded him. Then you tell us what to do? None of us are able to cross this cliff, Zhang Shuhua complained. Oh right, Zhang Yinglu, aren't you a wind magician? Why don't you try jumping over? In this moment, Su Zhaoding looked toward a girl with ponytails beside him. The girl called Zhang Yinglu's face immediately turned deathly pale as she shyly said, No, I won't jump. What if I fall? We have ropes. The two cliffs have trees. As long as one person is able to directly jump to the other cliff on this valley and tie the ropes on the trees on the opposite side, then all of us will be able to use the ropes to cross over, Zhoumin said, her eyes shining. Zhang Yinglu, don't you want to get an A? You are jumping with a rope. Even if you aren't able to jump over, we are still able to pull you up. It's only bungee jumping, Su Zhaoding continued. I don't want to. Zhang Yinglu was clearly a cowardly girl. Shit, when we need you, a wind magician, you don't comply. What kind of magician are you? Another water elemental girl said. Let's not force someone to do something they don't want to, Zhoumin said. As everyone was still confused as to what to do, Mo Fan glanced at Zhang Xiaoho to his side. Zhang Xiaoho wasn't a very outstanding student within the elite class. Everyone habitually placed their hopes on Zhang Yinglu, who had the highest score in the wind element. However, Zhang Yinglu was just a girl. How could she possibly do something that might risk her life? Monkey, do you dare? Mo Fan opened his mouth to ask. What is there to be afraid of? Zhang Xiaoho slapped his chest. Good. Zhang Xiaoho stood up and said to Zhoumin, Su Zhaoding, and Zhang Shuhua, tie the rope around me. I'll do it. Zhang Shuhua and Su Zhaoding revealed doubtful expressions as they checked out the not particularly impressive Zhang Xiaoho. However, someone volunteering was still better than standing there worrying helplessly. Zhoumin's movements were quite swift. She quickly tied one end of the rope around Zhang Xiaoho's waist. Make way, give Zhang Xiaoho room for running. The other people immediately gave Zhang Xiaoho thumbs up. There were numerous people standing by the cliff and trembling as the wind blew past. Who would have the courage to jump in this situation? Monkey, don't worry. If you aren't able to jump across, I will pull you up. Mo Fan tied the other end of the rope onto a tree trunk, and he also used both of his hands to firmly grab the rope. Zhang Xiaoho smiled at Mo Fan's straightforwardness. As Zhang Xiaoho took a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. No one knew whether he was connecting the star paths or emboldening himself. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoho opened his eyes. His pupils emitted a green radiance. An indescribable gale began to swirl around Zhang Xiaoho. Under the intent control of Zhang Xiaoho, the gale turned into a wind trail leading toward the cliff from the hillside of the mountain. This trail was invisible. However, the dust it scattered around allowed people to clearly see the extraordinary wind passage. Wind trail, swift current. As Zhang Xiaoho yelled out, the star trail radiance around his body achieved an extremely bright level. Swoosh. A burst of wind sounded, and their clothes began to flutter. Zhang Xiaoho's body turned into an indistinct shadow as it quickly passed through the wind passage which he had created, swiftly following the current within the wind trail. Zhang Xiaoho's speed grew increasingly faster. The hill didn't pose any problem for Zhang Xiaoho. Jump quickly. Su Zhaoding, Zhoumin, and Zhang Shuhua, the three of them were closely fixated on Zhang Xiaoho. That wind elemental girl, Zhang Yinglu, who was too scared to jump, opened her eyes even wider. Zhang Xiaoho arrived at the edge of the cliff and jumped with all his force using his right foot. He shattered a rock by the cliff as his body simultaneously began to leap. Oh! In the midair, Zhang Xiaoho welcomed the whistling gale from the top of the valley. The wind was so powerful that his face almost deformed. His body arced between the two cliffs as he approached the other side. At this moment, Mo Fan tightly grasped the rope. If Zhang Xiaohou didn't make it, that he would have to pull him, or else he might crash into the rugged stones beneath the cliff. The remaining 19 people raised their heads up as they looked at the leaping Zhang Xiaohou. All of them were worried. At last, Zhang Xiaohou began to roll. His foot heavily stomped onto the edge of the other cliff. His body continued rolling forwards. Boom. In the end, he still crashed into a large tree on the other side of the cliff, as everyone on the opposite side stared blankly. Zhang Xiaohou's eyes were crossed as he immediately turned around to look at the students on the other side of the cliff with a simple and honest smile. His appearance at the time looked extremely funny. Although his appearance seemed funny, the students' impressions of Zhang Xiaohou were much better. 20 people, and among them, there were only about 4 wind magicians. The only one who dared to jump over was Zhang Xiaohou. In this kind of situation, so what if the other wind magicians' grades were better? Monkey, good job. Mo Fan was the first to yell out. Zhou Min, Zhang Shuhua, Wang Samping, and others immediately give Zhang Xiaohou a thumbs up. We're coming over. Su Xiaoding was the first to climb the ropes. The remaining 19 people also successfully climbed over to the other side of the valley. This would be a success on the first test of practicals because they had arrived at their destination, 100 Grass Valley. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. After the 3 groups of 20 people passed by the valley, a man wearing a straw hat jumped down from a tree within the forest of the valley. Within his hand was a scoreboard. After he had registered what he needed, he quickly left the forest and headed off to an empty meadow. All 3 of the groups have passed. Amongst them was a wind elemental student named Zhang Xiaohou who has been exceptionally remarkable, the straw hat guy said as he walked into a tent to the man inside it. If the students were here, they would have been shocked as they discovered their practical teachers, as well as the military instructors were all there. They were all sitting comfortably, eating snacks, and drinking wine. Oh, Zhang Kong creased his eyebrow. From Zhang Kong's impression, there was no wind elemental student among them called Zhang Xiaohou that had a high cultivation. Whatever, that was normal. Cultivation was just the foundation. The most important part of a magician was actually their head and their courage. Note this name. We can give him a high grade, Zhang Kong said toward assistant military instructor Pan Lijun seated next to him. Pan Lijun nodded her head as she quickly noted Zhang Xiaohou's name. Haha, you battle mages of the stronghold sure know how to play, Zhang Jingwo laughed. Yeah. First, we directly put the students on the Great Mountains and give them a sense of feeling they'd have no help whatsoever. And then, we discreetly follow them and find the more outstanding students during the process of them completing the mission and give them grades according to that. This idea couldn't be any better. Chen Weiliang also smiled. Yeah, compared to the idling from the past, this can clearly reflect a student's quality. Mrs. Tangyue also nodded in agreement. If the 100 students who were slandered to the point where they'd sounded like trash knew about that their teachers teamed up with the instructors to do this, who knew what kind of faces they would reveal? Teachers and the military instructors naturally couldn't just ignore them. Currently, the things they were studying were indeed not enough for them to survive in the outer regions of the city. However, if they were not given an environment where they could experience the danger, then they would never be able to reach a state of surviving it. Thus, the best method would be treating them cruelly on the surface and then following them in secret. If there were any accidents, they could quickly lend a hand. Chief Zhang Kong, I was almost tricked by you. I thought you really were going to be heartless and not allow a single student to pass the practicals, Vice Military Instructor Pan Lijun said. You're wrong there. Those who are useless during the practicals will not pass, Zhang Kong stated very directly. This is a bounty. There's no way anyone is capable of completing it. Yeah, I think it's already exceedingly good for them to be able to pass through the Monster Vine region, Chen Weiliang said. Naturally, if it was a real bounty, they would not be able to complete it. Let's not even talk about them. Even the military instructors here wouldn't necessarily be able to complete it, Zhang Kong said with a smile. Even military instructors wouldn't necessarily be able to complete it? What does that mean? Zhang Jingguo asked in puzzlement. It's like this. Since we are making the den of the one-eyed magic wolf the destination for the students, we would have to ensure that there are no remnants of a one-eyed magic wolf. Thus, we placed a summoner to guard the den. The summoner mage is actually the last test for the students. The den doesn't actually have a magical beast, but there is a summoned beast, Luo Yunbua said with a smile. As the group of teachers listened to this, their eyes began to sparkle. Chun Weiliang, the head of the teachers, immediately began to clap his hands. Smart, very smart. This move is incredibly smart. Shui Mushing also violently nodded his head. Yeah, we can't let the students face a genuine magical beast yet. There would be numerous casualties. The practicals are for the students to temper their reactions towards a magical beast. If they don't face a magical beast, then the impact of the practical won't be effective. Placing a summoner mage there and have him summon a beast to play the role of a magical beast is extremely fitting. This way, they are able to reach the maximum efficiency of students facing a genuine magical beast, as well as guaranteeing their safety. I'm really thankful to you, Boss Jeancombe, for coming up with such a wonderful practical test. I believe the students will definitely reap a harvest this time, Shui Mushing said with a slight smile. It's my obligation. Speaking of which, there's only one summoned beast. What if the students are more vicious than what we have imagined and defeat the summoned beasts with their combined force? Mrs. Tangyue couldn't help but ask. Sigh. Mrs. Tangyue, you are thinking too much. In our 20 years of teaching at Tianlan Magic High, there has never been a single student who has been able to properly cast their magic on their first meeting with a magical beast. If we were to take a step back, even if they are able to cast their magic spells, these students are only able to cast their primary skill, which cannot wound the muscles of a summoned beast, Zhang Jingguo said with confidence. Yeah, the strongest amongst elements are fire and lightning. Only Su Zhaoding, the lightning mage, is able to give the summoned beast a slight challenge, whereas fire burst can at most give flesh wounds, Chun Weiliang said with a laugh. The teachers and the instructors began to laugh one by one. Indeed, they were very clear on the strengths of each student. The mission on the practicals this time was impossible to complete. All they wanted was for the students to grow during the process of the mission. At least, they would be able to keep notes of all their experiences during the mission. Mrs. Tangyue didn't laugh at all. She looked toward the valley in the distance that was enveloped in fog. Mo Fan have been in possession of the Stardust magic tool for a whole year. I wonder if his fire burst has reached a higher level. If that would be the case, then he could be the only student that is capable of wounding the summoned beast. Thus, receiving the S grade shouldn't be a problem, Tangyue thought to herself. Soon after, Tangyue also shook her head. Being able to fully cast a spell when you were up against a ferocious magical beast would already be quite good. All Tangyue wished for is for the 100 elite students to not be wiped out during the summoned beast stage. This was because, as long as they were able to cast a spell, then Jeancombe would be giving them an A on the practical class. An A was already the highest grade a student was able to receive from an instructor on the practicals for many years. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. After passing through the valley and walking past the weeds that were taller than people, everyone finally arrived at the 100 Grass Valley. The 100 Grass Valley had multiple entrances. If you wanted to pass through the ravine, you had to go along those narrow, curved paths. Why does this path have so much rot tan? They're all dropping down from the top of the mountain. It looks disgusting. The more delicate girls immediately began to whisper. Tree sticks and grass vines were intertwined on the ground of this narrow path. Some of them looked like a python from a distance. Others were tangled on the ground. It looked as though they had walked into a den of black pythons. It was dreadful. It made sense why some of the more cowardly girls were feeling absolutely horrified. It's just some broken vines. What's there to be afraid of? Come, follow me. The time for Wang Sampang to show off his heroic side had come as he walked confidently by himself to the front. Wang Sanpang's bloated body broke through the wrist-sized vines before him as he strode forward. His physique was indeed very suitable to opening up this kind of path. If he could cross over, then the remaining students could also cross over. What the heck? What's going on? Oh crap, help me. Help me. Suddenly, Wang Sampang let loose a noise that resembled a dog being beaten up from the inside. The students subconsciously took several steps back as they looked around. At the same time, they also felt goosebumps creeping up. It seemed like those vines could move. These twisting vines quickly tied Wang Sampang up as he entered the path. Wang Sanpang's obese physique was then turned upside down. The vines had thistles and thorns on their bodies, so when it tightened, Wang Sanpang's fat skin was completely ripped, immediately leaving him bloodied. Seeing this, Zhang Yinglu and the other little girls began to shriek uncontrollably. What are you shrieking for? What can you do other than shrieking? The shaky Su Xiaoting immediately howled at them. Just as he finished what he was saying, Su Xiaoting returned to where he stood before. The first star emerged as an illusory image in front of Su Xiaoting's forehead. The magnificent purple hue fascinated the watchers. The stars emerged one by one and linked with each other under Su Xiaoting's adept control. In a split second, a star path was linked. Lightning strike, Python scar. Su Xiaoting's lightning skill executed smoothly. A scorching electric arc suddenly emerged in his surroundings. The electric arcs flew toward the narrow paths under the command of Su Xiaoting, lashing onto the demonic vines that were dragging Wang Sanpeng's plump body away. The lightning strike caused several scorched stripes to appear on the demonic vines. Although the plant element demonic beasts did not fear the lightning attack, it still caused them to slightly withdraw while they continued to drag Wang Sanpeng away without fear. Save me, save! Wang Sanpeng's shout carried a sobbing tone. However, following this, his mouth was covered by a strip of vine, muffling his cries. Chaos immediately ensued amongst the students. Su Xiaoting's lightning strike had no effect whatsoever. How would they stop that demonic vine now? Yet another screech arose. It turns out the demonic vines weren't satisfied with just Wang Sanpeng, as they had already targeted a slender and delicate girl. That girl called Zheng Yunxia's ankles were caught by the vines. Zheng Yunxia was a water elemental magician. The problem was that she is too scared to even link her stars, and definitely not able to cast a spell. Don't panic, let me handle them. Class representative Zhou Min yelled out. A fire elemental star path was quickly forming next to Zhou Min's body. This added a somewhat blazing, impetuous temperament to the originally brave and threatening Zhou Min. Fire burst. A ball of flames emerged from Zhou Min's palm before she threw it. The ball of flames was thrown amidst the demonic vines, and a burning sound immediately arose. The scorching flames immediately burned out the middle of the demonic vines. The flames rose, and the speed they spread it was fairly quick. They instantly swallowed a large number of the demonic vines. The demonic vines were extremely afraid of flames. After Zhou Min cast Fire Burst, the demonic vines quickly withdrew as if they had seen a ghost. The demonic vines also quickly loosened Wang Sanpeng, and he fell heavily onto the ground. Luckily, he fell on his round, fat stomach, or else his face would definitely have been in a bad state. That was amazing, class rep. Fire element is comparatively good. Those demonic vines immediately ran away, pissing themselves. Yeah, class rep is formidable. As the group of students saw most of the demonic vines retreating, each one of them began to throw in compliments. Su Xiaoting, the proud lightning element user, was standing there with an ugly face. Plant creatures had an innate resistance against the lightning element. It was something he couldn't do anything about. Mo Fan was also standing to the side watching. He didn't use any fire spells at all. Either way, class rep Zhou Min was able to handle those demonic vines. There was no need for him to pull any moves. Furthermore, Zhou Min's fire burst was still at the first level, whereas his own fire burst had changed since the day they left for the practicals. Underscore a small demonic vine. There's no need for this daddy to do anything. I was also able to save some mana. Underscore. Zhou Min greatly spread her powers, causing all the demonic vines who wanted to attack the girls to retreat. At this kind of time, the power of the fire element was being fully utilized. Fire burst's effectiveness was way more tyrannical than the spells from other elements. Zhou Min, fire element girl. This lady is definitely to my liking, said head military instructor Zhang Kong said as he stroked his mustache back in his tent. Currently, the first group should be the fastest. Amongst the first group, there are many exceptionally talented students, Zhang Jingguo ventured. The first group's fire magician is a loser. He was unable to cast any spells when he was up against the demonic vines. In the end, it was that student called Mu Bai who froze the demonic vines. They are the fastest ones to reach the 100 Grass Valley. Soon enough, they will encounter the summoned wolf beast. The real test for them is finally here. The summoned wolf beast won't injure the students, right? Being injured is inevitable. Breaking a few bones is also very common. However, our summoner mage and his summoned wolf beast will behave appropriately, Pan Lijun said. In that case, how about we give him a call to remind him? If the students are injured too heavily, it could affect their attempt at university. There's no signal in the valley. There's no need to worry. Baiyong knows the severity of this, Luo Yunhua said. Baiyong? Isn't that the dead light element magician? Tang Yue was startled. Zhang Kong laughed. That was made up. He is the summoner of our snowy peak mountain station that is left within the den of one-eyed wolf. However, the blue bracelet does exist. It's within that den. Tang Yue remained silent. This head military instructor had schemes going everywhere. She didn't know whether those students would be able to safely pass through. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. The scenery from the valley wasn't bad. To the south was a lake that looked like a person's hand. Towards the north was a bulging mountain pass. The former den of a one-eyed wolf was right outside of the mountain pass. In fact, you could see it if you were standing in the middle of Hundred Grass Valley. The person who led the first group was naturally the green tea. Naturally the vice class rep, Mu Bai. Mu Bai was able to successfully subdue every single person in the group on the practicals this time. The girls were increasingly in adoration of him. Being able to reach the Hundred Grass Valley so quickly this time was definitely thanks to him. The cavern is right there. I thought this bounty was going to be difficult, but it seems like we easily found our destination, Zhao Kunsen said as he laughed. This guy Zhao Kunsen sure knew how to endure. In the very last quarter of the year, he had charged into the elite class and was successfully colluding together with Mu Bai once again. Be careful, the bounty can't be this easy. Mu Bai was born into a large and storied family. He was experienced and knowledgeable. He understood that these bounties weren't something you could easily complete. A squad of 20 people were being led by Mu Bai. They followed the precipitous hill as they climbed up to the den by the mountain pass. On the outside of the pass was a small spring. Its pond looked about half full. The den was already in sight, its entrance extremely large. It was about the same size as the subway passage beneath the city. The inside of the den was in deep darkness. This kind of darkness could easily trigger a phobia of darkness or the unknown in people. Additionally, a wind filled with ill omens was blowing from the inside of the den, raising goosebumps. How about we wait for some more people before we go in? Hiyu asked shyly. I agree, it looks scary, Zhao Kunsen spoke up, without even the courage of a dog. Only the heavens knew what kind of thing was inside that den, so walking in just like that. If there really was a magical beast inside, then they would lose their lives. As the crowd of students were discussing this, yet another group of students was walking toward that place through the mountains. It looks like the third group, that's good, Hiyu said happily. The first and the third group were the groups with the highest combat power, due to Mu Bai and Su Zhaoding. Seeing the third group was so much slower than himself, Mu Bai couldn't help but smile coldly. Although Su Zhaoding and Mo Fan had both received an S on the annual examination, what was so great about that? The one who had received nurturing from an ancient family would have a larger benefit during the practical. Soon enough, the third and first squads were reunited. The other three squads probably weren't able to pass the demonic vine stage. Maybe they were even eliminated during the valley stage. It made sense. Not every wind magician would be daring enough to jump over the valley. Let's go in together. Light elementals, you finally have some use. Light up your bulbs. Zhao Kunsen felt braver as he saw more people. It was just that his dirty mouth hadn't changed. Every one of the light element students began to complain instantly. There was nothing they could do, however. Their primary spell's nickname was indeed Moving Light Bulb. The light element students used their spells and illuminated the craggy and strange cavern. However, the deeper parts were still pitch black, making people's hearts speed up. Wind elementals, search for paths in the front. You have the wind trail spells. If you encounter any situation, you can quickly leave. As expected, coming from an ancestral clan, Mu Bai knew how to reasonably divide a squad. The wind elemental students also didn't say anything more. Zhao Kunsen, Zhang Yinglu, and Yang Xintian also began to walk in the front of the crowd. Brother Fan, I'm going to the front to find paths. What are you looking at? Zhang Xiaoho was a wind elemental, so naturally he was tasked with the mission to find paths. Inside a cavern with such a large group of people, having no one in the lead was definitely out of the question. If they were to encounter a situation, they would only cause confusion among themselves. Mu Bai's decision was indeed correct. Mo Fan was still standing by the entrance of the cavern with his eyes fixated on the pond by the front of the entrance. It has been raining for the past few days, so the pond containing water was quite normal. However, Mo Fan discovered a really strange thing. There's traces of water by the side of the pond. This means that the water in the pond was at that level. Traces of water can still be seen, and the decline of the water level should not have fallen this far in the period of half a day. If it evaporated, then the speed of evaporation would not be this fast, Mo Fan said to himself. Could it be that the people from the first squad drew out some of the water? Zhang Xiao said. We all retrieved water from the lake. There's no reason for us to come all the way to the mountain to get it one more time, Mo Fan continued. Then you mean, Zhang Xiaoho rarely saw Mo Fan being this serious. The head instructor said, this place used to have a group of one-eyed wolves dwelling here. This pond by the entrance should be the place where they drank water. The water level has decreased in the past few hours, and the traces of water are still here, Mo Fan said thoughtfully. Zhang Xiaoho wasn't stupid. How could he not guess the meaning behind what Mo Fan said? He was so scared that his face turned pale. Brother Fan, please don't scare me. You're saying that there's still something dwelling inside this cavern, and it came out here not too long ago to drink, right? Zhang Xiaoho asked, almost stuttering. With the water level going down so much, it would mean that this creature's physique is particularly large. Or, it means there's more than one, Mo Fan added. Zhang Xiaoho's teeth began to chatter. Go. It could be that I'm just being too paranoid. Mo Fan clapped his hands as he caught up to the group of people who had just entered the cavern. Zhang Xiaoho hurriedly ran to the front of the group and told Mu Bai, Su Zhaoting, and Zhou Min about Mo Fan's discovery. However, before Zhang Xiaoho could finish, a sudden fishy smell blew out from the inside of the cavern, violently swatting the 40 students' faces with its stench. It resembled a large wave coming over to hit them. Their hair and clothes were a mess, and they could feel moisture gathering on their faces. A woo, a woo-woo. Two frightening and vicious howls came from the depths of the cavern. In that moment, everyone seemed to understand what the great breath that carried a sticky steam was. Underscore heavens. That was the saliva from the roar of a magical beast. Underscore. The 40 students were all startled, their bodies stiffening up in shock. In the next second, their faces changed into the dread they had kept within the deepest part of their hearts. Magical beast. It's a magical beast. At school, they had to frequently study magical beasts. In their heads, they had thought numerous times about their future battles against magical beasts. However, once they felt the two insatiable eyes fix on them from the deepest parts of the cavern, their minds went blank. The light magician's light was still hovering in the air, illuminating the cave before them. A hairy blue foot suddenly came out of the dark. Its claws were as sharp as a knife as they sank into the stony ground. Following this, the owner slowly stretched its head over, revealing itself with help of the illumination from the hovering lights. Rows of fierce, saw-like teeth appeared, and green saliva was dripping down from two sword-like fangs, revealing that this thing was starving at the moment. The fierce and terrifying wolf's head had a neck longer than a camel's, brimming with even more strength than a normal wolf, as well as a body with rock-solid muscles. It had dark blue fur that was as sharp as needles covering its entire body. This magical beast was standing in front of the 40 students, its eyes looking at them like they were delicacies voluntarily delivered to it. Run. Someone's voice shivered as he screamed. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. In the next second, this group of magic students all turned into terrified chickens. As they were crushed together and colliding with each other in their hurry to escape, they all staggered as they fled from the mountain cavern. Quick, run. Why are you still standing there? Zhang Xiaoho looked at He Yu off to the side, who had been literally scared stiff. Without saying anything further, he grabbed the girl's arm. Wind, wine trail shit. Zhang Xiaoho attempted to finish casting his spell. However, because his heart was beating so wildly, he was unable to complete his casting. With his prior practice, he was already able to proficiently complete the star paths. Zhang Xiaoho thought that magic was something he could handle conveniently. However, when he was 20 meters away from a dreadful magical beast, he realized that everything he had learned was complete nonsense. The formerly obedient stars were like scared wild deer as they spun into chaos within his stardust. None of the students were able to cast their spells at this time, and each of them obeyed their basic survival instincts and ran toward the exit of the cavern. Brother Fan, quick, run! Zhang Xiaoho pulled the stiff Hiyu and ran toward the exit to the cavern. At this moment, Mo Fan was no different from the rest of the group of students who were running away. The ones who were screaming, crying, and even the ones who had peed their pants were all mixed up. Under these circumstances, he was the same in the sense that he was unable to completely focus his thoughts on casting magic. Not good. I have to run as well. Mo Fan was able to complete the linking of the 6th star. But when he was about to link the 7th one, his focus was dispersed by the roar of the magical beast. How could he use magic in this situation? As he had no other choice, he grabbed Zhou Min standing next to him. Let me go. Let me stall this one-eyed magic wolf. You others need to quickly calm down. Zhou Min really was a tough girl who didn't care for her life. Is there something wrong with your head? Mo Fan directly grabbed Zhou Min and carried her away. Although Zhou Min looked like she was harsh, she was actually just a frail little girl. After Mo Fan had cultivated the lightning element, his physical strength had improved by a little, and thus, carrying Zhou Min while running wasn't too difficult. It's not that Mo Fan didn't give Zhou Min an opportunity to use her magic. It was because under these circumstances, even he could only link 6 stars. With Zhou Min's cultivation being lower than his by more than a grade, how could she possibly complete her star path? At this kind of time, it was better to not have that class president spirit. If you could run, then run. Mo Fan carried Zhou Min as he madly rushed out. The sound of weeping as well as the panicked shrieks were piercing his ears. Crap. No wonder why those veterans at the station were ridiculing us. Their first reaction was to escape. However, if we were to escape, then that'd be equivalent of killing us one by one. We used rope to climb up from the mountain pass. Thus, we can at most run to the mountain pass. There's only one rope. Thus, the people who can climb down can be counted on one hand. Mo Fan's thoughts were still a bit messed up. He was doing his best to calm himself down so he could ponder his actions. However, the dread of the magical beast far exceeded their imaginations. This kind of feeling was just like watching a horror film. If you just looked at the screen, then the horror film wasn't exactly that bad. However, if you were to turn on the sound, then the horror of the film would immediately increase by more than a level. In this moment, this kind of situation was not just simply watching a horror film. It was more like the monstrosity just came out of the TV screen. It was right in front of you, so close that you could even clearly see the blood veins in its eyes. In this kind of situation, there was no one who could actually keep themselves calm. Mo Fan was running rather fast. After carrying her out of the mountain pass, Zhou Min was actually already scared to the point where she could no longer stand. Too scary. This was far too scary for them. This was tens or even hundreds of times scarier than their nightmares. Heavens, the rope. No, I don't want to die here. What's going on? Mu Bai and Su Zhaoding were still able to reason. However, looking at their sorry figures, it was plain that they weren't able to use any magic at all. There were about 10 people who had fainted from fear, and about 20 or so people who had attempted to climb down using the rope. However, the rope had disappeared. Right now, unless they were to jump down directly. What do we do? Are we all going to die here? Zhao Kunsen was so scared that his entire body was trembling. The thing was, other than the spirit wolf's stinking breath, this place already had a dense, foul smell pervading it. Students with their pants wet could be found everywhere. The one-eyed magic wolf has chased us out. I'd rather fall to my death than be eaten alive. A male water elemental student cried out. Shit, there are so many who completely fainted in that cavern. Why is that guy not eating them, but instead chasing us out here? Zhao Kunsen said. Although Zhou Min and Su Zhaoding were afraid, after they heard Zhao Kunsen's crazy words, they both glared at him. Running is useless. We need to unite and deal with it together. How do we deal with that? I can't even remember what kind of element I have. 300 meters away from the mountain pass was a stone platform by a mountain wall. On the stone platform was the chief instructor, Zhang Kong, Luo Yunbo, Pan Lijun, as well as the summoner, Bai Yang. They were all observing the students trapped in the mountain pass from afar. The summoner called Bai Yang couldn't stop laughing and had his hand covering his mouth. This was because they could see a student who had just peed his pants and gone completely limp. As the chief instructor saw this group of students who hadn't even used any magic at all, he shook his head. Disappointing. He had thought that these students of Tianlan Magic High had some ability. Who would have known that not a single one of them was able to use their magic? He had already said that these students were a group of useless magicians, and it seemed like that was indeed the truth. The school expended so many resources to cultivate them, and yet, when they truly faced a magical beast, they ended up being like this. The three teachers, Zhang Jingguo, Xue Musheng, and Chen Weiliang, all looked extremely awkward at this time. They were very clear on the students' potential. The school usually just pursued a student's cultivation score. That way, at least their reports would look good. However, their practicals would just pass by. The practical combat was something they had to learn for themselves through real experience. How could the school teach something like that? Someone is using magic. Luo Yunbu's eyes were good. He discovered that there was a white radiance flickering near the mountain pass. It's ice element. That seems to be Mu Bai. Xue Musheng immediately began to smile. Chen Weiliang and Zhang Jingguo also hastily looked over. It seemed like the first one to use magic was indeed Mu Bai. A white ice energy began to swirl around Mu Bai's area. Those ice spirits rushed forth like soldiers, quickly covering the four limbs of the spirit wolf that had already exited the cavern. Note that, Chief Instructor Zhang Kong said. This is the disciple of the Mu ancient family. He has received the family's training and has a trace of the temperament of the ancient family's disciples. His mental essence and his ability to adapt is much stronger than the other students, Xue Musheng quickly said. As expected of a disciple from an ancient family, while the other students were having a mental breakdown, Mu Bai had already calmed his heart and used magic. Being able to use the ice element spell ice spread under this kind of dreadful situation, Mu Bai was already able to receive the outstanding grade of A. Currently, they just needed to see if the other students were able to calm themselves. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Outside of the mountain pass, Mu Bai was standing in front of the spirit wolf confidently. The ice power he was in control of had turned into a slow ice frost as it covered the four limbs of the spirit wolf. As Mu Bai was about to reveal a trace of relief on his face, he suddenly discovered that the spirit wolf's pace was only slowed by a little. Its approach toward the students was unaffected. It's useless? Mu Bai was dumbfounded. His ice spread could freeze 3 or 4 people in place even on bad days. As Mu Bai saw it, he could give his other classmates a chance to regain their composure. Who would have thought that the strength of the spirit wolf's 4 limbs would be this strong? His ice spread was unable to make it stop. Creak. The spirit wolf stepped onto the ice with 1 foot and continued to advance. The spirit wolf's objective now was Mu Bai. Its large foreleg was raised high in front of Mu Bai before it viciously slammed down. Boom. A vicious shockwave caused the dust and stones to fly away, along with Mu Bai, who was hurled more than 5 meters back. Mu Bai had no ability to defend himself at all. Under the shockwave's impact, he was unconscious before he hit the ground, no longer able to get up. Mu Bai. Zhao Kunsen hurriedly ran over and discovered Mu Bai's clothes were filled with holes. His skin had been punctured by the sand and stones. Yu, who had finally regained her senses, saw this scene and was frightened that she started crying like a little infant, unable to move. As she cried like this, it looked as though it offended the spirit wolf. The spirit wolf strode with disdainful contempt toward Yu. For the spirit wolf, there was no such saying as being nicer to a girl. Mu Bai was sent flying with his body stained with blood, so who knew what would happen to someone as fragile as Yu? Shit, hurry up and run. Zhang Xiaohou shouted urgently. As he clenched his teeth, he once again ran toward Yu in hope of dragging her out of the dreadful sight of the spirit wolf. Monkey, are you tired of living? Not far from this. Mo Fan saw this scene and was no longer able to retain his calm. From Mo Fan's point of view, Mu Bai's action just now was really stupid. His power by itself was completely unable to move the magical beast whose strength was more than just a level higher than the student magicians. Thankfully, this magical beast didn't fully enjoy massacre, or else its foreleg would have directly slammed onto Mu Bai's body, sending his flesh and blood flying with his life, guaranteed. Fire burst. Under the stress, Zhou had basically bitten through her lip before she could finally cast her fire element spell. The fireball was flying toward the spirit wolf's body. However, perhaps because it was cast in a hurry, the fire burst hit next to the spirit wolf's foot. A large crimson flame began to light up by the side of the spirit wolf, turning the nominally blue spirit wolf reddish. The spirit wolf simply ignored the flame as it continued to walk toward Zhang Xiaohou and Hiyu. "You brute, have a taste of my lightning strike." Su Zhaoding yelled out as an uncountable number of lightning arcs appeared around his body. These electrical arcs whipped toward the spirit wolf at his command. Every purple lightning arc was able to cause the body of the spirit wolf to convulse. The spirit wolf was no longer able to advance, and it even gave out a deep, pained roar. The spirit wolf's pair of oily eyes immediately fixed on Su Zhaoding. __. The spirit wolf opened its bloody mouth as it howled a roar at Su Zhaoding. In a split second, a wild wind erupted. The mountain pass originally had a lot of sand and stones, and they were all caught up by the power of the roar. It looked like a dust dragon as it flew towards Su Zhaoding. "Sampang!" Su Zhaoding hurriedly yelled out as he saw this scene. Wang Sampang wailed, "Earth wave divert!" Wang Sanpang's plump body unexpectedly bent over and stuck his two hands onto the ground. The ground was filled with grains of sands. In between the time of his shout and his hands reaching the ground about him had suddenly turned into a controlled earth wave, like a stone thrown into a clear pond, making it ripple. This ripple appeared on the sand and stone-filled ground. It became a wave of earth that quickly appeared in front of Su Zhaoding. Originally, Su Zhaoding was unable to avoid the flying sand and rocks. However, as this earth ripple appeared, it carried Su Zhaoding smoothly over 5 meters away, smoothly dodging the flying sand and rocks that would have easily injured him. Su Zhaoding's eyes were closed. After he opened his eyes, he found himself moved somewhere else. He smiled as he gave his close friend Wang Sampang a thumbs up. Wang Sampang was also chuckling. He also didn't think that his use of Earth Ripple would actually produce this kind of benefit. "Don't be afraid, everyone. With us being so many, we are definitely able to defeat the one-eyed magic wolf if we use magic." After Su Zhaoding had demonstrated his astonishing power, he had quickly become a leader as he gestured to everyone. "Everyone, quickly, connect your star paths. The lightning strike has an effect that paralyzes the muscles. This one-eyed magic wolf is definitely having problems moving. Let's use this time and counterattack." Wang Sampang yelled out loudly. _Ed. Note. Yes, they are still so panicked they haven't realized it's not a one-eyed wolf. _. Just like Wang Sampang said, after the spirit wolf had received the lash from the lightning strike, it remained in its place with its muscles constantly twitching. This was undoubtedly a life-saving news for everyone, while at the same time, a few magicians who had calmed down also began attempting to connect their star paths. Brilliant light, purify. Ice spread, freeze. Water field, decay. Earth ripple, divert. Fire burst, scorch. 7 or 8 students of different elements finished casting their spells at the same time. The spells caused different effects as they were sent flying toward the spirit wolf. The paralyzed spirit wolf received the attacks being sent from all directions and began to howl out in pain. "Fire elements, hurry up. We have temporarily suppressed this one-eyed magic wolf. Use fire to scorch it to death." Su Zhaoding had naturally turned into the leader. On one hand, he was preparing his next lightning strike, while on the other, he was yelling out loudly. The fire element was the damage dealer. The light element's brilliance was temporarily blinding the spirit wolf. Numerous ice mage's ice spreads had completely frozen the spirit wolf's lower limbs. At this time, they could only rely on the fire element to give the spirit wolf a powerful burn. Zhou Min's little mouth had started to bleed from her biting. She finally cast a proper fire burst, the flames igniting on the back of the spirit wolf. They could clearly hear that the spirit wolf began to howl out, even louder from the pain. _. When everybody thought that their all-out attack was effective, the spirit wolf roared out twice in succession. 2 waves of sands and rocks simultaneously shot out. One flew towards Su Zhaoding and Wang Sampang as they engulfed everything. The other flew toward the other 5 who were able to cast. The 2 waves of sands and rocks did devastating damage to the students. Each of them had flesh torn away from them. The students who had just found an opportunity to survive were suddenly utterly defeated. Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Definitely not the same level. The upper half of Wang Sanpeng's body was covered with blood as he climbed up from the dirt. Su Xiaoding remained on the floor, his current situation no different from Mubai's. On the other side, the other 5 students had also collapsed on the ground. They were buried beneath the sand and stones, completely unable to get up again. The spirit wolf had suffered some damage, but the injuries were not enough for it to lose any of its combat prowess. The spirit wolf's strength had far surpassed their imaginations. Even if more of them calmed themselves, even if they had 10 or more people, they would still be unable to deal with it. If all 40 of us were to join together and cast their spells, then it's possible that we could win. Bastard, scoundrels, this father will actually die in a place like this. Wang Sanpeng cursed. Mo Fan, your fire element is stronger than mine. Quick, make your move. Zhou Min yelled out from the side. The only things that could truly damage the spirit wolf were fire burst and lightning strike. However, there were too few fire students. It's no use. This isn't even an one-eyed magic wolf. Mo Fan's eyes were fixated on this special magical beast. An one-eyed magic wolf would only have one eye. This magical beast had a pair of verdant eyes. Practically every single person had been scared witless by this magical beast, so who would even pay attention to this dreadful creature's characteristics? Save. He was crouching there with her face gone extremely pale. It was very clear that the spirit wolf greatly despised those who kept weeping. After it had blown away those students who were able to use magic, its objective once more became He-Yu. Hurry up and run. Mo Fan felt a twitch of disdain. This girl was incurably stupid. Just now, there were other people who were attacking the spirit wolf, giving her time to run away. However, she actually did not move a single step. This is not good. If this continues, then everyone will die under this magical beast. We have to get rid of this thing. Monkey, are you able to rush forth? Mo Fan had an idea and hurriedly asked Zhang Xiaoho, who wasn't too far away. Zhang Xiaoho nodded repeatedly. Good. I will attract the attention of the magical beast. When I do that, you must carry me and run toward the cavern. Do you understand? Mo Fan said to Zhang Xiaoho with a serious tone. Brother Fan, what are you planning on doing? Zhang Xiaoho asked. Slaughtering it. Mo Fan clenched his teeth, using the pain to calm himself down. The fire element stardust turned into a cosmic space as it swirled around Mo Fan's body. Each of the fire elemental stars finally began to link with one another to become a magical star path at the command of Mo Fan. The speed of completing a star path for Mo Fan was very quick. After he connected the 6th star, the 7th and most disobedient star finally acknowledged Mo Fan's command. Completing the star path, the magic was cast. A scorching flame ignited within Mo Fan's fists. The scarlet flame was erupting between Mo Fan's fingers. Fire burst, burning bones. Everything was complete. Mo Fan's hair was fluttering madly from the airflow. As the fierce flame was thrown, the fireball whistled through the air. It flew toward the spirit wolf's massive trunk with extreme accuracy. The fireball's impact was initially silent. After a second, it looked like a frantically growing scarlet vine. It actually ignited the spirit wolf's body. The intensity of the flame was far more powerful than the fire burst cast by Zhou Min. The fierce flames were very bright and also very ferocious. The spirit wolf raised its head and emitted an exceedingly pained howl. The spirit wolf seemed to be in agony, running and rolling around on the ground. Finally, it turned and jumped into the pond. The flames from burning bones didn't dissipate even into the water. The horrifying power of the flame probably burned the spirit wolf's viscera into ashes. Zhou Min, Zhang Xiaoho, Wang Sanpeng, and Zhang Yinglu saw this scene and were completely dumbstruck. The disorganized elite students who were outside of the mountain pass were also looking at Mo Fan in disbelief. Brother Fan, your fire burst. Zhang Xiaoho stared at Mo Fan, stunned. The power of Mo Fan's fire burst was far stronger than Zhou Min, and even the effects of the flames weren't the same. Zhou Min's fire burst was at the scorch level. After the fires struck the spirit wolf's body, all they did was continue searing the surface of its body. This kind of scorching would only burn off the outer layer of the spirit wolf's skin and fur and not truly damage its muscles and bones. In contrast, Mo Fan's fire burst looked like it had ignited inside the spirit wolf's body. The effects of everyone's spells together just a while ago didn't look as effective as Mo Fan's single fire burst. On the stone platform, the summoner called by Yang creased his brow at this moment. There was a telepathic link between a summoned beast and the summoner. Bai Yang was able to feel the excessive pain his spirit wolf was suffering. He was very clear on the fact that the fire burst used by the student had actually thoroughly damaged the spirit beast. Fire burst, burning bones. At this moment, both Chief Instructor Zhang Kong, as well as Mrs. Tang Yue, revealed astonished looks on their faces. Zhang Kong and Tang Yue were both fire element cultivators. How could they not understand fire's primary spell? The fire element's primary spell, Fire Burst, was divided into 3 levels. The first level of Fire Burst was known as Scorch. Scorch was the lowest form of the Fire Burst. The power it possessed was just quickly igniting the target in order to burn them. However, the second level of Fire Burst was completely different. Fire Burst, Burning Bones, worked as the name implied. After the fireball hit the enemy, flames of an increasingly high temperature would directly ignite within the enemy's body. It was able to burn even the bones to ashes. The external burns of Scorch were unable to deal a lot of damage to the spirit wolf. In one aspect, it was because the students had no idea about where to attack, while in a different aspect, the spirit wolf's fur also possessed high resistance to magic. Burning Bones was completely different. The dreadful flames that came from the internal combustion could very well burn the spirit wolf's insides completely away. This student, what's his name? Zhang Kong came back to his senses, his eyes finally revealing traces of praise. Being able to achieve the second level of fire element spells, this student was remarkable. His name is Mo Fan. Mrs. Tang Yue's face revealed a slight smile. Mo Fan actually did not let me down. In just a short period of a year, he has already risen to the level of Burning Bones. The truth was, the first fire burst spell she ever shown the students was actually Burning Bones. That was why the effects of the flames at that time were far stronger than the ones the students had seen before. This student, we can give him an S, Zhang Kong said with satisfaction. Instructor Luo Yunhua and Vice Instructor Pan Lijun also nodded agreement. There was barely anyone of the younger generation who could reach this kind of realm within all of Bo City. Suddenly, the summoner called by Yang yelled out, "Crap! What is it?" Chief Instructor Zhang Kong demanded quickly. After the spirit wolf jumped into the pond, I don't know why, but for some reason, it is suddenly ignoring me. It seems like I can't control it. Bai Yang said, his face pale. Disgraceful. Didn't I tell you to tame this guy's wild nature? Zhang Kong scolded him sharply. These words from Bai Yang caused Tang Yue, Zhang Jianguo, and Chen Weiliang's faces to shift quickly. Out of control. This spirit wolf's combat prowess was a bit stronger than a one-eyed magic wolf. If he lost control of it, there was no way to know how many students would fall to it. Quick, go stop it. Not good. It takes some time for us to get there. How could you lose control? Crap, it's over. There's going to be people dying. Director Chen Weiliang was terrified. The spirit wolf had been lenient with its moves, or else some students would have already died within the cavern. Now, they'd lost control of the spirit wolf. It would now truly start its slaughter. There would only be a few students who would be able to survive. I'm sorry, I don't know why this happened. The summoner Bai Yang mumbled. What's the point of saying that now? Quick, go and rescue them. Zhang Kong shouted angrily. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. In order to put out the burning flames, the spirit wolf jumped into the middle of the pond outside the cavern. However, for some reason they didn't know, after the dripping wet spirit wolf climbed out of the pond, its appearance had changed. Its originally green pupils had turned completely scarlet. The spirit wolf's wild nature was very hard to tame. Once it received a strong and fierce stimulation, it could easily go mad. On a battlefield, the spirit wolf's madness could be a useful effect. However, to the students, it would be a disaster. The scarlet red pupils were filled with a dreadful, ominous glint. The exceedingly angry spirit wolf's eyes were fixated on Mo Fan. Its killing intent turned into a shivering cold energy as it lunged towards Mo Fan. Mo Fan's entire body stood motionless. This spirit wolf was far stronger and crueler than he had imagined. Monkey. Mo Fan was barely able to muster up the strength to speak. Zhang Xiaohou also felt this dreadful killing intent as he frantically linked his star path. Before, he was unable to complete his wind star path. Now, he had no choice but to do so. If he failed, Mo Fan would be crushed to death in an instant. A woo! The spirit wolf flew up with its 4 limbs. Smoke and dust swirled up behind it. This explosive power. The transition time between the spirit wolf's immobility to jumping speed was less than a second. The explosive power was exceedingly dreadful. Brother Fan. Within the border between life and death, Zhang Xiaohou firmly grabbed onto the rigid Mo Fan. A wind trail became Zhang Xiaohou's speed tunnel. Zhang Xiaohou almost stole Mo Fan from between the wolf's jaws in this crucial situation and continued fleeing toward the inner part of the cavern. _. The spirit wolf's teeth closed on air with an ear-piercing crunch. As it bit into the empty air, it felt a great humiliation. The dreadful creature once more broke out its astonishing speed as it chased the pair into the cavern. Within the cavern were quite a few students who had fainted. They climbed up with great effort, only to be greeted once more by a mad spirit wolf. These students were all promptly sent flying with their blood splashing everywhere. Run quickly. Quick! Mo Fan looked behind them. He could see that the spirit wolf was a bit faster than Zhang Xiaohou's wind trail, swift travel. I really am trying. Zhang Xiaohou was dripping with sweat and didn't dare to shift his concentration in the slightest. The wind was whistling by his ear. Behind them was a tremendous monster wolf madly pursuing them. Even jumping would only cause them to slow down at this point. Just drop me in the front, run away after that. I will deal with it. Mo Fan regained his calm before he spoke confidently. How could I do that? I will not drag Brother Fan down. A friend in need is a friend, indeed. If he could survive this, then Mo Fan would definitely be moved. The problem was, whether he would still be able to survive or not would depend on this godforsaken cavern. In the deeper part of the cavern was a spacious cave. The ground was ragged, and the ceiling was completely covered in stalactites. This place had no students, and also no place to run. It was a dead end. Zhang Xiaohou has already done his best. His wind trail has already given the two of them enough time to fight for their lives. Now, the spirit wolf had finally caught up to them, and they had no way to escape now. Brother Fan, aren't we quite mighty? We baited the spirit wolf all the way here so the others could run away, Zhang Xiaohou suddenly said with a strange calm. Mo Fan's back was leaning against the stone wall as he looked toward the spirit wolf, who had already found them. He scolded Xiaohou, smiling. Bullshit. I, Mo Fan, would never do something like that. Careful. As Mo Fan said this, sand and stones spurted out of the spirit wolf's mouth as it gathered up the sharp rocks within the cavern, before sending them flying toward the pair. Zhang Xiaohou was a wind mage. His movement speed was slightly faster. He initially wanted to dodge, but then he noticed that Mo Fan was definitely not fast enough to do so. Clenching his teeth, Zhang Xiaohou shoved Mo Fan behind a large rock. At this point, it was too late for him to evade the cyclone of stones. His body was instantly hit by the sharp rocks, leaving behind numerous injuries. Several eye-grabbing bloody holes appeared. Bastard, you bastard. If something happens to Monkey, I, Mo Fan, will definitely stomp you until you become minced meat. Mo Fan yelled angrily. There wasn't enough time for Mo Fan to check whether Zhang Xiaohou was alive or not. Taking advantage of the time the spirit wolf was recharging, Mo Fan closed his eyes. After he opened his eyes, Mo Fan's pupils were actually filled with densely packed purple lightning. Eyes like lightning, hair like fire. Stars shone inside Mo Fan's pupils. After the gorgeous purple stars felt their owner's anger, they unified like never before. They connected into a beautiful, purple path, exceedingly dazzling in the dark cavern. The star path was before him. Mo Fan stood proud. Lightning strike, Python. As he said this, a lightning trace that looked like a great snake appeared around Mo Fan. It writhed with the anger in Mo Fan's heart. He held his arm up high and gripped his hand. Lightning was crackling out between his fingers. The lightning python turned into a brave and fierce lightning soldier after receiving the command of Mo Fan. It whipped out in an explosive tangle of voltage. One after another, the arcs of the lightning python hit the spirit wolf's body. They electrified the spirit wolf's muscles, paralyzing them, and struck its skin so hard it burst apart. A whoa. Lightning strike's power was quite a bit stronger than burning bones. This was also one of the few spells that was able to injure the spirit wolf. The spirit wolf's fur had already been charred black. Blood was madly dripping from its flesh and skin. Even if the spirit wolf was in pain, it was still unable to move due to the lightning strike's paralysis. Its pair of scarlet eyes were still completely fixated on Mo Fan. That's right, it was killing intent. This mad summoned beast had already completely turned into a wild magical beast brimming with killing intent. That pair of eyes only had a thirst for killing and disdain for human lives. Fire burst, burning bones. Mo Fan's stars linked once more, his pupils turning from purple to a flaming red. The fire stars connected quickly under his burning eyes. They quickly formed into a star path that was able to draw the magical power from Mo Fan's body. Staring at this spirit wolf's eyes, Mo Fan's heart didn't feel any fear at this moment. What he felt was anger and an unwavering will. The spirit wolf's eyes flashed a trace of contempt toward the weak human. It was like it was saying, "So what if you use it one more time? Burning bones won't be able to kill me. In the second that my muscles are no longer locked, I will slice you in two." Even though it was exceedingly painful, the spirit wolf was still able to endure the internal combustion from burning bones. The lightning python or the burning bones were still not enough to kill it. Thus, the end result would still be humans ending up as its food. You livestock. Mo Fan could feel the contempt coming from the spirit wolf's eyes. "Look who's going to die," Mo Fan yelled out angrily. The fire stars turned into a scorching fireball condensing in Mo Fan's palm. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Die, Mo Fan yelled out, and the fireball within his hands was thrown skywards. A dazzling fireball was rising toward the roof as it instantly lit up the dark cavern, illuminating the images of the ferocious magical beast and the firecaster. The spirit wolf raised its gaze. In its vicious scarlet pupils flashed a trace of suspicion. Was this human scared to the point where he became a fool? Why were the flames flying toward the ceiling? The spirit wolf was paralyzed by the lightning strike, standing in one place and unable to move. In this kind of situation, hitting it with a flame burst, burning bones would be far too easy. It would be the same as the normal wooden doll which they used to practice with. However, Mo Fan did something that made the spirit wolf feel like he was a complete retard. Mo Fan was smiling with his mouth opened. The light from the fire showed his fanatical smile. Boom. Fire burst. Burning flames was like a meteor in the air as it struck the root of a stalactite. The flames from burning bones wouldn't be useless just because the target was a rock. The internal combustion of the burning bones instantly heated the slender root of the stalactite red hot. Gurgle. Just a second was enough for the flames that could burn bones into ashes to melt the stalactite's root away. The stalactite was massive. After it snapped from the heat and its own weight, it turned into a massive stalactite spear falling from the highest point of the cavern. In the beginning, the spirit wolf carried only contempt and suspicion. However, after it realized the snapped-off stalactite was right above his own head, it finally displayed panic. "I won't bother seeing you out." Mo Fan slowly retracted the hand that threw out the fire burst before he smiled coldly. That's right. Lightning strike is only able to restrict your movements and burning bones won't be able to kill you. However, this father, I, will use wisdom to crush you. The stalactite stone was massive. It was like a colossal stone sword had punched down into the body of the spirit wolf. It drove right through the spirit wolf's back, piercing it deeply through the abdomen. Just like that, it was fiercely nailed to the ground. Blood started to flow out from the spirit wolf's guts. Following this were some broken stalactite rocks falling and bouncing off it. Soon enough, they formed a large pile beneath the spirit wolf's body. The spirit wolf stood there. It wasn't even able to collapse. The scarlet pupils gradually returned to their former green color as the last seconds of its life passed by. It turned its head to look at the stalactite that had pierced its body, and then glanced at the insignificant human. Other than being unable to believe this, there was no other thoughts that could be seen in its eyes. The spirit wolf's arrogant dignity was completely gone. It became increasingly weak, so much that it was unable to even struggle. Life passes by just like that. By this tiny magician. A whistling sound was heard. A wind was racing wildly along from the cave entrance. The students, covered in bruises and wounds, all raised their heads weakly. A man dropped down from the sky. On his back was a massive pair of wings condensed by the wind spirits, covering their line of sight. Wind wings. Mubai, who had finally regained consciousness, raised his head, staring at the mustached man in disbelief. It's the chief military instructor. Heavens, what am I seeing? An angel? The entire group inside the entrance to the mountain was astonished. They had guessed that Chief Instructor Zhang Kong was a super strong mage. However, they never imagined that he was a high-ranked mage who was able to control wind wings. Wind wings. That was a spell that allowed a person to genuinely fly around like an angel. Zhang Kong glanced at this group of students who didn't seem like they were in a life-threatening situation, and then glanced toward the inner cavern that had a large noise echoing out of it. I hope that student who used burning bones is still alive. Zhang Kong didn't dare to remain any longer. His large wind wings flapped with sudden force, and he flew deeper into the cave like an arrow. Ragged stones were slammed to the sides by Zhang Kong. The chief instructor passed through the long path in a stunning manner before he finally arrived at the spacious bottom of the cavern. Fire burst, rupture. Floating within the dark cavern, Zhang Kong was gripping his hand, and a fireball appeared there. The fireball was tossed to the mid-air of the cavern before it ruptured like a gorgeous firecracker, lighting up the entire cavern. Zhang Kong looked around. He only hoped that the spirit wolf still had a bit of intellect remaining, so that it would allow that student called Mo Fan to barely stay alive. That's why he didn't try to save the mana in his stardust. He hoped to find that student as soon as possible. The radiance from the flames lit the entire cavern up bright. However, in the next second, Zhang Kong was completely flabbergasted. The chief instructor floated there, his brown eyes filled with astonishment. How could this be possible? On top of the stone platform, the summoner Bai Yang's expression was frantic as he sat there. His heart was only wishing for the boss Zhang Kong to get there in time. Fatal. Qin Weiliang was on the ground, completely weak. If a student died on the practicals this time, he would be held fully responsible. The country put a large degree of importance on these magic students. Even the tyrant of Bo City, Mu Zhuiyun, would not dare to injure the students in any way. Tanghua bit her lip. She thought back to that day when she was still making jokes with Mo Fan. She had joked about how she'd used the WeChat locator to retrieve his dead body, but she never thought that the day would come so soon. Tanghua was actually very interested in Mo Fan. On one hand, she felt that this student seemed to have a secret other than the growth-type stardust magic tool. On the other hand, she thought that he had potential, and she wanted to see what kind of realm he would be able to reach. A pity, what a pity. Bia Yang, just what happened? How could the summoned beast turn mad for no reason? Even if the burning bones was painful for it, there's still no reason for you to lose control. Luo Yunbo criticized him angrily. For a summoner, the basics of the basics were about controlling their own summoned beast. I don't know. Normally speaking, even if he were to be killed, he wouldn't start slaughtering the students without my command. I really don't know why it has turned out like this, Bai Yang said as he trembled. This whole thing really did not make any sense. Bai Yang never thought that there'd be students who could use burning bones and actually oppress his own summoned beast. What he expected even less was losing control of the summoned beast for this reason. There had to be something else involved in this. You should just pray for your lost beast to not kill too many people, Pan Lijun said coldly. I also Bai Yang was about to explain, but suddenly he felt a fierce pain in his head. This kind of feeling was like his soul had been fiercely chopped. It was so painful that it made Bai Yang's entire face turn pale as he sweated profusely. What happened now? Luo Yuanbo demanded, as he began to lose his patience. My spirit wolf. My spirit wolf. Suddenly, Bai Yang looked as though he had lost his soul. His entire being knelt down on the floor, his empty eyes looking over at the cavern dully. What happened? Tanghua also creased her eyebrows. She had no idea what this summoner called Bai Yang was doing. My spirit wolf, it died. Bai Yang barely spit out those words, looking as though he had lost his soul. He sounded like he didn't believe the words, either. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Tanghua, Zhang Jingguo, and Qin Weiliang were all stunned. Chief Instructor Zhang Kong had just flown into the cavern. Even if he was faster, there's no way that Zhang Kong would kill the wolf. In which case, just how exactly did the spirit wolf die? After the summoned beast of the summoner dies, they themselves will receive damage to their spirit and soul. It seems like the spirit wolf really died, Tang Yue commented softly. Bai Yang's appearance just now was very clearly the result of a summoned beast's death. It was not something that could be faked. Didn't the spirit wolf chase Mo Fan into the cavern? Yeah, how come it suddenly died? Is it possible that the spirit wolf hit a rock and died due to the cavern being too dark? Chun Weiliang wondered. Bai Yang turned his face around, his eyes brimming with maliciousness. You fucking hit a rock and died. Your whole fucking family hit a rock and died. My spirit wolf isn't some stupid rabbit who would crash into a wooden pole and die. The spirit wolf had night vision, and its body was strong. How could it possibly hit a stone and die? Even if all 40 students were to use their magic at the same time, they would not necessarily kill his spirit wolf. Let's go and check, Mrs. Tanghua said. Yes, let's hurry and check it out. The reinforcements will arrive soon, and they'll take these students back. Inside of the cavern, Chief Instructor Zhang Kong remained dumbfounded. He was unable to believe the scene his eyes were showing him. The student called Mo Fan didn't die, and at this moment, his entire body was covered in wounds. The spirit wolf, who originally should have been dealt with by Zhang Kong, was currently standing beneath, or more accurately speaking, it was being pierced by a stalactite, directly pinning it to the cavern floor. There were no longer any signs of life. The spirit wolf had died. The combat prowess of this spirit wolf was in no way inferior to a genuine magical beast. The reason why Zhang Kong let it out was definitely not to defeat the students. It was to allow the fake magical beast to give the students some genuine practice. Defeating this spirit wolf, that was something that they shouldn't have been able to do. Even a genuine squad of hunters would be defeated by a magical beast. And let's not even talk about those students who turned soft when they saw a magical beast. Thus, after Zhang Kong charged into this place, he only hoped for there to be fewer students dying before he could deal with the spirit wolf. However, he saw a scene that he himself could not believe. The spirit wolf had died. It was impaled by the stalactite. There can't be something this coincidental in this world. There's no way the stalactite would drop by itself and precisely hit the mad spirit wolf. Let alone with the spirit wolf's reflexes. Before the stalactite could drop on it, it would definitely be able to dodge. This was done by you. Chief Instructor, Zhang Kong didn't come back to his senses for a long time. At last, he finally locked his gaze on Mo Fan. This student looked like nothing special. He had neatly cut short hair, and a face that you could say was quite handsome. His body and his face that revealed that he was somewhat exhausted. His hands were firmly holding onto the other thin and weak youth covered in bloodstains, as if he planned on carrying him out of the cavern. Mo Fan raised his head, and his eyes also showed astonishment. Wings. The chief instructor has wings. Wind wings. Mo Fan knew this was wind wings. However, he never thought that actually seeing the wind wings would stun his heart like this. The shadow hovering in the midair, the wind wings behind his back that looked like an angel's. Damn it. That's so cool. How did you do this? Zhang Kong still carried some disbelief. After asking this, Zhang Kong suddenly felt like he was asking too much. From the perspective of following the crime scene and all the signs, it would be that this student used the fire burst to snap the stalactite and made it fall down and pierce the spirit wolf. However, Zhang Kong's heart was still filled with numerous suspicions, as well as astonishment. First, just what degree of calm did this student have if he could think of baiting the spirit wolf into the cavern and using the stalactite as a weapon? Second, just how did he make the spirit wolf remain in place long enough to allow the stalactite stone to pierce through it? In short, he was genuinely unable to accept the fact that a second-year high school student was capable of killing a spirit wolf whose strength was a bit stronger than a magical beast by himself. Chief Instructor, I passed by this blue bracelet in the cavern. Does this mean I've completed the bounty? Where's my magic equipment? Mo Fan walked in front of Zhang Kong and smiled. Zhang Kong quickly thought back and suddenly realized something. Goddammit. He had never prepared any magic tool. The difficulty of this bounty was extremely high. Since the cavern was guarded by the spirit wolf, the blue bracelet was only put there to act as a symbol. There was no hope whatsoever for the students to acquire it. According to Zhang Kong's predictions, half of the students would be eliminated at the previous checkpoint, and the remainder would be completely annihilated by the spirit wolf. He would never have thought that this heaven-defying student would actually slaughter the spirit wolf. Just what kind of demon was this? Even instructors would not necessarily be able to resist the spirit wolf, yet it was killed by a student. As for the magic equipment was extremely precious. How could Zhang Kong possibly gift one away? However, now, this student had clearly completed the bounty. Mo Fan watched the chief instructor, whose face had turned incredibly strange, carefully as he reached out his hand to demand the magic equipment. Cough. Let's save the people first. Let's save them first. Zhang Kong answered awkwardly at last. Oh, that's right. I remember you said it was a defensive magic equipment, a defense magic equipment worth tens of thousands of RMB. Mo Fan nodded his head, showing his approval. The hovering chief instructor's wings turned rather unstable, and he almost didn't dodge the fallen stalactite. Student, let's save the people first. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Mo Fan was about to leave, but suddenly he saw a shadow moving. The shadow was swirling along the cavern walls and descended in front of Mo Fan. Following that, Mo Fan watched a woman with a curvy, delicate body slowly emerge from it. The incredible scene caused Mo Fan to feel a despondent awe. Holy crap, just what kind of spell is this? That's too cool. Mrs. Tanghua. Mo Fan clearly saw this woman's perfect oval face, willow leaf brows, and demon fox eyes. You're okay? Mrs. Tanghua revealed a joyous smile. I'm okay. Mrs. Tanghua shifted her eyes and quickly discovered the spirit wolf pinned there like a collector's specimen. Suddenly, she was unable to keep her calm. This is, Mrs. Tanghua blurted out, stunned. You have nurtured a demonic student. The spirit wolf was killed by him, Zhang Kong told her. Mrs. Tanghua felt so shocked that she opened her mouth blankly as her gaze fixed on Mo Fan. Mo Fan felt embarrassed from all the looks, coughing before saying, Let's save the people first. Let's save them. Outside of the mountain pass, Mu Bai, Su Zhaoding, Zhao Kunsen, Zhang Shuhua, and He Yu were all clear-headed. The other students also gradually regained their senses. Each and every one of them assembled near the pond like refugees. Their bodies were also trembling. Not long after, Zhang Kong and Mrs. Tanghua led Mo Fan out of the cavern. After everyone saw that Mo Fan was actually still alive, each of their faces revealed an expression like they had seen a ghost. They had personally seen Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohou lead the spirit wolf into the cavern. In that kind of situation, even if they had 100 lives, they'd still be shredded to pieces by the spirit wolf. Mo Fan, you guys didn't die? He was finally clear-headed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohou and Mo Fan still alive, her tears began to flow. The eyes of class president Zhou Min, seeing the two of them were safe and sound, also began to redden. If it wasn't for Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohou luring the spirit wolf into the cavern, there was no telling how many people would have lost their lives. No matter how you put it, it was they who had saved everyone. The other girls who also had wounds on their bodies began to weep. They had always been in an easy and comfortable place like school. They had never experienced this kind of situation. The male students were either laying on the ground, looking blankly into the air, or were rejoicing over the two heroes, Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohou. Originally, they thought that as long as they possessed magic, they could do anything. At school, they would also feel proud and arrogant. At the end of the day, when they truly faced a magical beast, they weren't even able to cast their spells. If it wasn't for Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohou luring the spirit wolf away, then the consequences would have been too unbearable to imagine. Oh right, just how did they escape from the wolf's claws? And where is the one-eyed magic wolf now? Wang Sanping and Su Zhaoding asked. Do you even need to ask that? The one-eyed magic wolf has definitely been killed by the chief instructor. Zhang Kong's arrival was just in time. If he was even a second slower, then they would have already been eaten, Zhao Kunsen declared. The chief instructor glanced at the Zhao Kunsen who was making remarks. He couldn't help but think it was funny. They were both students, yet the difference was unnaturally large. Since everyone is not in a life-threatening situation, then I have some things to say. Chief Instructor Zhang said, loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone was sitting outside of the mountain pass. The teachers were helping the students wrap their wounds, and the students were helping each other clean their injuries. In the process of you completing this bounty, we have actually been observing you all the entire time. Additionally, we will grade the students who have done well, among them being Zhang Xiaoho, Zhou Min, Mu Bai, Li Yueming, Zhang Kong went on. These words immediately caused a disturbance amongst the students. The teachers were paying attention to the students during the process of the practicals. There were a lot of people who began to regret not doing well. Then when the magical beast appeared, why didn't you guys? Were you guys going to appear after we died? Mu Bai asked resentfully. To be honest, he was almost killed by the magical beast. If this spirit wolf really wanted to kill you, you would already have died. Especially you. Zhang Kong coldly snorted. Mu Bai puckered his brow as he thought back to the scene from before. Indeed, if the spirit wolf had really slammed down with its foreleg, then his little life would have already dissipated. Wait, Chief Instructor, what did you say that magical beast was? A spirit wolf? Zhou Min hastily asked as she suddenly realized something. That's right, that wasn't an one-eyed magic wolf. That was a spirit wolf. It's a summoned beast, Zhang Kong continued. Let me explain things to everyone. The bounty practical this time was actually arranged by us and the instructors. Even the summoned beast actually belongs to this instructor, Bai Yang. We needed you to face against a magical beast, but at the same time, we didn't want you to be killed by one. The homeroom teacher, Shuem Mushing, explained. As this was being said, all of the students started crying in relief. So it was actually just practice. Why did it have to be so real? They genuinely thought that they were actually going to die. Additionally, the spirit wolf's combat prowess was far too scary. There were so many of them using magic, yet it was ineffective against the spirit wolf. I was just thinking how Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho could have survived it. It seems like it was a summoned beast, Zhao Kunsen said with disdain. That's wrong. The truth is, just now, there was something that exceeded our expectations. This spirit wolf suddenly went out of control. It no longer heeded the commands of Summoner Bai Yang. Just when we thought the spirit wolf was going to massacre you all, Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho lured it into the cavern. Thus, your lives was actually saved by the two of them, Zhang Jingguo stated. Heavens, then we really are fortunate. Zhang Yinglu couldn't help but yell out. What fortunate? It was Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho who saved us. These two brothers, if there is anything in the future, don't hesitate to issue me a command. I will not decline it under any circumstances. We're thankful for your bravery. From now on, you will be our eldest brothers. Wang Samping and Su Zhaoding were friends, and very proud and arrogant. However, now they were both expressing their thanks to Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho. Mu Bai and Zhao Kunsen were just standing there with their faces pale. How could they accept that the person they despised most had actually saved their little lives? Teacher, you better give extra attention to this cavern. If that berserk summoned beast were to charge out, Zhou Min reminded them. Don't worry, the summoned beast has already died, Mrs. Tang Yue said. It was killed by Mo Fan. Zhang Kong nodded his agreement. Oh, as long as it's dead, as long as it is dead. That kind of berserk summoned beast. Wait, Chief Instructor, what did you just say? Wang Sanpeng didn't immediately come to his senses before he opened his eyes and asked again. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. The chief instructor also forced a smile. The berserk summoned beast was killed by Mo Fan. Shuem Mushing, Zhang Jingguo, Luo Yunbua, Bai Yang. The instructors and the teachers were all astonished. The person with the most intense reaction to this was naturally the summoner, Bai Yang. He looked at this barely second-year high school student as his chin almost dropped to the ground. My spirit wolf was killed by you, Bai Yang asked without confidence. Mo Fan nodded. For a moment, Bai Yang's expression turned extremely strange. One could tell that this summoner's heart had collapsed. A magnificent spirit wolf was single-handedly killed by a student participating in his first practical. Shit, if he knew this would be the result, then Bai Yang would much rather believe that the spirit wolf was as stupid as a rabbit, hitting a rock by itself. This was too insulting for a spirit wolf's pride. Instructor Bai Yang had lost his spirit. Presumably, he wouldn't be able to calm down even if he were to write a paper. _TL note. Essentially, a form of meditation for him. Underscore. A huge waste. There would be nothing more wasteful than this for the rest of his life. It took a squadron about 2 months, an immeasurable amount of resources and manpower to finally subdue the spirit wolf. However, it was killed by a second-year high school student. How could these instructors possibly endure that? Each of the students was increasingly more dumbstruck. They were very clear on how abnormal this spirit wolf was. They knew that it would be a one-sided massacre. However, Mo Fan was the same as them, a second-year high school student. He relied on his own powers to kill the spirit wolf. Underscore kneel, underscore. Underscore really have to kneel, underscore. The other thing, I'll tell you some good news. Due to Mo Fan completing this impossible mission, you, the students of the elite class, will all receive grade A. Chief Instructor Zhang Kong said to all the students. Are really? Thank God, if I get an A, then I will definitely be able to enter a good magic university. Mo Fan, you are simply my greatest benefactor. I will definitely repay you when I'm rich. Mo Fan, do you have a girlfriend? A girl who was saved by him asked him with a whisper as she blushed. Mo Fan, do you need a boyfriend? In an instant, Mo Fan became everyone's hero. After all, not only did he save everyone's lives, he even made it possible for everyone to receive an A grade on everyone's extremely important practicals. Zhao Kunsen was going to make a few more sarcastic remarks, but he was encircled by fiendish gazes from the surroundings. He swallowed his words deeply. Mu Bai's face was still extremely ugly. He was the first student to use magic. However, it was ineffective. Then he was stuck unconscious by the spirit wolf. In the end, his limelight was stolen by Mo Fan. AI, did you hear? That bounty was completed by a student. It seems like Bai Yang's spirit wolf was directly slaughtered by a student. Don't bullshit. We all know of the spirit wolf's prowess. If a student completed it, then I will eat the bounty liquid crystal, said the incredibly bulky captain of a squad. Then you should go and eat it. Pan Lijun spoke up suddenly as she swept her gaze across that man. Go look at it yourself. The bounty has been completed. The veterans in the stronghold all raised their heads. Sure enough, they discovered the bounty was flashing completed, and beneath it said, Tianlon Magic High second-year student, Mo Fan. Damn, that youngster sure is courageous. In an instant, the veterans within the stronghold were all stunned. The face of the person who said he'd eat a liquid crystal turned exceedingly ugly. Underscore holy crap, there really is a student who completed a bounty which I wouldn't be able to complete? Underscore. Soon enough, the news had spread across the stronghold. Except for the battle mages of Bo City, most of the people in the stronghold were hunters who wandered the mountains. These hunters relied on bounties and killing magical beasts to survive. After the news of this came out, each of the veterans within the stronghold felt a bit ashamed. The ones who ridiculed the students the most at the time were exactly these people. That magical equipment, the defensive magical equipment. The bald meddler asked hastily. Boss Zhangkong is having a headache right now. He never prepared any magic equipment because everyone knew the students would not be able to complete this. Boss Zhangkong is a very trustworthy person. He should be buying a defensive magic equipment to give to the student, Pan Lijun said. This student has made a huge profit. Even Boss Zhangkong's heart is bleeding. Us who have gone through fire and flames will not necessarily get a piece of defensive magic equipment. Underscore sigh. Underscore. Speaking of which, could that kid be the young master of some super ancient family? His body must be covered in luxurious adornments. How else was he be able to go up against the magical beast? Bullshit, he's just a common student. I heard that his dad is just a driver who delivers goods to our stronghold. That really is too abnormal. We've always been a group when we fight against a magical beast. Within a stone house, Chief Instructor Zhang Kong's hands were clasped onto a case as a painful look crossed his face. Shit, that sinister merchant's starting offer for this bone-sized shield was 550,000. Zhang Kong cursed. On the side, Luo Yunbua, Pan Lijun, and Bai Yong said nothing. A few battle mages were smiling to themselves. Normally within this stronghold, their boss Zhang Kong would beat them until cuts and bruises were all over their bodies. Who would have known that there'd be a time where even boss Zhang Kong would have a headache, too? A bone-sized shield. This thing was really not cheap. It took quite a lot of boss Zhang Kong's salary. He had promised to reward himself this time. Thus, the government would definitely not cover it. Call the kid over, underscore Zhang Kong ordered, still in a bad mood. Boss, I've been here this entire time. Mo Fan raised his hand as he spoke up. Boss Zhang Kong's head wasn't very clear. When Zhang Kong saw Mo Fan, he felt somewhat angry. He still had no idea exactly how Mo Fan had killed the spirit wolf. Take it. Zhang Kong handed the bone scythe shield over to Mo Fan. Chief Instructor, could you let go, please? Mo Fan asked. Zhang Kong's mouth twitched before he finally let go. After Mo Fan received this treasure, he felt excited from head to toe. Facing a magical beast this time made Mo Fan realize one point. Just having attack power was not enough. Any magician who only knew how to attack would get killed by a magical beast in a single hit. However, if he had some defensive magic equipment, then it would truly be a treasure during this time that he hadn't learned a single defensive magic spell. Kid, if you can't find a suitable job after you've graduated, you can come here and report to me, Zhang Kong said as he tried to present himself as a gentleman. Even if his heart was reluctant, Zhang Kong had no choice but to admire this youngster's courage and quick thinking. The reason why so many magicians were defeated by magical beasts was due to their thought processes. They didn't understand how to properly use their limited magic spells. Indeed, within the level of primary magician, all the mages were only in possession of a single spell. But there were many ways to use a single spell. This kid had already grasped the true essence of magic, which many veteran mages hadn't truly understood yet. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Forget it. I'll just get into a good university. I heard that even higher levels of magic are only taught at university, Mo Fan said. When the chief instructor heard this, he felt angry. Sneaky kid. This instructor inviting you to our forces is your luck. You actually dare to reject me. Take the things and go. Don't let me see you again, Zhang Kong snarled, as his bad mood grew worse. Oh right, was there only a single spirit wolf guarding the cavern? As Mo Fan carried it away, he was reminded of something and asked a question. There was only one. If there were others, then you'd already have become their food. Why do you still have some doubts? Zhang Kong demanded. There's nothing else. I just wanted to ask. Mo Fan nodded his head and looked towards instructor Bai Yang at the side. Your spirit wolf sure can drink. Bai Yang was suspicious, but Mo Fan didn't care. Hurry up and go, Zhang Kong said impatiently. Mo Fan was kicked out of the barracks, but he couldn't help but whisper to himself. This advanced mage got angry just because he gave away a magical equipment. The bone scythe shield at this moment was in Mo Fan's hands. The bone scythe shield just about covered Mo Fan's entire palm. Mo Fan, who knew nothing about magical equipment, was puzzled at this moment. Can something that only covers my palm really withstand the attack of a magical beast? Do they really think all magical beasts have a compulsive obsession to only hit the shield of Captain America? After going through some research, Mo Fan finally understood how to use the bone scythe shield. When a mage used their intent to enter the bone scythe shield, the shield would automatically interlink with the magician's spirit and leave behind a magical equipment imprint within the mage's spirit world. After the imprint was formed, the palm-sized shield would immediately assimilate into the magician's body. When the magician used their intent to circulate the imprint, the magical equipment would immediately appear in front of the user. The shield that would appear at that time would not be the size of a palm. It would become a shield wall the size of a man. Effects like the spirit wolf's flying stone skill would then no longer be able to strike him. No wonder this thing's price is so high. If I had this bone-sized shield when I was up against the spirit wolf, then I could safely use magic from behind it. Mo Fan looked at the large rhombus-shaped bone scythe shield in front of him that bore the pattern of a scythe. He couldn't help but smile. With this magical equipment, he would have some resources to duel against Yuong of the Mu family. Speaking of which, I possess both the lightning and fire elements. Although lightning strike and fire burst are very useful, they still don't have the desired combat prowess when I am truly facing a magical beast. Mo Fan couldn't help but ponder over this dilemma. Being able to kill the spirit wolf actually involved lots of good fortune. If it wasn't for the dazzling light that allowed Mo Fan to see the stalactites in the deeper part of the cavern, or Zhang Xiaoho's wind trail, or the student's unison attack, then he himself would have been shredded into pieces in an instant by the spirit wolf. If it wasn't for them, then how could he have smoothly completed the bounty this time? I need to learn a spell similar to Wind Trail and Earth Ripple that allows me to move quickly and quickly change my own position. Or else, with my slow speed, I might get smacked to death by a magical beast before I can even finish forming my star path. After going through the battle this time, Fan was finally aware of how important a defensive spell and a movement spell was. In the primary levels, only the water element possessed a defensive spell. In school, everyone thought that the water element was of little importance. However, in reality, the water element was essentially everyone's benefactor when it came to battling a magical beast. In my hands, I have a bone-sized shield. It can barely classify as a defense-type spell. Thus, the next time I awaken, I should consider a movement-type element, like the wind element, or the cool one like Mrs. Tangyue, a spell that allows you to move through the shadows. The wind element's primary spell, Wind Trail, was indeed remarkably useful in an actual battle. If you couldn't break away from a magical beast's attack, then you wouldn't even have the margin of time needed to use your magic. The wind element was a really good choice, but Fan reckoned that the shadow element would suit him even better. After doing his research, Fan understood that the spell which Mrs. Tangyue used to move within the shadows belonged to the shadow element. At his stage, the spells that everyone was familiar with were only within the basic element types. In reality, other than the basic elemental magic, magic had three other main types: white magic, black magic, and dimensional magic. The healing element was a part of white magic. The shadow element was a part of black magic. The summoning element which Bai Yang wielded belonged to the dimensional magic type. The 9 years of compulsory magic education and high school classes only had basic elemental magic. If you wanted to learn about the three secondary types of white, black, and dimensional magic, then you had to go to university. Currently, Fan was in possession of the ability to control the fire element that possessed high attack power, as well as the tyrannical lightning element. With the bone-sized shield, he had gained the ability to defend himself. The only thing he was missing now were the movement spells. If one truly wanted to battle a magical beast alone, then one needed to have those abilities. Shadow element. It was evident that this choice was the most suitable for him. I have to quickly rise to the ranks of an intermediate mage. That way I will be able to awaken yet another element. If only I can awaken the shadow element, Fan said, filled with expectation. Most people could only awaken a single element as a primary mage. Fan had innate double elements, and thus, it could be said that he already had a huge advantage. An intermediate mage could not only learn the intermediate level magic spells, they could also awaken a second time and give birth to yet another stardust. After they awakened yet another element, the mage's battle prowess would definitely have an upgrade in quality. Just like Chief Instructor Jean-Combe, when Fan first met him, he was playing with flames. From that, you could tell that he was a fire mage. However, in the cavern, behind his back was a pair of wind wings that shocked everyone's hearts. Thus it was very evident that not only did he cultivate fire element, he also cultivated the wind element. Moreover, he could also deduce that Jean-Combe should be in possession of one more element spell. The wind wings was a spell that only advanced mages could control. Intermediate mages already possessed double elements, and when they reached the advanced level, they would have a third chance to awaken. They would have a third element. In short, primary mages only had magic of one element. Intermediate mage could awaken one more element, and thus be in control of two elemental magics. Advanced mage could awaken yet another element and control three elemental magics. Fan was an innate double element. Thus, he was already one step ahead of others from the very beginning. Additionally, if Fan hadn't had the combination of fire and lightning elements, then he would not have been able to kill the spirit wolf. Chief Instructor Jean-Combe didn't understand why the spirit wolf didn't evade the falling stalactite. This was because he couldn't imagine that not only was Fan a fire element mage, he also possessed the lightning element stardust. It was the lightning strike that paralyzed the spirit wolf, causing it to be immobilized. I have the little loach pendant, as well as my cultivation capacity, which is twice as much as others. Thus, the progress of my cultivation will be much faster than other people. However, having both lightning strike and fire burst is not enough to single-handedly go up against magical beasts. I need to quickly become an intermediate level mage. That way, I would have one more set of elemental spells other than the lightning and fire spells I have right now. Having more spells doesn't create a burden on my body. MHM, I have to do my best. Underscore. How did the slogan of the boys of Class 8 go again? Underscore. Oh right. Make money, cultivate, and marry Manhwa. Underscore. Asterisk. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. The rate of his cultivation was still not fast enough. Even if Mo Fan had twice as much cultivation time as other people, as well as the 20% buff from the Stardust magic tool, the time would still have to be split between his two concubines, Stardusts. Thus, he would only be slightly bit faster than that full Mubai. If he didn't want to easily expose the ability of his lightning element in front of others, he would not be able to rely on that small advantage to play against the ancient Mu family and their cash players. The question is, how would he be able to maximize the increase of his strength? As he decided to Baidu the answer, all it said was, buy a Stardust magic tool. This answer was essentially too stupid. Let's not bullshit. The Stardust magic tool was naturally the best tool to increase his cultivation. The question was whether the Stardust magic tool was something a person could buy. However, from Mo Fan's point of view, other than the Stardust magic tool, there were no other good methods. What if I were to upgrade the little loach pendant to spirit rank, just like the one Mu Ningxue is wearing? A common ranked Stardust magic tool is only able to increase cultivation by 20%. If I were to upgrade it to a spirit rank, then it would be a 40% increase. That way, even if I were to practice both the lightning and fire element, then I'd still be much quicker than most people. Mu Ningxue's starting point was higher than mine by too much. Since she was able to get recruited by the Empire early on, that itself would testify that her strength exceeds mine, and most likely has reached the requirement of universities. If I still slowly cultivate like this, then I will get shaken to death by the ancient Mu family sooner or later. Mo Fan didn't regret making this kind of enemy. He was only able to exhaust all his options to increase his strength due to the enemy's oppression. Presently, the only thing that could increase his strength faster seemed to be a Stardust magic tool. Mrs. Manhwa had mentioned it before. The little loach pendant could be upgraded by absorbing the spirits of magical beasts after they died. This meant that he would need to go out and slay magical beasts. If his luck was good, then a spirit would really show up. Then his little loach pendant could really be upgraded to spirit rank. The 40% cultivation addition for a mage like Mo Fan, whose cultivation speed was already twice as fast as others, was simply riding a rocket. It seems like this is the only way. Since he had made a decision, then he should brazenly do it. The heavens had given him this advantage. If he were to neglect it, then it'd be good for nothing. After the practicals, there still remained about a month of summer vacation. Mo Fan walked down to the hall of the Hunters Union without hesitation. The Hunters Union was an organization formed by wandering hunter squadrons. There were tens of thousands of hunter mages who came to the hall of the Hunters Union to search for missions that were suitable for themselves. Mo Fan had already gone through them. A spirit essence's price on the market exceeded 5 million renminbi. Searching for magical beasts was the only path Mo Fan could choose to obtain wealth. If he really could gather 5 million renminbi first was hard to say, but the soul remnants and soul essences were something you could only obtain through killing a magical beast. This was the only path he could choose now. Killing a magical beast by himself? Mo Fan immediately shook his head to reject the idea. He simply did not possess the ability to kill a magical beast by himself. Thus, he now needed to look for a hunter squad that was suitable for him. Practically all of the mages in Hunters Union formed their own little squads. Those who were able to kill a magical beast single-handedly were far too few. The Hall of Hunters. The people came and went. It felt like a large hall of spirals, while at the same time like a job fair. On the wall of the Hall of Hunters was a colossal LCD screen. It announced the newest missions, as well as the rewards of the missions. The lowest reward was 100,000 renminbi, and the higher reward missions could go up to millions. Mo Fan looked at the million-level missions, his saliva almost flowing down his mouth. Completing 5 of those kinds of missions, and he would be able to buy a soul essence to upgrade his little loach pendant by a level. Unfortunately, that wasn't something a normal person could do. Iron Hammer Squad is looking for ice elemental mages. Required battle experience is 3 years and above. Have the desire to cooperate in a team. The most important thing is to have adept control of the ice spell. The mission has already been received. Average reward is 20,000 renminbi. Estimated 2 months completion. Wind element mages. The squad lacks an experienced wind magician who can lure an one-eyed magic wolf. Other elements are not needed. Fire element. Where are the fire mages? Join our fierce wind squad. Guaranteed to efficiently complete missions and get wealthy. Mo Fan swept a glance over to the side, and he discovered that those magicians who had joined squads before had actually brought resumes. On the resume was distinct proof of their time in other squads, how many missions they'd completed, and the levels of the missions. Mo Fan was dazzled by this scene. For a moment, he had no idea on how to pick. It seemed like the magicians who had just graduated were those no one wanted. After all, they had far too little experience with magical beasts. One small mistake, and they'd lose their life. Who would dare to have mages who just graduated? Mo Fan hadn't even graduated. He was a student who had just entered his second year of high school. Bringing a magic student was simply a nuisance and essentially defrauding his squad mates. He could tell that it would be very hard to find a suitable squad from his time in practicals. Shit, being a mage actually needs qualifications. This particular year, Mo Fan couldn't help but curse. As Mo Fan finished cursing, a man hurriedly ran past Mo Fan and bumped into Mo Fan while cursing even more. I'm sorry. The City Hunters team is currently recruiting. I have to go and give it a try. Excuse me for bumping into you. A weak youth wearing thick glasses said to Mo Fan. City Hunters team, Mo Fan asked suspiciously. Yeah, don't you know? They're specialized in sweeping dangers within the city. They're a group who kills magical beasts that are hiding within the city. The City Hunters team has always been the first choice of hunter mages. After all, they are hunters who can stay within the city. Who likes to run around the desolate areas and fight against unknown creatures? Not to mention the City Hunters team's rewards have always been really high, the youth said as he pushed his glasses up. Tong Yubin, you should stop wasting your time. A mage like you who just graduated from a magic high school doesn't have experience, nor the strength. There's no way the City Hunters team would notice you, unless you're a lightning mage. An older hunter to the side ridiculed him. They're looking for lightning mages? Mo Fan asked quickly as his eyes lit up. The City Hunters team, they moved within the city. This is something very suitable for Mo Fan, who was still studying in school. If he were to go to outside, then he wouldn't know how long it would take him to finish a mission. Lightning mages have always been in demand for squads. Even the lightning mages who have no experience whatsoever will be happily accepted into a squad. After all, the lightning mages are far too few. Their skills are just simply tyrannical. Sigh. If I were to awaken a lightning element, then I wouldn't have to be ridiculed by those veterans every day. That old hunter said. Advantage. By having their erection in contact with her. Scent bills. China has scents in bills called jiao. Guishu. Gui here means country and shu means technique. 190 centimeters. Over 6 foot tall. Lake Chui. Chuihu also means green lake. 100 Daiyuan bills. 100 yuan is their biggest bill. Taoist fierce tiger, the author of this novel. Noodles, made of wheat. Rice noodles, made of rice. Zhang Tian. Tian means sweet. Bajiquan. Also known as 8 extremities fist, but Bajiquan sounds nicer to me. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. _00. Mo Fan rejoiced covertly. So it turned out that lightning mages were very popular within the Hunters Union. They couldn't be blamed, however. There was only one lightning mage per 1,000 people, and additionally, the lightning spell's power were not inferior to the fire element. Plus, it carried a paralysis effect. With a lightning mage suppressing the magical beasts, the speed it took for a squadron to circle magical beasts would be reduced by a large margin. Good. He had found a method that would allow him to make money, as well as increase his combat prowess. However, in order to not expose my innate double element, I should still do a disguise. On one hand, it's so people won't recognize me. On the other hand, I would look more mature. I am still too much of a high schooler. After Mo Fan made his decision, he quickly found a black crayon. Changing his appearance wasn't hard. Mo Fan just needed to dye his face darker and then put on a long, gray hoodie. As long as he put on the hoodie and showed the distinct jawline of his face, his entire temperament would be entirely different. He found the City Hunters team and saw the long queue standing outside. He couldn't help but sob a bit. Shit. This even overtakes registration for the officers' exams. Let's just line up. That's all I can do. Let's just do the interview first and then go past stage 2 of it. It seems like the interviewer is a sweet and beautiful woman. They're all trash. Do these morons thinks we, the City Hunters team, are a job where we just sit on our butts and eat the benefits of the state? A tall and sturdy man, who still had gauze wrapped around his head, snarled from behind the recruitment counter. Captain, don't be anxious. There's a lot of people applying. There will be a good one, said another man who was wearing a fashionable flower cap. Actually, this one isn't bad. He has mastered the 2nd level of Wind Trail, Flash Steps. It can be used to track and lure magical beasts, a delicate-looking girl said as she stood behind the sturdy and tall man. As long as we have me as the wind element, do we still need anyone else? Spoke up a wind mage with long hair, looking graceful in his white shirt. These are all just considerations. I still haven't seen anyone I'm completely satisfied with yet, the gauzed-up captain said. In that case, how about Ah-chung? This fellow is quite clever. The truth is, the really amazing mages actually have their own fixed squads. They rarely wander over here. In my point of view, we should just choose Ah-chung. His fire abilities should be sufficient enough against a magical beast. The graceful, long-haired wind mage spoke up. The captain helplessly shook his head. It seems like this is the only way. As he finished saying this, that sweet-looking recruitment girl hastily ran over, her face ramming directly into the captain's chest. I'm sorry. The recruitment girl's cheeks were red as she hastily apologized. There's a lightning mage applying to join our City Hunters team. Are you for real? The tall and sturdy captain seemed more energized. His eyes beamed as he looked in the direction of the long recruitment line. The other squadmates' eyes also sparkled. Lightning Mage. Their City Hunter team was indeed popular relative to other squads. However, that didn't mean that Lightning Mages were willing to enlist with them. In the past, Lightning Mages had always been guests among the Hunter squads. Some of the more elite squads wouldn't mind taking in a completely newbie Lightning Mage. You could definitely cultivate newbies. However, and 1 in 1,000 Lightning Mage was extremely hard to find even if you were to turn on a lantern. Too many Lightning Mages had already been reserved, and additionally, they were very easy to absorb into a large ancient family or other organizations. The possibility of finding an unattached Lightning Mage was just far too small. Is that him? The sturdy captain was a little impatient. He directly walked out from the back room. Why, yes, Captain. Are you going to personally interview him? The recruitment girl stuttered. Interview? What's there to interview? The sturdy captain turned around, looking puzzled. The recruitment girl, as well as the other teammates, were confused. If the captain wasn't going to personally interview him, then why did he run over there? At this moment, you could see the captain walking to the recruitment desk. He looked at Mo Fan, whose face seemed somewhat dark, before he asked, "You're a Lightning Mage?" Mo Fan glanced at this tall, sturdy, and ferocious man as he slowly raised his hand. In a split second, an electric arc passed between his fingers before it formed what seemed to be a bug, buzzing as it fell onto the table, before burning a small hole in the tablecloth. The sturdy captain's face bloomed. He nodded his head excitedly. You guys no longer need to line up. We have found our person. The sturdy captain was also domineering. He directly shouted this out as he looked at the long line. As he shouted that, the long line was not very happy. Shit, why? We still haven't gone through an interview yet. Yeah, I'm really strong. I can cast a spell in less than 4 seconds. Are you for real? There are even magicians going through the back door and recruiting? This world is just too unfair. I don't want to be in the desolate areas. The group of people began voicing their complaints. They had expectations for this position. If any of you is also a Lightning Mage, then this captain will break the rules and recruit you, shouted the sturdy captain, maintaining his unreasonable attitude. As everyone heard this, they were stunned. Shit, Lightning. Are you for real? A lightning elementalist ran here and stole our livelihood. How do we even survive now? Ugh, a lightning elementalist. What's there to interview about? Let's just go somewhere else. As soon as they heard lightning element, everyone was like a defeated chicken as they dangled their heads and slunk away. There's nothing they could do about it. The lightning element was the top of the basic elements. It had an incomparable advantage. These people no longer had any desire to compete. Mo Fan turned around and saw that the long line immediately dispersed. He was a little shocked. Even in school, he knew that the lightning element had a particular importance attached to it. However, he never thought that the lightning element would possess such a suppressing force in magical society. It made sense when he thought about it. When he was facing the spirit wolf, the truly decisive spell was indeed the lightning element's lightning strike. Not only was it able to injure the magical beast, it was also able to paralyze its muscles. Come, little brother. Welcome to our City Hunter team. Let me introduce you to our members. Oh, let me first introduce myself. I am the captain of the City Hunter team, Su Dahuang, a fire mage. The sturdy captain introduced himself. Hello, my name is Xiaoka. I am a water mage. The delicate-looking girl smiled sweetly. Li Wenjia, wind element. The handsome young man said confidently, as he flung his graceful hair back. Call me Feisher. I am an earth elementalist, the round-faced man with the flower hat said as he smiled widely. Mo Fan looked at these magicians whose were definitely a few years older than him. He was a bit stunned before he finally introduced himself. I am Fan Mo. Fan Mo, from your blank resume, I can tell that you're a newbie who hasn't even met a genuine magical beast. Thus, I want to remind you of one thing. Don't think you're amazing just because you're a lightning mage. Be careful of your own life. Spouted a rather beautiful girl. Mo Fan glanced at that young woman, feeling that she was somewhat familiar. Oh, this is my vice captain, Kai Tang, ice element. Captain Su Dahuang explained with a smile. Underscore Kai Tang? Underscore shit. It's that girl. Underscore. Mo Fan finally recognized this person. This Kai Tang was related to the Mu family. This girl kept up a princess-like appearance every day and was hard to interact with. Underscore shit. How come I meet people from the Mu family all the time? It seems like I need to quickly enter a good university and leave this city. Underscore. Asterisk. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Alright, Fanimo. We will give you an ID related to the City Hunters team later, Captain Su Dahuang said. There's an ID? Mo Fan asked, feeling a bit stunned. Of course, Feisher explained as he kept smiling. This ID has quite a few privileges. You are now equivalent to an enforcement officer within Bo City. You're saying that I have now become an honorable enforcement officer? Mo Fan asked, as he creased his brow. Ha, we are precisely city officers. Li Wenjia suddenly laughed. Only after he stopped laughing did he continue. The only difference is that we don't deal with those law-breaking peddlers nor profiteers. We deal with the things that emerge at night. A city officer of Bo City? Mo Fan couldn't help but smile a little. This position was quite to his own liking. It had a whiff of being Spider-Man, the Flash, or Iron Man, a hero that was supposed to save this chaotic city. While at the same time, he could be mysterious as he flirted with girls. Mo Fan quickly blended in with the mood. Feisher, the older brother who had the most experience, introduced the squad's current state of affairs as well as their primary responsibilities. Hello. What? Why didn't you report this to me earlier? What kind of global joke are you making? Those police officers are completely useless. While they were happily discussing things, the Captain Su Dahuang roared into his phone. Li Wenjia, Xiao Ku, Feisher, and the people who were happily talking to Mo Fan suddenly changed expressions as their gaze fixed on Captain Su Dahuang. At this time, Feisher creased his brow as he whispered to the suspicious Mo Fan. Originally, we wanted to take you out for some drinks. Who would have thought that the second you joined us, we would be assigned work? If we aren't wrong, then it's most likely the cafeteria's quaking door of Mingwen Girls' Middle School. The cafeteria's quaking door. Mo Fan's eyes widened. He had heard of quaking cars, quaking water, quaking fields, but it was his first time hearing about freaking quaking doors. Underscore you city people sure know how to have fun. Underscore. Brother, you are too wicked. It's not what you think it is. Every night, the school's cafeteria would experience some strange quaking. In the beginning, they thought it was some construction team working in the middle of the night. After that, they dispatched people to check and the report said there was no construction team. Instead, there was a strange story that has been passed down through the Mingwen Girls' Middle School. Fei Shi explained to Mo Fan in a whisper. Did you say Mingwen Girls Middle School? Mo Fan suddenly realized something before he inquired further. Yes, it's a girls-only school. Even the teachers, _SK, Fei Shi returned to being serious. Mo Fan was unable to have sexual fantasies about it. Yi Xinxia was at precisely that girl's school. Thinking back on it, roughly 2 months ago when he was on phone with Yi Xinxia, she had told him that her cafeteria was really scary. Alright, let's make use of the time when the students aren't studying to immediately resolve the issue. Captain Su Dahuang said. Putting down the phone in his hand, Su Dahuang's face was no longer smiling. Li Wenjie, Xiao Ku, Guo Kaitang, and Fei Shi, all 4 people's eyes were all fixed on their captain. There has been an accident. A second girl has gone missing, Su Dahuang said with a calm voice. Everyone's brows creased. A few months earlier, there was a girl who went missing at Mingwen Girls Middle School. Due to the school being unable to determine whether the girl had disappeared on the school grounds, this matter had been handled by the police. After a few months, there still hadn't been a single clue. This matter had been in the morning newspapers, but everyone was quick to forget. The city had millions of people, and someone disappearing was not something strange to the police at all. Su Dahuang and his team had made a trip to the Mingwen Girls Middle School once before. The school, however, didn't want to make this into a big ordeal. Thus, they didn't want to let the city hunters do anything, leaving the matter completely unsettled. Who would have known that half a year later, there'd be yet another girl gone missing? This time, she had actually gone missing within the school grounds. The school finally realized that this was a big problem, and they urgently got in contact with the city hunter team. Captain, if someone were to go missing, shouldn't they still just contact the police? Xiaoku opened her mouth to ask. A light mage found some footprints that didn't belong to humans. Su Dahuang said solemnly. Everyone else immediately turned silent, except for Li Wenjie, who seemed to be bursting with life. It was evident that he felt happy about having work to do. They contacted us a week after it happened. They really are a group of morons. If they had contacted us immediately, then perhaps we could have found the missing girl. Now that it has been this long, that girl is definitely gone. Some schools are like that. Everyone wants to hide the bad things, but once they realize they cannot hide it, that's when they know it's a real problem. Guo Kaitang said coldly. As Mo Fan heard everyone talking, his heart began to beat harshly. Missing for a month? Yi Xinxia hadn't contacted him for a whole week. Due to him not having the money to buy a mobile, Mo Fan had always used the old telephone booth to call Yi Xinxia's mobile. He would talk to her at least once a week. He had just returned from practicals, and his heart was filled with how to increase his own strength. Thus, he forgot to check in with Yi Xinxia. And Mo Qing's house was near Mingwen Girls Middle School. Even during summer break, Yi Xinxia would spend the majority of her time immersed within the school's library, since it was extremely inconvenient for her to walk to begin with. As Mo Fan thought more about it, his heart grew increasingly more panicked. He urgently borrowed a phone from Fei Shi. The number you have called is unavailable. Mo Fan's heart jumped. I will reunite with you guys in a bit. Not saying anything further, Mo Fan dashed out of the hall of the Hunters Union. Hey, wait. In any case, take my phone with you. This way we can contact you easier. Fei Shi yelled toward Mo Fan. As he yelled out, Fei Shi tossed his phone toward the running Mo Fan. Brother, isn't it a bit dangerous when you throw your phone like that? What if that kid didn't catch it? Don't worry, that's a Nokia. It won't break. Brother, I meant as in what if you crushed him to death? What's wrong? Why does your face suddenly look so bad? The gods know, no matter what, we should start doing our work. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Mo Fan felt as though he was burning up with impatience and worry. At this moment, he really wished he had a movement spell so he could quickly arrive at Mingwen Girls Middle School. Sitting in the slow taxi, he finally arrived at Aunt Mo Qing's house. As he dashed into his aunt's house, Mo Fan almost crashed into a girl in a wheelchair as he turned a corner. Brother Mo Fan. Yi Xinxia smiled sweetly. She was astonished and delighted that he was there. Xinxia, you're okay? You scared the living hell out of me. When Mo Fan finally saw Yi Xinxia smile, his heart immediately calmed down. What's wrong? Why was your phone turned off when I called you? Payment was due. I wasn't willing to pay. Yi Xinxia lowered her head as she answered, feeling embarrassed. All right, the girl only wanted to save a little money. Either way, as long as she was okay, it was good. Mo Fan loosened up. Did the practicals go smoothly? Yi Xinxia handed a rolled handkerchief to Mo Fan. Nowadays, girls who carried a handkerchief were far too few. It's not that Xinxia was immersed in literature, but it was because carrying one would save money. Mo Fan wiped his sweat, as he also smelled the fragrance on the handkerchief. There's still that alluring body fragrance. The ones I stole before have lost their fragrance. I almost exposed my vulgar actions. I heard that there are missing girls from your school. Mo Fan asked. Yi Xinxiao urgently nodded several times. It's really scary this time. It won't even let me go to school. Tell me what's going on. It's a girl from my next door class. Her name is Lin Yuner. The day she disappeared, I was also in the library. She even told me that she was going back to the dormitory. However, after that, I never saw her again. None of the cameras in school saw her leaving the school, either, Yi Xinxia said in a low voice. Seeing her turning pale at recalling this, Mo Fan lightly patted her shoulder. In this case, you're the last person to see her. Mo Fan asked. Yeah, the police have already asked me numerous times, but that is all I know. However, Yi Xinxia lowered her head. What's wrong? Mo Fan asked. After leaving the library, I smelled something strange. This smell was similar to the rancid odor that is emitted from a certain place in the school cafeteria. However, our library is far from the cafeteria, and at that time, I felt a strange chill. It was like something was staring at me. I was really scared, so I hurriedly left that place, Yi Xinxia said. Mo Fan's brow creased. Apparently, she had already been extremely close to danger. Brother Mo Fan, if I didn't leave that early, Yi Xinxia was clearly at a loss. Yeah, it's a good thing that you left early, or else you could possibly have become the missing girl. Mo Fan was glad inside. Yi Xinxia shook her head as she used a voice that only she seemed to be able to hear to blame herself. I reckon that Scary Thing's initial objective was me. Since I hurriedly left the place, it turned its attention toward the person next to me, Lin Yuner. I should have gone to find Lin Yuner and had her leave the school with me. As Mo Fan heard Yi Xinxia blaming herself, he was momentarily speechless. This brat. Just what is she thinking in her head? If she hadn't left early, then it was possible that there would be two missing people. If the school really had something that shouldn't be there, then neither of the two girls had the strength to defend themselves. How can this be blamed on you? Even if you had told Lin Yuner, she would have just thought you were too paranoid. Your five senses have always been more sharp than others since you were young. However, you are unable to move freely. Being able to protect yourself is already an impressive matter. Mo Fan comforted her in a soft voice. Brother Mo Fan, do you think Lin Yuner has already? Most likely. Oh no, definitely not. I'm now working for the City Hunter team. We will solve this problem. How could I let my cute Xinxia stay in such a dangerous school? Mo Fan said as he clapped his chest. The words came from Mo Fan's heart. With such a thing happening inside the Mingwen Girls' Middle School, even if he wasn't a part of the City Hunter team, he'd still rush over. Yi Xinxia had already lost something very important to her growing up. No matter what happened, Mo Fan would not allow his wheelchair-bound sister suffer even more things. She was pure, beautiful, and kind. When he was young, he'd often hide in Yi Xinxia's home after having fights with other kids from the area because he was scared of his dad scolding. Yi Xinxia would carefully clean and wrap his cuts and bruises for him. She even lied to them for his sake. Ever since then, Mo Fan made a vow to himself that he would definitely take good care of her and not allow her to suffer anything. For the next few days, stay home. Wait until I finish dealing with the perpetrator. Mo Fan patted Yi Xinxia's head. Yi Xinxia nodded her head sweetly. After learning that Mo Fan was a lightning mage, Yi Xinxia began to feel safer. Moreover, she could also feel her brother Fan was becoming stronger and stronger. He went from a common youth to a magician, and was now a member of the City Hunter team. He changed practically every time she saw him. She guessed that during the time she hadn't seen him, he had done his very best to improve. Brother Mo Fan, did you get exposed to the sun when you were in practicals? Not at all. Why do you ask that? You're so black that I can barely recognize you. After leaving his aunt's home, Mo Fan headed for Mingwen Girls' Middle School. Shit, a city and a school actually had such a scary thing happening, developing the flowers of this country in this kind of environment. The teachers may be able to endure it, but this uncle won't. The beautiful girls of Mingwen Girls Middle School, do not be flustered, do not be afraid. Your prince on a black horse has come to rescue you from this chaos. Bang. As he kicked the elegant gate of the school open, Mo Fan was feeling ready to enjoy the admiration and attention from thousands of girls in their short, white skirts. Who would have thought that as he looked in, the entire campus was completely empty? A few homeless cats on the flower bed stretched their heads out as they used their disdainful gazes to look at the intruder by the gate. It looked as though they were saying, "Where'd this retard come from? You scared the crap out of this daddy." Oh, I forgot this is the summer break. The girls aren't here. And? You got here before me. Not long after, a woman's voice came from behind him. Mo Fan turned around and discovered it was that extremely arrogant Guakaidang. Other than this girl having a plump chest and slender legs, her entire body emitted the temperament of an evil woman. Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Did you find anything? Guakaitang asked Mo Fan. I have questioned the person who last saw the missing girl. She said she smelled a rotten odor also found in the cafeteria. I have basically determined that the cafeteria either has a panty-stealing pervert or a magical beast. Mo Fan pushed back his glasses in a move that exuded wisdom. How did Detective Conan put it? Oh right, there is only one truth. Is that so? Then tonight, you'll keep watch over the cafeteria. The rest of us will go to the teaching blocks, the Mingwen Mountain Park, dormitory, and the school field, Guakaitang replied, appearing somewhat arrogant. Why am I not keeping watch over the dormitories? I heard that there are a few students who stayed behind. Why don't you let me take care of their safety? Mo Fan said. Just Facier being there is enough. Mo Fan felt a headache coming on. Facier looked like a weird uncle that would steal girls' underwear. Having him keeping watch over the dormitories would result in the girls being in even more danger. That evening, Mo Fan really was assigned to watch over the cafeteria. The cafeteria of Mingwen Girls Middle School was immensely large, looking like a huge meeting hall. As this place could be considered an aristocratic school, a cafeteria this luxurious and spacious was well within reason. Unlike the cafeteria of Tianlan Magic High, if you wanted to hide something there, then you'd be swept out by the aunties at the cafeteria. The dark cafeteria only had a few spots illuminated by the lights in the distance. The chairs and tables were neatly arranged. Mo Fan was squatting in a corner daydreaming about the scene of young girls wearing their short skirts in summer, the sweet fragrances overflowing in the endless radiance of the springtime. Boom, 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 The noise came from nowhere. A lone spoon which was forgotten on a table was swaying and trembling as it slowly moved toward the edge of the table. As the spoon fell off the table, it hit Mo Fan's head. Mo Fan quickly grabbed the little spoon that had nearly exposed his location. What the hell? Who would be so bored as to leave behind their spoon after having an ice cream in the middle of the night? It almost exposed my location. This cafeteria is really weird. Just what is the source of this trembling? It feels like there's a construction team beneath me. Could it be that they're building a prison basement? Lately, that kind of thing has been quite popular all across the country. Mo Fan stealthily stretched his head out. As he looked around. Grillowall. Suddenly, an extremely strange, deep noise came from the back of the kitchen in the cafeteria. Following the noise, Mo Fan immediately smelled the rancid odor of rotten food. It was some chives, fishy-smelling meat, and salted vegetables. Shit, there really is a magical beast? Mo Fan tensed up. Before he joined the City Hunter team, Mo Fan had always thought that the city was a very tranquil and safe world. He thought magical beasts were just something the adults made up just to scare kids who refused to go to sleep. Who would have thought that the city actually had some magical beasts hidden away? What Aunt Mo Ching said before was not necessarily fake. Thinking back on it, it made sense. The city was so big, there were too many unknown places. If a magical beast really were to appear, and there were human lives involved, the police would still prevent the information from being leaked out, and then proceed to resolve the matter in private. The effect of people panicking was far worse than the things that were happening. Mo Fan grabbed a communication device, pressing down on it in his pocket. This communication device was simple. It would notify his team members of his location and let them know that he had a situation. The sound of a stomach growling resounded. As he pressed the communication device, the thing that was behind the cafeteria kitchen acted as though it could feel the signal. A set of deep blue eyes oddly emerged behind the kitchen glass as they directly locked onto the person who let out the signal. Its pupils were as big as a basketball, and the meat tissues around the eyes writhed as it turned around, raising goosebumps on his skin. With the help of the reflection, Mo Fan was able to roughly see a silhouette. That's a neck dash, . The neck was as big as a tree. It was hard to distinguish whether it was a neck or a head. In short, in the place where there should be a head was an eye as large as a basketball, and a mouth that was filled with rotten food. Shit. Are these magical beasts equipped with a signal receiver? It could even sense when I sent a signal. Mo Fan cursed to himself. As soon as he sent a signal, the big-eyed neck monster immediately locked onto him. Not even those aliens in Hollywood had an amazing ability like that. Goo. Suddenly, the big-eyed neck monster's pupil looked as though it had condensed. He could see that its basketball-sized pupil was compressing. As the building energy reached its maximum output, a red ray shot out from the monster's pupil. The red ray pierced through the glass window that separated the students and the canteen aunties, before piercing through the row of dining tables straight toward Mo Fan's location. Mo Fan nearly peed his pants. This thing doesn't even greet me before attacking me. Its cold expression is like a cafeteria lady's annihilating gaze when you hope she will give you a bit more meat. Fortunately, it was not Mo Fan's first time dealing with a magical beast. Relying on his reflexes, he tumbled toward the cafeteria's exit. In the next second, Mo Fan's hiding place was turned into a scorched black hole. If he hadn't rolled away, then that hole would have been his chest. As their stardust grew stronger, they would also change a magician's physique. Although these changes weren't extremely evident, they were good enough for a magician to dodge very evident attacks. Mo Fan was also very clever. He had chosen a location near the exit from the beginning, and thus he was able to successfully leave the cafeteria with just that tumble and roll. However, everything was not as simple as Mo Fan thought it would be. The large-eyed neck monster let out a screeching noise as it rushed out of the back of the cafeteria. Its massive eyes was once again condensing a red light. Mo Fan glanced behind him and felt increasingly shocked. This thing's attack frequency is too high. I can no longer dodge it. Mo Fan began to use his intent to activate the magical equipment imprint within his soul so he could call out the bone scythe shield to shield him. As Mo Fan was about to finish it, a clear voice called out from the distant basketball court. Water field, dissolve. Following this, Mo Fan saw a stream of water forming in the air. This stream of water was as soft as a ribbon as it floated in front of him. However, it quickly formed into a concave shield. After the red ray hit the water shield, it was completely neutralized. The red energy was immediately dispersed into countless droplets that sprinkled over Mo Fan's feet. Mo Fan immediately canceled the activation of the bone scythe shield. He turned his head around just in time to see the girl called Xiaoke smiling sweetly toward him as she revealed two cute canine teeth. Xiaoke? Lady, your timing is too good. Long Taos. Side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Fan Mo, fall back. Leave this animal to me. Captain Su Dahuang shouted as he and Fei Shi both arrived in time. The two looked as though they were on a flat escalator. They didn't take a single step, yet they were moving rapidly along the flat ground. Mo Fan knew that this was the primary spell of the earth element, Earth Ripple. Earth Ripple was also a movement spell. It could control the surface of the ground to initiate quick movement. Wang Sampang was also capable of this. However, he was not as adept at it as Fei Shi. This is a colossal-eyed ape rat. They usually live underground. Thus, they're experts in digging holes and particularly enjoy the city sewers. They can stretch their neck, and their eyes can release a piercing red light beam. This thing is like a mixed rat, capable of high-speed reproduction. Their survival abilities are high. The sewers and garbage lots tend to have quite a few of them. Normally, they eat human leftovers. However, if their hunger reaches a certain degree, they are able to eat humans as well, making them a terrifying and common magical beast. Soon enough, Vice Captain Guakaitang informed everyone about this creature. Ed. Note. Comic book combat time. Look at that paragraph. And he said all that in the middle of an attacking giant rat. Colossalide ape rat. The magical beast classes had discussed this creature a few times. This creature was an expert at living underground and hole digging. It was the Lanxiang University amongst magical beasts. Normally, whenever this kind of magical beast encountered a magician, they would run away peeing themselves. How come this one dared to even initiate attacks? This one is evidently extremely rash. I reckon it's starving, requiring a large amount of food and energy. Fortunately, we happened to find it. Feisher said as he smiled. These people were different from the group of students who ran like dogs when they first encountered magical beasts. Whether it was the Captain Su Dahuang, the girl Xiao Ku, Wind Mage Guakaitang, or Uncle Feisher, they wore a different attitude when they faced off against the colossalide ape rat. They were all spread out, but they stood at a distance where they could support each other. They formed an attack formation, while maintaining a distance where they could retreat if they encountered danger. Mo Fan, who had just joined their team as a member, was awkwardly standing there. It looked as though he had told his teammates, "After you retreat, I will challenge this creature." However, the truth was, he was slowly shifting behind his teammates. On the inside, he was cursing Feisher for not using Earth Ripple on him. The sound of an empty stomach grumbled out. This colossalide ape rat was indeed extremely vicious, as it didn't run away despite seeing so many people. Its eyes immediately locked onto the closest person to itself, the wind mage, Li Wenjie. It was the red light beam. This animal that lived amongst the human city's dark corner looked as though it wanted to shoot through the people moving around it presently. Its intense roaring was particularly fierce in the air of the evening school campus. "You want to attack us?" The wind mage Li Wenjie was laid back. Mo Fan practically didn't see Li Wenjie meticulously focus his mind to link the star paths, yet a cyan wind track emerged around his body, blowing around his white shirt. Swoosh. The red piercing beam shot forth, but Li Wenjie left behind only a wild breeze at his former location. His figure had already flashed 5 meters away. How could one be that handsome? "Fool, you dare to come out and harm people with just this little skill?" Li Wenjie stood in front of a table tennis stand as he coldly smiled toward the colossalide ape rat. When the colossalide ape rat saw its beam was ineffective toward this nimble human, it flew into a rage as it spread its 4 sharp limbs. With a neck and head that strange, the colossalide ape rat's speed was actually a few times faster than the spirit wolf which Mo Fan had met before. If it used this speed to go against students, even if they were able to stay calm and complete their star path, they would still be too late casting their spells. The time it took for students to cast their spells was around 4 seconds, whereas the colossalide ape rat was able to get to Li Wenjie from a place 40 meters away in a short 2 seconds. Its claws ripped right for Li Wenjie's face. Mo Fan couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He was scared Li Wenjie would lose his life. Looking at his surroundings, neither the water mage, Xiao Ku, nor the earth mage, Feisher, seemed to have any intention on saving Li Wenjie. Wind track, flash steps. Li Wenjie was not flustered at all. His gaze was calmly watching the colossalide ape rat dash over as he coldly spouted the name of his spell. Swoosh. Li Wenjie's body once again disappeared from his original location. The colossalide ape rat's claws smacked against the stone table tennis stand, reducing the table to powder that flew off into the surroundings. After the creature realized that its claw had failed, it immediately began to look for Li Wenjie. Swoosh. Li Wenjie took another step. He once again left behind a dust trail before he quickly flashed 20 meters away. Swoosh. Li Wenjie stopped behind a cotton tree planted inside the cantina. To Mo Fan's surprise, the wind mage had once again disappeared from his sight. Following this, a red beam fiercely hit the cotton tree Li Wenjie had stopped behind. The cotton tree was pierced straight through by the beam, leaving behind a blackened hole. Ash blew out of the hole from the superheated steam and charred wood, drifting down in a cloud of dark motes.